entertained by the Auckland Choir, Council Choir. So, here we go.
Hi everybody, following on from our very successful World Choir Games, our fantastic and fabulous Auckland Council Choir went on a bit of a tiki tour of the central city last week. We sang on street corners, in our arcades and all sorts of places, headed out from RTS Centre all the way down to the large Christmas tree at the bottom of town there, bringing cheer. We sang to transport officers, we sang at Britomart, and everyone was really enthused with the positive Christmas cheer. So we thought we would bring it into you in the vague hope that we could bring positive Christmas cheer into this chamber. So please put your hands together for the fabulous Auckland Council Choir. Thank you. Oh, come on, get started. No.
Dashing through the snow in one horse open sleigh, o'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Hop, hop, bells on the making spirits bright. I need you to light and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in one horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in one horse open sleigh. Hey!
Wow.
First day of Christmas, my true love gave to me a bouquet growing upon the tree. On the second day of Christmas, my true love gave to me two kumbara and a bouquet growing upon the tree. On the third day of Christmas, my true love gave to me three flags and two kumbara and a bouquet growing upon the tree. On the fourth day of Christmas, my true love gave to me four drops, three flags, and two kumbara, and a bouquet going upon the tree. On the fifth day of Christmas, my true love gave to me five four drops, three flags, and two kumbara, and a bouquet going upon the tree. On the sixth day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 6 poisons swirling, 5 four drops, 3 flags, and 2 kumara, and a bouquet going upon the tree. On the seventh day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 7 tunas swinging, 6 poisons swirling, 5 four drops, 3 flags, and 2 kumara, and a bouquet going upon the tree. On the eighth day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 8 kinds of fruit, 7 tunas swinging, 6 poisons swirling, 5 four drops, 3 flags, and 2 kumara, and a bouquet going upon the tree. On the ninth day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 9 sacks of pippies, 8 pounds of fruit, 7 tunas swinging, 6 poisons swirling, 5 drops, 3 flags, and 2 kumara, and a bouquet growing upon the tree. On the 10th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 10 juicy fishes, 9 sacks of picnic, 8 pounds of fruit, 7 tunas swirling, 6 poisons swirling, 5 drops, 3 flags, and 2 kumara, and a bouquet growing upon the tree. On the 11th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 11 hot lessons, 10 juicy fishes, 9 sacks of picnic, 8 pounds of fruit, 7 tunas swirling, 6 poisons swirling, 5 drops, 3 flags, and 2 kumara, and a bouquet going upon the tree. On the 12th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 12 cupids swinging, 11 organ lessons, 10 juicy fishes, 9 sacks of picnic, 8 pounds of fruit, 7 tunas swirling, 6 poisons swirling, 5 drops, 3 flags, and 2 kumara, and a bouquet going upon the tree.
Last one.
There'll just be a couple of minutes getting the room reset and then we'll get underway. Okay. It appears we're now ready and readjusted for opening for today. There's a couple of, I declare the meeting open. Reminders, the meeting is being live webcast. We have electronic meeting attendance protocols in place and I'll observe them. You'll be in a secure place during the meeting and if you should not be driving while connected to the meeting. Please be present in the meeting and ensure your phone is turned off or at the very least silent. And those people speaking, please speak into the microphone, not roughly near it. It would be really good. Now, before we get underway, Alf Filipina would like to just offer an obituary.
Mōrena koutou katoa, and thank you, Your Worship, for allowing me to just say a few words about a ex-councillor who passed a few weeks ago, and the last governing body, I wanted to sort of mention that, but I didn't get online early enough. So this particular person is the late Ian McGeeckie. Councillor Lee will definitely know, and same with Councillor Stewart. Just to give you a background to ex-councillor Ian McGeeckie, he first got onto local government in 1983 as the Papatoetoe City Councillor. The amalgamation through there then got us into the Manukau City Council and ended up as a councillor on the Papatoetoe area. He is survived by his wife Glenys and their 3 children and great-grandchildren and grandchildren. Just to sort of let you know, the era with the late Ian McGeeckie was, he ended up in the period where he was part of the council, Papatoetoe initially, to get the Alan Brewster rec centre up and running. He also was at Manukau City Council when Telstra Clear, now known as Dewdrop-In, sorry, that's where I stayed last night, at Dewdrop Event Centre was built. He was responsible for that. He's also ended up with the amalgamation in 2010 on the Otara Papatoetoe local board, where Councillor Foley was also on the local board, and he retired from local government after 30 years in 2013. So look, I just really wanted to acknowledge his passing and also condolences to his wife, his children, his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. So if we could just stand on behalf of him, his family, and for just a moment silent, that'll be great. Kia ora. E te rangatira moi mai rā, moi mai rā, moi mai rā. Kia ora koutou. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Filipina. Apologies, I've received an absence apology from Councillor Stolton, a lateness from Councillor Fletcher. Oh no, an on-time one. You've missed the Christmas carols there, Councillor Fletcher, but not much else. Are there any more apologies? If not, I'll move the apologies and it'll be seconded by... Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. The contrary, carried. No electronics, and so... Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor and the choir for that performance. It's been a big year with some big achievements, like setting up the Auckland Future Fund, getting the lowest rate rise of any metropolitan council in the country, getting a good deal on water reform, making the port earn more money, introducing a $50 weekly fare cap on public transport, taking back control of transport planning, and getting our new waterfront swimming pool ready in time for summer. So thanks everybody for their contribution. We've done a lot this year. That said, we've also got a big agenda today, and we're going to be tight on standing orders. So please make sure your questions are actually questions, not comments, so we can keep focused. For your info, for item 10, my item, I have invited Hukura IMSB Chairman David Taipare to join us for the discussion. One last thing, remember if you're online, turn your camera on when speaking. I'm going to be strict on that. Okay, any declarations of interest? None. Confirmation of the minutes. Mover and seconder, Fletcher and Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Public input, we've had 8 requests, and as I have to, I'll tell you what they were and what we've done with them. Public input, the dog friends of Auckland were declined under Standing Order 77B. This is a consultation process attached to it. PSO, CCO reform, the Director Group Strategy and Chief Executive's Office and the PSA representatives have agreed that the key points will be made when the Chief Executive addresses the meeting at item 10. Referred request My Chua, ramifications of street use charges and directions including Cross Street, Canada Street, Mercury Lane, East Street, Understanding Order 772. Request has been referred to the Transport, Resilience and Infrastructure Committee who hold the delegation for those types of matters. Deferred request from Chloe Swarbrick Hart of the City and Steve Bealby on St James Theatre. Report is scheduled to come to the governing body in February 2025. They've all been informed. There was a withdrawn request from the screen industry about the CCO review, and the Mayor and the Chief of Staff will meet them in early 2025. There will also be one public input in the confidential section of the agenda relating to the Arts Partner Funding request. We also had one local board inquest which has been deferred as follows. Again, the Waitemata Local Board was the subject with the St James Theatre. It's reported it's scheduled to come to the governing body in February 2025. Extraordinary items, are any known? There's none known at this stage, in which case I'm going to move to item 7, which is the Chief Executives and Phil and Ross for a brief report. It's only been 2 weeks since you last spoke, so I don't imagine anything much has changed, but we'll find out in a minute.
Thank you, Your Worship. Morena, councillors. As Mayor Wayne says, because we brought this meeting forward, it's only 2 weeks since the last one, so I'll be deliberately very brief. Ross can talk to any detail here, but we continue to be on track financially. Even in 2 weeks, we've made good progress with some of the key strategic areas of focus, particularly in the government relations space. You'll have noted the transport direction setting in terms of governance and priority setting in the transport space. The water care charter has been further progressed, and to note the third bill enabling the water and wastewater related changes has progressed, and the airport shareholding has realised a value actually slightly in excess of what was budgeted in the LTP, and the Auckland Future Fund in real terms is rolling, ready to roll. So good progress. Some of you had the opportunity to attend a readiness briefing from Auckland Emergency Management, and thank you for your support in that space. I just draw your attention, for those who couldn't make it, to the fact that that was recorded. I'm very mindful of the summer season and the cyclone risk. In fact, we've got a weather watch today. So I just draw your attention to that, and I'd encourage you to have a look at that briefing so that you understand the extent of preparations that have taken place in and get a sense of our readiness there. The final thing I'll say is, and just in terms of things that have happened in the last 2 weeks, we've had the initial results from our latest staff engagement survey, and I'm happy to report that that staff engagement has improved for the 4th quarter in a row, and is now as high as it's ever been, and just knocking on the upper quartile for all public sector agencies. So we're in good shape. Very pleased with that. Ross.
Thank you. Yep, so I'll keep it brief around the financials. We don't have the financial numbers attached at this point. Given the timing of the meeting, we'll attach those numbers to the next GB meeting, along with intervening months. But yeah, generally things haven't changed that much over the last couple of weeks. CapEx across the group, still looking like strong delivery despite a slow start for transport and water care at the beginning of the year. And we're starting to see the Category 3 property purchase of the storm recovery buyouts starting to accelerate within the within the council parent. With last few months, we've sort of been averaging cash settlements going out around 100 million per month, and it's sort of now up above 150. So we are starting to see those, pick up in terms of the cash moving out the door. So not unexpected, but we are starting to see that. In terms of operating revenue expenditure across the group, last month we reported operating expenditure and revenue both about 5% favourable to budget. Those trends are continuing. Within the council parent, we are seeing expenditure largely be in line with budget, but strong revenue coming through, particularly in the resource consent area. Elsewhere across the group, ports revenue is still going really well. So that's kind of, an overview of the numbers. In terms of, I won't go into any more details there, but just sort of looking ahead to the annual budget. We gave an update earlier in the process, I think around October, around what that picture is looking like, and there are a number of, while things are sort of broadly on track with the LTP, there are a small number of cost pressures that we're working through and some risks. We did highlight a number of risks, and two of them there's been some material changes. One of them was a risk around the Auckland Future Fund, because the Auckland Airport share price at the time was around $7.20, and we signalled that there might be an operating impact in terms of less returns coming through. So that risk has now gone away with a successful sale at $8.08, and there'll actually be a slight enhancement because there's slightly because the shares have been sold at slightly higher than forecast in the LTP. That means the returns will be just slightly higher. So it's kind of gone from a financial risk for next year to a small favourable. One of the other risks we highlight was around the interest and operating costs associated with the Category 3 buyouts for storm recovery. So and that was reported to the Transport Resilience and Infrastructure Committee last week. So even if there is money moving around with between government funding switching buckets, and even if there's more revenue in terms of property sales in the future, the change from moving funding from the resilience into buying properties and protecting people in that retreat bit will mean more money out earlier, so there will be a bit of extra interest cost, as signalled in those papers. So there's maybe about 6 million of interest. So that is adding a bit of pressure, as we've signalled, that risk is going to now eventuate. So where does that leave us? So we're talking about, maybe 10, 20 million of pressure we've got to work through as we work through the budgets in early next year. Quite a different position to 100, 1, 2, 300 million kind of scale of cost pressures we've had in previous budget rounds. So small in the scale, lots of water to go under the bridge, and we'll keep working away on those things. And so I think the position generally remains the same. We need to exercise restraint through the annual budget. There isn't a lot of extra operating money capacity flying around, and we also need to be a bit of flexibility so that we can make choices as we move through that annual budget process. That's the update. We don't have Gary here for the economic update. There was a request last governing body to have a bit more context around what's behind some of the movements and those economic numbers, and that's in an attachment on the agenda. Happy to take any questions.
I'll move this, and it'll be seconded by the Councillor Leone, and I'll just take questions now from Councillor Filley.
Kia ora, thank you for the update, and really good news on the extra money that we got from the sale of the airport shares, because of course, as we know, they are great shares and worth a lot. My question is, now that that's been sold, the $20 million that was promised in the Fix and Finish Fund will obviously be there, but now there's some extra money. Is there an opportunity, if the governing body votes, is able to vote on it, to increase that Fix and Finish Fund? What would be the process if that was available? And then can you give us an update? I know I've seen the emails that went out earlier last month to the local boards about the Fix and Finish Fund, but can you give us an update where we are with the criteria around the Fix and Finish Fund, whether that's been confirmed and whether local boards can now actually start applying for that money? Kia ora.
So now that the shares have been sold, we know the amount, we sort of know the timing of that, we can be pretty confident that that 20 million flagged in the LTP will be available. So we can move and proceed with confidence, knowing that that amount of money will be available, this financial year to support that fix and finish fund. In terms of the extra amount, so the decisions made in the LTP and decisions around setting up the future fund means that the shares were transferred across into the trust, and then when those shares are sold, all of the funds go into the trust. So the capital is all tied up in the trust, and there is no mechanism to pull the capital out. But it does mean that we can be confident that all of the returns that we expected in the LTP will be there. There's no kind of shortfall, so that 20 million is kind of, we're very confident it will be there available. So if the governing body wanted to add extra money to it, it could, but it can't take money out of that future fund trust. That is kind of there locked up for future Aucklanders. There's a little bit more there, so that's great news for future Aucklanders. It doesn't sort of mean we can spend the money right now. In terms of the process, so we sent a memo outlining that process. There's kind of a couple of options on how we might allocate that funding to local boards. We need to work that through with local boards. I understand there has been some discussions with individual boards, an opportunity to provide some feedback. The next step in that process was try to organise a workshop with the relevant local board chairs and councillors, have a joined-up discussion around which is the preferred option, and then for the mayor to kind of, based off that feedback, kind of give some direction on that process, and then we can kind of work through and get that process up and running early in the new year. So we're looking to proceed with that. It's just the question now of the logistics of getting the people together, making those calls, and we can proceed pretty quickly.
Thank you. Good news.
Councillor Philippine, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ross, I just want to expand just a little bit further around the process that you've just mentioned. And I know that in the previous two legacy councils that we're talking about with the 20 million, there was a percentage, I think, prior to amalgamation that we had with Auckland City as well as Manukau City. Will that process take into account how much or how many shares were in each of the legacy councils? Because if that's the case, it'll have a very big impact on what will end up being distributed to those two legacy local boards. Kia ora.
So in that memo, there's two different options being considered. So it is ring-fenced to the area covered by those two legacy councils, which covers a range of local boards. There's a view. One approach is to allocate it out based off a formula, based on population within local boards, because the local board boundaries don't kind of match up necessarily to those legacy council areas. So one way is sort of based off population, which would sort of be broadly in line with where things were historically. And then another approach is based off projects coming through, and then a bidding type process, where the need is. So there's a couple of different options there, and those are exactly the kind of things we need to work through those workshops, and we'll make sure all the views are taken into consideration.
And supplementary, Chair, I mentioned Clevedon because Clevedon is currently, I think I stand corrected, Councillor Baker in Franklin Ward at the moment. So Clevedon, for example, was in the old legacy Manukau City Council, so that's obviously going to be part of the workshops that are going to take place with the respective local boards from the old TLAs. Am I correct?
Yes, we're including the Franklin local board because there is part of the district that has overlaps that Manukau City Council area. So we haven't forgotten about that part of the community.
Thank you for that. I think we'll catch our pheasant first before we cook it. Councillor Hills.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, thank you, Mayor, on the fix and finish. My understanding was that's not additional from the capital. It's because we decided we'd banked in the 40 million a year from the second year, but essentially because we've sold before Christmas, we're getting that extra 20 million of dividend for 6 months, and that'll be passed on. That's not like additional capital.
That's correct. They set up the future fund, the enhanced return gives about 40 million a year, so half a year is 20 million. And so the decision of the LTP was not to use that to offset rates, but to make that available for those fix and finish projects.
And the extra 30 million or so that we got for the share price, that is not additional in the hand. That gives us about $1 million extra a year, potentially an average dividend.
Yes, that's 30 million extra capital that will be invested into the fund that will generate more returns, and that's about an extra $1 million a year from next year.
Yeah, and thanks for that. The other question I have is, there was a lot of talk around the cost, you know, this massive costs, share brokers, etc. I understand that may have been through the chair of the Future Fund, we may have not had a cost in the end, even though it was predicted quite a big cost to council to do that transaction.
Yes, I mean, so you know, there are some costs in terms of lawyers and advisors, etc., but it's small in the scale of things. In the long-term plan, we assumed a share price. I think it was $7.97 as the share price. It was based off the share price at the point in time, and we assumed there'll be 1% of transaction costs or a discount against that. So after those transaction costs, it was about $7.89. But we achieved an all-in cost after the transaction cost of $8.08. So it's actually, we did really well compared to, you know, on an after fees basis. So yes, you know, we didn't have the fees we expected, and we got a much better share price. So all in, it was a very good result.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Watson and Councillor Lee.
Hi, Ross. Just a couple of questions about the Auckland Council Group debt, if that's okay. So, and I'm going to, I picked this up in the last quarterly report just a week or so ago, a couple of weeks ago. So in year 2022, it was 11.1 billion. Currently sitting at about 12.5 by the looks of things, or moving up from 12.2 to 12.5, and projected to go to 14 billion next year. I guess that's in spite of the fact that, you know, 835 million of share sales went into that. What's the difference in the annualised interest payments then from 2022 to that 14 billion projected for next year? What's the? Do you have those figures on you?
No, I don't have those figures in front of me, but yes, there will be an increase in interest given the you know, the higher level of debt. You know, that was always planned. That is a consequence of investing in the capital program. It's also, you know, some of that is driven by the property buyouts driving interest costs. So that was always the plan. If we hadn't, you know, sold those shares, the debt would be, the prediction wouldn't be 14 billion. It would be 14.8 billion. If we hadn't reduced the debt with that first tranche of airport shares.
Yeah, it certainly would have been. I guess I'm just thinking back to the rationale for the sale at the time, and that first annual plan, which was, you know, to reduce interest payments. So the interest payments aren't reducing then, are they? They will have increased quite significantly from 11 billion to 14 billion. So that interest cost, and particularly with interest rates going up too, will it be significantly more than back in 2022 then?
Yeah, in terms of interest rates, you know, that's largely hedged, and the interest rates are kind of travelling in line with the predictions in the LTP, maybe slightly lower, and that's factored into our updates. Yes, it is the case that interest costs are increasing because of the extra investment in the capital program. Interest costs will be higher next year than this year because of that, but if we hadn't sold the airport shares, they'd be higher again, and that would be an additional interest cost to cover an additional operating gap that we have to do. So by having sold the airport shares, it means less debt, it means less interest than would otherwise be the case, and therefore less rates funding to cover it.
But the key takeout for the public is those interest payments are going up and going up significantly. I just wonder, in amongst all the balancing that we do in terms of the returns from the Auckland Future Fund, the anticipated returns, say compared to the returns, say from the airport shares and the lower level of debt, do we ever do a balancing act to see how that all pans out? So for instance, the increase in interest costs, is that going, and the the projected returns that would have come from, say, airport shares, that's not going to be superseded by the return from the future fund, for example, are they, when you do all that balancing up? What can just remind me what the anticipated return from the future fund for that first year is?
So in the LTP, the assumption is that the target is a return on the future fund of 7.24%. 2% is to be retained in the funds to make sure we protect the real value over time, and the distribution will be 5.24%. And so that is an enhancement of the sort of 1 to 2% dividend yield we were getting, and the difference in cash terms is around 40 million per annum by getting that return out of the future fund, which is higher than the dividend yield we were getting previously.
So 40 million per annum?
40 million per annum.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see what the difference is then in that interest cost from 11 billion to 14 billion. If you take that view over time, then wouldn't it, to see how that balances, how it fixes the overall mix of what we're paying off? Because I'm assuming we're paying more than 40 million in interest for that increase from 11 billion to 14 billion.
Yep. So the interest cost is driven by the capital, the debt we're using to fund the capital investment. That's sort of separate from the investment returns that we get. The fact that we're getting 40 million extra return helps cover all of our costs without relying so much on rates. So whether it's covering interest costs or other costs, it's really helpful that we've kind of got that extra 40 million return coming in each year. But yes, interest costs will go up as long as we keep investing in CapEx and keep borrowing to invest in the city.
Okay, thanks, Ross, and I appreciate those figures for the interest payments. If you can get those.
Yes, we'll get those through to you.
Thanks for that. Ross, I think in future what we might do is report debt as a percentage of assets, because debt's rising a bit, but assets are rising quite a lot more. And so you can increase debt and have a lower debt profile. So I think it might clarify some of that thing, but it's fine to ask those questions and answer them. Thank you. Councillor Lee, please.
Yes, thank you. My question is to the Chief Executive, and it relates to the question I asked the Chief Executive at last month's governing body meeting, and that relates to the formal agreement the Chief Executive signed off in regard to the development or the restoration of the St James Theatre. The sign-off, I understand, took place in June. I understand that late in August, the Mayor expressed reservations about the project and felt it should go to the governing body. As the chair of the St James Working Party, I felt, even though it didn't need to go to the governing body, nothing wrong with a bit more democracy and updating the governing body on its formal decision in 2016 regarding this project. In October, the Mayor, unfortunately, was in Brazil, and so the item did not appear on the agenda. In November, at the very last minute, it was pulled from the agenda, I understand, by the Mayor. So there was no way of having a notice of motion table because it was too late, so catch-22. And when I asked those questions of the Chief Executive, I was assured by the Mayor's staff that it would be dealt with in December. Now I understand at the last minute it was pulled. The developer, Mr. Beelby, was told that there wasn't enough room on the agenda, which people can judge for themselves. However, finally, in last week, in December, almost 6 months after the agreement was signed, the Mayor did write to the developer and said he wanted to meet the developer in January and would like the matter to come to the agenda, on the agenda in February. He would like. My question to Mr. Wilson is, given you're the authorised officer that signed this commercial agreement, will you ensure that it is either honoured and becomes operative, or if the Mayor insists that it should be looked at by the governing body again? And my initial response was fair enough. Can you give me give us a categorical assurance as the officer responsible for that agreement that it will come to the February meeting? Because your signature is on the agreement, and really in the end, items on the agenda, I guess, are up to the Mayor. He has certain responsibilities outlined in the Local Government Act, but this sort of behaviour is not enabled in the Local Government Act, with due respect, Mr. Mayor. This agreement was formally signed by the authorised Chief Executive Officer on behalf of the Council. It needs to be honoured, and the slow walking, one would suspect, is slow walking it over a cliff, is to stop. And I want an assurance that that will be stopped, and this gamesmanship will be stopped. Can we have an assurance, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I'm happy to give that assurance, and I take no argument with your recording of the events. I have a very clear understanding that this will be on your February agenda.
Thank you. Can I ask you another question? It relates to public input and the way standing orders are interpreted, which I feel are a little restrictive and can be selective in my subjective opinion. However, there is a person, a business person, who has an urgent issue with the closing off of a street, namely Cross Street, and the business is the iconic Limchaw supermarket and food court. The closing off of the street will seriously impact on this business's supply chain. The person involved sought to speak to the planning committee and was disallowed because, according to staff, it was meant to be, this was an operational issue, whatever. I can say that that position has changed, and now the person is allowed to speak to another February meeting, the Transport and Resilience meeting. However, the problem is that the work is about to start, and by the time we get round to the Transport and Resilience meeting, and this person gets to have their say to socialise this matter, it may well be too late. And so the person wanted to speak to the governing body today and again was disallowed. My plea to you is, can you ask staff to take a more inclusive, a more open approach to public input, to enable ordinary Aucklanders, business people with concerns in particular, but others with urgent concerns, to come and share their concerns with the governing body as per the spirit and the role of the community and our community accountability in the Local Government Act.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I'll take that on advisement. I hear the plea for more latitude around speaking rights, but of course there's always a balancing act and some judgment around, as you say, around who has speaking rights on an agenda, and it's ultimately for the chair to make that determination. I might just offer, if it's practically useful, given what you're saying around the time frame, if it's useful to have me meet with this person offline. I know it's not what you're asking for, but I'm very happy to do so, and and try and address their concern to the officers. I'm unfamiliar with the background to this one.
As I understand, it's an AT decision anyhow, isn't it?
22, Mr Mayor, AT doesn't have a meeting until, I don't know, March or something like that. The person has an urgent problem. We are the governing body, are we not? AT is meant to be dethroned, or is it not? But the spirit, we should be anticipating the whole purpose of what you're talking about in regard to AT by taking a leadership role here and allowing the public to talk to us about AT problem.
AT have got a board meeting on the 18th of December, and Councillor Williamson will take it where the decision making is. It's been my practice to try and put those people in direct contact with the officials who are making the decisions. They're welcome to chat to us, but we can't make that decision. We don't close streets here. Point is well raised. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Henderson, please.
Oh yeah, g'day. Almost forgot my question. Auckland Council Future Fund Bill. Could I just get a little update from, I don't know if this is a Ross question or a Phil question, on how that's tracking and when we're basically expecting that to become the law of the land?
So the update I've got is it's the process is it's for council to publicly notify that bill. So that has happened. That happened last week or the week before. So it's out there now. So the process is underway, and it'll need to travel through the legislative process. So it kind of depends on sort of parliamentary timeframes. But the things are underway. The process has started, and it'll have to work its way through Parliament.
Thank you. I suppose what I was getting at is if we've got an indication on what those timeframes are. I suppose we don't.
I'll need to check the detail, but I understand the consultation exercise concludes through January. Councillor Fletcher may have an answer, and then it is reported back to Parliament.
Yes, there are requirements in terms of public notification. That information was in the New Zealand Herald last week, and I understand that it will track as fast as it can with a view to coming back early in the parliamentary term next year. Carlos Chung is the sponsor of the bill, and having spoken with members on all sides of the House, it is anticipated that it will be welcomed and supported by all political parties.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, thank you for the answer, and thank you for your inputs into keeping things moving along nicely. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Okay.
Just can I just add that Ms. Chua, Moi Chua was declined the opportunity to address the AT board on the 18th, and that is why Ms. Chua wanted to come and address to the governing body, because we're meant to be in charge, she thought. Thank you.
Okay, I wasn't unaware of that. Councillor Bartley, please. Baker. So I misheard.
Close enough. We look the same. Just on that, Mike, so just to clarify too, so I've was discussing that this morning with Moi, and so I've offered to meet with them, and so potentially Phil and I can lump that in together. And we had a meeting on site a little while back to discuss that, so might be able to take some of the puff out of that.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Okay, you can withdraw, and if there's any debate on this, otherwise I'll move it. Councillor Fletcher, please.
I had three brief questions, if I may. One is to Phil Wilson directly. With the announcement of the establishment of a Minister for Rails yesterday, will that have an impact on Auckland Council and the negotiations that you have been undertaking on our behalf on rail-related matters?
I think the truth is we're still clarifying exactly. I did have a discussion with Auckland Transport this morning on exactly this point, and there was some clarity provided in that you've got you've in a sense got a Kiwi Rail shareholding minister and a transport policy and funding minister, and I'm not sure it changes hugely the discussions we're having in the transport space, principally being with the Honourable Simeon Brown as Minister of Transport. But let me clarify further as this unfolds.
I look forward to your update in February.
There'll be no Greyhound buses, though.
Very good. The second question I have to you, Phil, is that even with the success of the minimal transactional fees and the share price, can you confirm that the Auckland Future Fund Board has a real challenge ahead of it in meeting our expectations in terms of investment return?
I mean, I think Ross might be in a better position to answer that from a technical perspective, but yes, obviously there is a degree of ambition, although anchored in realism in terms of what we might expect in the long run in terms of average returns from the fund. Everyone, as we've discussed previously, everyone has to understand that there will be ups and downs in any one year, as is the nature of the market, and therein lies some of the challenge. But they have significant work to do in terms of now making the investments that will give the type of return that's baked into the long-term plan, yes.
My third question to you is I want to congratulate you on the work of Lucy Baragwanath. She is doing absolutely wonderful work in trying to make the Hauraki Golf Marine Park Forum more effective. Can you confirm that you will be able to report to the February governing body meeting on those ways to streamline regular updates for Auckland councillors on the work of the forum, and to ensure that the members of the forum are mandated to represent the views appropriately?
Yes, I can, and that some Hauraki Golf Forum issues have been brought to my attention, and we'll be working on that over the next period of time, and I look forward to discussing with you in February.
And finally, just thank you and the staff for all of the support. I say that on behalf of the directors of the Auckland Future Fund, we have really appreciated the collaboration in recent times.
And thank you for your leadership.
Agreed, thank you. Okay, is there any debate on this, or otherwise I'll put the motion? All those in favour of receiving the information provided, please say aye. To the contrary? Carried. Thank you very much for that report. We're going to move to item 8, which is the draft Tuna Monga Authority operational plan. I shall welcome Dominic to the hot seat. I understand we have an apology from Paul Majuri, and that you haven't cut any more oaks down in the last 24 hours. Thank you. You kept the financial request and budget, and that's all nice. Thanks very much. Welcome, Dominic.
Kia ora tātou. I'll take that as read, obviously, and make just some key points. Yes, apologies first from the chair, of course. Yes, unfortunately overseas and was unable to join. He did want to be here. And also from the manager of the Tuna Monga Authority, David Barner's apology, he's on leave. Every year, of course, the Tuna Monga Authority and the Auckland Council need to agree its budget going forward for its annual budget. That's locked into the Act. And you'll probably recall, actually, that we've just been through the recent annual plan for the Tuna Monga Authority. It was adopted in July this year and for the last year, and that included, of course, the LTP. And so this hopefully will be fresh on your collective minds, and I really wanted to make the point that this draft isn't really a significant change from the original one, the original one that was adopted back in July earlier this year from the previous year. There's there's been some minor amendments with moving some of the costings around as they become clearer. But the whole of the budget fits within the agreed envelope under the LTP. The draft went before the Tuna Monga Authority on Monday this week and was unanimously adopted. And you'll see in this paper that the next step here is to adopt it as a draft, and the purpose, as you'll know, is for consultation. You're not adopting the actual document itself. This is the consultation process to come up next year. And I'll just remind too that there's an added layer of consultation when it comes to the Tuna Monga Authority's annual plan. The Monga Authority did its own consultation alongside the councils. Kia ora tātou. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
I, on behalf of the Deputy Chair of the Monga Authority, Tony Van Tonda, feel comfortable in approving this in terms of consultation. So I'm happy to move if someone's happy to second. And to say that I think that there are matters that the TMA is moving well in terms of trying to ensure it isn't controversial into the future, and I want to acknowledge Dominic's role in that. The only question that I have, and the only controversial matter that is outstanding, is who is going to fund the litigation, which is not just a perfunctory matter for management. If there is to be funding for litigation going forward, I just need to know from Phil Wilson what criteria would be set in place for that.
I think the key criterion, as I've expressed to the council representatives on the authority and to the Tuna Monga Authority management, is that there be a formal resolution committing to that litigation before council is expected to meet costs.
Thank you for that confirmation. With that, I'm happy to see this progress. Thank you.
Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. Is it possible for us to be made aware of the nature of the litigation and what sum of money might be involved?
I could only offer something speculative, and I'm not sure this is the appropriate place. It does relate to, it relates specifically to the Otahuhu redevelopment. Dominic made comment, but, and the, trying to recall the appropriate language here, Dominic, the project, the rehabilitation of the Maunga.
Maybe I can assist. This relates to the successful judicial review and whether or not there is an appeal to the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeal and the costs that would be associated with that.
Dominic, you want to add something?
No, that's covered it well.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, I would assume then that if we're talking about judicial review and appeals and the like, that the cost is likely to be substantial. Okay.
Doesn't appear you're getting a clearer answer than that. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't find that answer very clear at all. I just want to make sure that you know the public are demanding. This has been in the media too a little bit. The public are demanding that we are very transparent with this matter. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
I'm sure they are. Thank you very much for that. Okay, Councillor Walker again, please.
So just a further question that goes to the matter of transparency that Mr. Turner has raised. Is there any mention of this or any provision in the accounts of the Tuna Monga Authority?
Not that I'm aware of. All I want to speak to today really is the operational plan for consultation and to reaffirm the commitment by all members of the Monga Authority to ensure that we take the public with us, and I really applaud Dominic for his leadership on that.
Thank you for that. Okay, thank you, Dominic. Is there a mover for this? It was Councillor Fletcher, I'm sorry, and Councillor Leone. Thank you very much. Apologies for that. Okay, can I proceed to move that we agree the draft Tuna Monga operational plan to go for consultation? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary? Carried. Thank you very much for that, Dominic. Right. Right. The annual plan communications engagement plan. Welcome to the table. And Ashley. Angeline and Tim.
Morning, Your Worship, councillors. Tim and I are here to seek your approval and endorsement for our comms and engagement plan for the annual plan consultation 25-26. The scope of our plan also reflects the decisions you made last week agreeing to the regional items for consultation. As you recall, we came to the Budget Committee to workshop the proposed plan on the 27th of November, and we received great feedback at this session. To recap, we're recommending a lighter touch consultation, but at the same time, we're ensuring we're meeting our commitment and obligations to inform and engage all Aucklanders, and including our diverse communities. By way of reminder, the consultation will run between the 28th of February to the 28th of March. And the feedback we received at the workshop has now been incorporated into the report that you have in front of you. And so on that note, I'll take the report as read, and Tim and I are happy to take questions before the recommendation goes up. Kia ora.
Alf would like to move this, and it'll be seconded by somebody. Councillor Fully. And I have a question from the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you very much. My question is around point 49. It says that a range of locally held Have Your Say events have been scheduled across the region. It also says in the report, in point 30, it says that local boards will ask us for input into the timing and formatting of that point. So I've read the agenda paper and I've read the attachment, which is the comms plan. I can't see the schedule of events. And the report also says in point 31 that regional councillors will speak to regional issues at these events. So where is the schedule and how do I know if I'm available?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Simpson. I think we're still working through the absolute final details, so you will be contacted very, very shortly. I'm just looking for Wendy to confirm that, who's behind me. So I'll just see if she has anything to add.
And the other thing is, I couldn't find the financial implications. Can you tell me the cost of the consultation versus, for example, consultations we've done before on annual plans?
Yeah, so the cost of the overall plan is around 60% less than what we have spent on previous comparable annual annual plan consultations. So it's a total of 201 compared to 546.
And that's because
annual plan 2022.
And that's because
it's a lighter touch consultation this time round.
Councillor Sayers, please.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. Just a quick question picking up Councillor Simpson's point there, just specifically for Rodney, because sometimes it doesn't always get, those in-person opportunities. Are there any events planned for public input and physically up there?
Yes, there's at least one event per local board that's planned.
Thank you for that. Okay, is there any further debate about this? It follows the LTP, which was very widely consulted upon, so it's not surprising there's a bit less this year. Thank you very much. All those in favour of receiving this, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much. Right. We now move to item number 10, Council-controlled organisation reform. Before I introduce this item, I just want to begin by acknowledging the hard-working staff across the group. I understand it's a little bit unsettling for you, but I want us to provide today certainty by making decisions that are clear and purposeful. And once these decisions are made, we will need your skills and knowledge, still, whatever the scope of the reform might be. Do we have David Taipari here?
Yes, he's online.
I just want to acknowledge that we've got David Taipari from Hukura, the Independent Maori Statutory Board, here online. Given their representative support for this item in the Budget Committee and a desire to participate in the discussion with speaking rights only, welcome, David. I'll move this.
Your worship.
Yeah, thank you. I'll move this and the Deputy Mayor will second it. Okay, my proposal and recommendations, councillors, the report in front of you relates to CCO reform and my intention to address concerns with the current model. The problem I want to fix is simple. Despite progress on various CCO reviews over the years, challenges with the CCO model persist, including concerns about public trust and confidence, strategic misalignment, ineffective democratic accountability, cost effectiveness, and duplication of services. At the beginning of this process, we asked staff for advice and options to address those issues. We've also asked if we're in the best position to deliver on our long-term plan and its broader vision. Based on the staff analysis, it is clear to me that further tinkering won't cut it. If we want to fix those issues and deliver on our commitments to Auckland, we must change the model itself. The case for transport reform has been made to central government. They agree that Auckland deserves better from its transport system and will change the legislation to allow us to get on with the job. Since the announcement, I've had only had positive comments from Aucklanders. They want this, and we will give it to them. My proposal to integrate functions like property management, urban regeneration, economic development and transport planning with Council's planning, policy and strategic functions will enable people with similar skills and experience to work closer together. I've heard concerns that urban design expertise doesn't exist within Council, but this was a result of removing the design office from Council and pushing it away from us, and I want it to come back. By bringing expertise in-house, we can get rid of silos and an environment where problems are shifted from one organisation to another. We will do more and be more solutions focused. This kind of integration will support us to better direct and prioritise investment, minimising duplication and the unnecessary cost that comes to both Council and to also those who we service with additional layers of bureaucracy. Ultimately, this is about getting more from what we already have, being smarter with ratepayer dollars. Strong public service is integrated and coordinated. It responds to the needs and directions of its communities. It makes the most of its size, function and role to influence growth, development and productivity, and it is strategic with how it invests public money. Accountability is critical too. Around this table, we are all held accountable for the decisions CCOs make. I hear about it from Aucklanders all the time, but we're not responsible for most of those decisions, which often lead us into a blame game that never addresses the actual problem. If we're accountable for the outcome of those decisions, I want us to be responsible for making those decisions. Now's our chance to fix things, not to hide from tough decisions that are currently kept at arm's length from democracy. I want Aucklanders to have a clear understanding of what we do and why. I want them to have faith in the way we invest ratepayers' dollars. I want them to rebuild their trust and confidence by being accountable to them. And I want our organisations to be set up in a way that allows us to be closer to them. That is where I want us to be. So on to the process. I've reflected on the management of previous meetings. As a result, I want us to allow all members to speak once question time is over. At this time, you will all be provided with the opportunity to address the CCO reform package in its entirety. This is your right, and I respect that you all wish to share your views. Please try not to interrupt colleagues when they're speaking. While we often disagree, we can do so respectfully. I'd also like you to indicate now if you have any intention of making amendments, and for those to be provided in writing so that they can be shared with the full committee. This will allow members to ask questions of staff while they're seated at the table. That way we can understand any implications before we get to debate and avoid the awkwardness of staff having to be dragged back to the table after question time. Please do these by sending them to Phil and Sandra with an R. Finally, if and when we get to decision making on the substantive, you will be asked to consider the reform package in full when voting. This is a package and must be considered together. Of course, you're welcome to record your dissent against individual components, similar to how we approach other big decisions like the long-term plan. So Phil, I'm going to hand it over to you. Then we can move into question time.
Well, point of order, Chair, if I may, and I'm sorry to be a bit pedantic here, and whilst I agree with the tenor of what you've said, standing orders do provide, if somebody wishes to raise a closure motion, even if you don't think that people should be constrained, standing orders do provide for closure motions. I hear what you've said and I agree with it. I think the best you could suggest at this stage is that you're indicating through your contribution just now that you wouldn't support a closure motion if it were put. In other words, there's nothing to prevent people from trying to do that, although I don't think they should. But in the event that they do, you would be comfortable to support debate continuing until everybody has had their say.
I'm quite happy to not support one, provided it's before 7 o'clock tonight at that stage. I mean, there is a... I think 7 hours is plenty of time to discuss things. So, but I get your point. I'm hoping we're not going to get to that. All right. And if it does come up, I'll chat to you before I do anything. I don't want to support one. I don't want to hear one. I'm hoping we have a good grown-up day. But thank you very much for raising that, and I accept the point you're making. I'll ask Phil to provide us the CEO's input.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora, councillors. I'm going to take I know this is a little bit unusual, but I'm going to take a few minutes at the start of this before we proceed to questions and debate. I think that's important in terms of framing this a little bit from a sort of management and operational perspective. It's clear that the matters in front of you have a very direct bearing on our group structure and some of the functions within CCOs, but also some of the related functions within the council parent organisation. It follows that there is significant staff interest, and it doesn't escape me that there's likely to be a number of potentially affected staff and leaders watching this discussion. As a bit of an aside, I'd just appeal to you to be mindful of that as the discussion progresses. To those staff and actually our delivery partners who work on our behalf with the CCOs in the functions that we're discussing today, it's important we're clear that this is not actually about whether a good job has been done. I think we would all agree that there are genuinely positive attributes in relation to CCOs, and some very good work has been done that we want to preserve in any transition in the event that you choose to make changes in the structure. I know that but I also know that elected members understand that across the council family we've got a lot of very diligent and hard-working and effective staff. This is about our operating model and where functions sit in the structure to give best effect to the strategic intent and policy direction of the council. Simple as that. Structures, of course, are important alongside the culture that we build, the commitment that we have to collaboration and working across boundaries, how we can be most effective in terms of achieving the outcomes for the community that you set out. It's not for me to speak in favour of the Mayor's proposal. That's his job and for his office today. What I would say, though, is that whatever you decide, you know, it needs to be guided by that commitment to make change that preserves, you know, our pursuit of successful outcomes for the city. Frankly, I would like us to knock on the head once and for all some of the unhelpful narrative about CCOs. It's frankly unhelpful and slightly destructive. So if we do nothing else today, whether CCOs continue in relation to some of the functions that are under discussion or whether they come inside the organisation, you know, I want for everyone's sake to try and put this to bed for a period of time and kill some of the unhelpful narrative. Now, I know from the questions that I've had from councillors that there is an interest in what, you know, how will this be managed going forward? What will the transition look like? So I just want to talk to the future. It is true, and I've said this to you in a workshop situation, it's true that we don't yet have all of the answers we need in the event that you decide to proceed with the Mayor's proposal. That's actually okay and quite proper. As I've said to you, it makes sense that detail in terms of organisation design and transition follows this once we understand your direction today. What I can say, however, is, and particularly to the people who are potentially affected by this change, is that it's not about retrenchment. If you proceed, there may be some small efficiencies. We should always pursue those, but actually we are still going to want real strength and focus and talent and expertise in terms of events and property management and development and economic development and urban regeneration and transport policy strategy, government relations and so forth. That stuff will be designed into whatever we proceed with going forward. I will say that I think regardless of whether you proceed with the changes that the Mayor is suggesting, there are genuine opportunities to better align and integrate certain functions, be they property related, where we have fragmentation across the group in terms of property expertise, be they economic development related, be they in terms of transport and infrastructure and the multiple areas that are involved overall in the process of development and infrastructure deployment in the region. Frankly, regardless of whether you make changes today, we've got to keep working on maximising the effectiveness of our spend and supporting sustainably that sort of growth and development and achieving economic and social outcomes along the way that make those areas sustainable. As for timeframes, it is critical that we respect our employment relations and contractual obligations. So I'm committed to working through this with the CCO chief executives and staff and their representatives, bringing to you a draft design with a bit more detail than what you've been supplied with thus far. And it's pretty robust, to be honest, for where we are in this process, the material that you've been supplied with. But there is a level of detail that we would want to bring back to you by the end of February. And then, actually, it's important you understand that to fulfil obligations, we need to go into formal consultation with affected staff at that point. As for the extent of change, frankly, you should not have any doubt that we can do this thoughtfully and properly. The scale of it's manageable. It's in the region of about 3% of our total workforce who are materially affected by the changes in the Mayor's proposal. And I don't say that to minimise the importance of this. These are critical and important functions that need to be transitioned well and with a view to retaining the talent and having people not just with a job at the end of this, but feeling valued and part of whatever the machinery looks like going forward. And there is, and I acknowledge, a sense of identity and loyalty that people have to the existing CCO organisations that we've got to kind of be mindful of in the transition. I can see some Public Service Association representatives in the back of the room, and I'm going to read this verbatim. It's not my opinion. I was asked by them to reflect to you today their sentiments in relation to the change, so I do so now. They're expressed in 3 points. To genuinely thank the Mayor, elected members and senior council officers for the constructive, early and positive engagement with the Public Service Association on this reform, confirming our understanding and support that the proposed reform is not and doesn't become about service reductions and headcount reductions, our interest and willingness to engage and be engaged on this around the future decisions and the implications for members. So I won't speak further to that. I'm just faithfully passing on the sentiment from the Public Service Association as they've expressed it to me. The last thing to repeat from my earlier advice to you is to say that I sincerely hope we can arrive at a definitive decision today that gives staff a degree of clarity and certainty as soon as possible. It is simply unwise from a management and staff relations perspective to leave people in a state of limbo with anxiety over the summer. So I appeal to you to do your best to try and land this today. I just want to step back out of this, and the final thing I'll say is that as much as this discussion's very much on the CCO focus today, it's also a bit easy to forget, frankly, that we're also dealing with the annual plan and budget aspect as part of the proposal. There are cost pressures. There is a sensitivity that we've all got to the economic situation that the community continues to face. But frankly, it's pleasing to be able to say that our starting point, our platform, if you like, financially is pretty solid. We're on target this year. I'm under some pressure, but I'm confident around the savings targets that are in the budget. And while it's open to you, of course, as is appropriate and your democratic prerogative, to fund more, to increase investment in an area, the good thing, the really good thing is that unlike previous years, we're starting from a position of reasonable stability and confidence around our financial position. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Phil. There are staff coming forward for questions.
Chair, can I?
And I've got you down as the first
Yeah,
question.
it's not a question, it's a statement just after what the CEO has said. And I think it's relevant to before we hear from staff, but I'll leave that up to you if you wish me to make the statement of disappointment. I'll leave that to you because I can say it in summing up later.
I want everyone to have a statement, to talk right around the table, everybody at the end of hearing everything. So raise it then. If you've got a disappointment, I'm quite happy to hear it, but I want everybody to have a shot. So we'll go around the table once we've got 3 questions and you'll all have a chance to make a statement, okay? I think that's probably the fairest way to do it.
Yeah, my statement is based on what I've just heard from the CEO. That's what I'm saying. It's not based because we haven't had anything from staff yet. So, I mean, look, I can say it after this, but I just wanted to make a statement.
I'll just
in
take
regards
advice
to it.
from Sandra, hang on. Okay, I think what I'll do is I'll just go to questions and you can have the first crack at it when we go around the room. Is that all right?
Yeah, no problem, because the statement I'm going to make will not be, and I just wanted to let Sandra know, hopefully that is not my speaking right when we come to the statement I wish to make.
There are probably a few wanting to do that, so what we'll do is we'll go around the room and you can be the first cab off the rank, okay? Thank you, and that will be able to highlight it then. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, so as long as I know, Chair, it is not going to be my speaking right when we get to the item. That's as long as I know that.
You can seek leave to make a personal
I
statement.
can't see that.
You can seek leave to make a personal statement, Councillor Philippinus, understanding orders.
I was going to do that, John, and the reason I've sort of gone down this track is because I wanted to be sure that Sandra knows understanding orders, that yes, I do want to make a personal statement, but I don't want that to be at the beginning of the debate, which means that I won't be able to speak once I make that statement. Thanks, John.
Point of order, Chair, I'm not sure if it's...
I'll exercise my discretion to allow you to make that speaking right at the time and you still have your rights to make a speech.
Is a point of order?
What? So point of order now.
Look, I just wondered, I'm not quite sure how this is going to work, but I don't know if standing orders can be suspended briefly to allow Councillor Philippinus to make his statement without impacting on his ability to contribute to the subsequent debate that will take place.
That's the best thing to do.
No, you can make a personal
Just move to suspend standing orders.
Well, I don't want this to descend into a squabble at the stage. Please make your statement and we'll move to questions and we'll formalise things after that. But
Chair, the reason I'm making the statement now is because normally in regards to any mayoral proposal, there is an ability for us to ask questions. What I've just heard, and out of respect to you, Phil, I did not interrupt you when you were talking. That's because I do have the respect for you, but my disappointment and my issue is the fact that what you've just explained to us, for me, and it's not your intention, I know that, but basically has ended up from my perspective, and it may be others around this table supporting that proposal. You went through everything that was in the agenda around what the staff and you as CEO will do. I would have rather heard from you at the end of the presentation from the staff in regards to what you were going to do, because that's exactly what was in there. And I didn't want to interrupt you, but that is the impression, and that is why I'm so disappointed. I know that wasn't your intention, but from my perspective, it has made your speech supportive with some councillors around. I have no doubt at all. And that is my statement, and I'll just leave it at that. I will talk to the recommendations chair, and I have got questions not only for the staff and your office, your chief of staff, but also for the CEO. Kilda, thank you.
Righto, the people are here not even making a presentation, they're here to answer questions, so your questions first.
Even questions now?
Yeah, you're the first question.
Okay. Firstly, question to the CEO. I am privy to a report that was sent to your office, Phil, and in this letter, there were concerns raised around Māori development, and in regards to that letter that was sent to your office, concerns, I believe, around Māori outcomes. My question to you is how, when I look at the documents I've received, for example, Te Mahere Aronga, which is the Tātaki Auckland Limited Māori Outcomes Plan, and Akina, the annual plan review, how can you assure me that aspects in that letter received, but also in those two reports that I've quoted, how can you assure me that things will be done around Māori outcomes and Māori development that is currently delivered by Tātaki Auckland Limited? That's my first part, and I've got about 4 more.
Thank you, Councillor. And let me preface this by saying I was neither speaking before or against the mayoral proposal. I was simply recognising the fact that there's a substantial staff interest in this, and that was my motivation for talking. But I hear you in terms of your earlier comments. I only recently received the correspondence you've talked to, and we need to formally respond to it, so I also note that point. How can I give that assurance? All I have to stand on is the fact that we've got a substantial commitment to meeting Māori outcomes across the council group, and there are some very good examples of effort success in the Tātaki Auckland Unlimited space. Absolutely, that need to be preserved. The model that we use in simple terms in the council is to, at a group level, have a strategy, kia ora tamaki makaurau, which guides the responsiveness not just of the core council organisation but also of the CCOs. So the commitment that you see represented in that report is aligned to that, and the aspiration is a shared one in terms of how we address Māori outcomes. There is no question of any reduction of resources in the event that it came in, and the model we use in the organisation, and which I'm personally quite committed to, is that we have responsibility and resourcing being taken within every department unit of the organisation, and I don't imagine that changing. We would continue to have a real focus, for example, within the economic development space, since that's what's on the agenda today. there would be an expectation of a plan and the discipline to back it up with the right resources in that area going forward. That is the practice right through the organisation, and it wouldn't be any different through this change process.
Thank you. To Max and Jazz, I know that you both included into that letter. So when we look at Māori outcomes, how would you, and in particular you, Max, through the CEO, how would you ensure that, I'll give you some examples of the Director for Māori Outcomes and the initiatives and partnerships and examples of what's happened. Whaiā Te Ao Māori Research Program, Unitary Plan Change, Te Matatini Festival, Autaia Haka Theatre Program, Capability Building Program, installation. Look, I can go on and on. How do we ensure that if this goes through, that won't be lost if it comes in-house when it is currently being delivered by the Māori Outcomes Directorate and the small team? Can you give me assurances that initiatives and programs such as the ones I've quoted will not get lost if it comes in-house?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I think we can give you that assurance that should the decisions be made today as proposed, the commitments from the Council and the CCOs to Māori outcomes and to our treaty obligations would not be changed. The resources available to those, as the Chief Executive has just addressed, would not be changed. So, and it would be an integral part of the transition process that we would look at how we enhance and protect the Māori outcomes roles and functions throughout the group through any change.
Max, with the examples, how would you assure that we don't lose what is already getting done? That's what I'm saying. I know you're talking Māori outcomes. I've given you examples of what has been achieved. And that is still going to be my issue. I've spoken to the CEO. That's still going to be my issue. How would you ensure that what's being done at the moment continues if it comes in-house? That's really my question. Is there a setup, or is it something that you'll be doing and looking at all? Sorry, Phil.
I think, in simple terms, Councillor, by preserving the resources that are committed to it now, by honouring the commitments and the plans that are in place, and by doing our damnedest to make sure that the people who are doing that work are brought across and make a successful transition into a changed structure, if you agree to the Mayor's proposal.
Thank you. Chair, sorry, I just need to get that because I've spoken to Max, and Max, I just want to acknowledge you and Tamsin around coming over home just to have a cordial about this particular issue. Max, can you tell me then, and whether it may well come from Jazz, but I'm also concerned around the film industry that is currently with Tātaki Auckland Limited. I, along with many others in Otahuhu, got involved with the Wrecking Crew and the filming that happened there. If it wasn't for Tātaki Auckland Limited or the film screening, the organisation, that would not have come through to Otahuhu. And I know the benefits. How do we again, where will the film industry that's currently in Tātaki Auckland, where will that go? Because I'm one of the councillors of many around this table was in-house, especially at West, and I remember one of my first trips was at West Auckland with the film studio. How do we preserve that? And is it one of is the film industry one of those that's coming into in-house as the mayoral proposal? I don't know whether that's with you, Jazz, or with Max.
Thank you, Councillor. I can pick that up from what we understand. So we've had dialogue with Screen Auckland, who represent a number in the film industry, and it's actually in two parts. One is a land and buildings part, so film studios themselves, and the other part is around support for the industry for things like permitting and that sort of thing. And so the short answer is that hasn't been decided. That's an implementation issue. Currently, it does sit within the economic development part of TAU, and that function is proposed to come in-house, but Screen Auckland and that activity is a small part of that. In our communications with the industry, they've said that they've got some concerns about where it sits currently and how it is dealt with, and so they would like to see that elevated, and the Mayor and I have committed to meeting with them in January to talk through that in late January.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'm going to move on over to, and just to my colleagues, look, my apologies about all these partai, but this concerns me. But look, I want to move to Eke Panuku. Phil, you would know in the Manukau Pōpō, tomorrow's Manukau Pōpō, we had a group that ended up, and I think you formed it yourself, around regenerating Manukau City Council. So I know in reading the paper that there is a move to end up getting industry people in regards to and bringing Eke Panuku. Again, how do we not lose, especially in our ward with Councillor Foley and I, without regeneration that's happening, and what Manukau City Council brought in was land that got sold, that money could be used across the region. How do we lose that regeneration? How do we not lose the experience we have in Eke Panuku that we do right now? And I think of Own Your Own Homes in regards to what Eke Panuku are doing now. How do we not lose that if it comes in-house, especially that experience?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. We fully recognise the value of the specialised knowledge, experience and culture that exists within the current urban regeneration teams at Panuku, and those would be at the would be a forefront of our mind in designing a future state should the governing body decide to bring urban regeneration into the council. So we can provide you with an assurance that if you make that decision today, and the purpose of the Chief Executive's memo earlier on this week around the implementation framework was to provide you with assurance that if you made those decisions, we would implement change thoughtfully, we would prioritise realising the objectives of the change and protecting what works with the current model, including retaining specialist expertise and knowledge, and keeping existing projects in flight, keeping those projects. That includes protecting and strengthening team cultures which foster innovation and have those specialist skills. So we can give you assurance that we understand what we understand the challenge, and that would be a focus. There's no doubt that, and when we speak to this in terms of the staff advice on CCO reform, we looked at the advantages and disadvantages of options, that a decision to transfer the function into the council comes with some risk and some downsides. What we are providing you with assurance of is that we understand those challenges and that we would be committed to implementing the change thoughtfully and with a way to addressing that. So I don't perceive a strong risk that what you're talking about there in Manukau, that we would lose what you're talking about there. In fact, we would be committed to retaining it, and in fact, if where possible, strengthening the council's ability to deliver large-scale place-based projects and integrating different functions to do so.
Before I go to Jazz, can I just clarify one thing with you, Max? I'm not worried about Manukau because it's happening in Manukau. I'm worried about what's happening around Tāmaki Makaurau. That's my question around regeneration, not Manukau. Where it's around the Tāmaki Makaurau. So sorry, Jess. Just wanted to clarify that.
Councillor, from a mayoral proposal perspective, let me be very clear. Our expectation is not that the service is diminished or the urban regeneration activity is diminished in any way. Our expectation is that it will be enhanced by bringing it together into some functionality within the Auckland Council that brings together the aspects around Council's planning function, economic development activity, looking overall at the funding envelope, etc. Because urban regeneration activity in Eke Panuku, in our view, currently is constrained by funding and other things, and also about the actual disparate activity that happens across infrastructure planning and delivery between the different arms of council group and the policy area. So in particular, I'm talking about how you look at economic development, transport planning, other infrastructure planning like water, etc., and how do you bring that all together to focus in a place-based way. That is the approach that's outlined in the mayoral proposal. And there's been obviously a lot of speculation about people and urban regeneration not happening if it comes into the Auckland Council. That is not our expectation, and I think in the staff advice around implementation framework, they're outlining ways in which you can actually achieve that and make that better. So that is what we expect to see. And we expect to see that the talent that's currently within those organisations is retained and actually sees a role for themselves in a future council, department, division, whatever the construct will be, that they can actually achieve more than what they can at the moment and the restrictions that they have.
Thank you. Two very quick questions. Statement of intent and letters of expectations there. They are done and negotiated with the CCOs, with the governing body, including the mayor, governing body and the CCOs?
Yes, broadly.
Okay. I'm going to move to Auckland Transport, and this question is to you, Chair. I have in front of me a letter that was sent to Auckland Transport, and I want to ask questions, three very quick questions to you. Did you think that letter that went to Auckland Transport directors should have been at least sent to us as well? And that I'm including where you put in here, hence the question to Max and to Jazz. Let me be very clear, this work will be led by Auckland Council Parent. I expect Auckland Transport to cooperate with and follow the directions given by me, the Minister of Transport and Council Chief Executive. Should that have not at least been brought to our attention, Chair, in regards to those letters that were sent? Or Jazz, I might point that question to you.
It was copied to you, and it's a letter from me to the board of directors.
No, I don't know whether it was, but look, I am privy to that because there are some comments in here that one Auckland Council, Jazz, this is why I asked the question. The governing body wasn't even mentioned in this particular letter, and I don't recall receiving this, but I have been forwarded through to me. And there are some aspects in there that I maybe others may be able to, if we can get that letter sent to us individually, that might be a good idea, because there are some concerns and comments made in there, Jazz. If the chair has said that it has been sent, well then I would like you to send that to us. Kia ora, thank you. And that's it. I've done, and then I'll my speaking right. Thank you.
Your Worship, sorry, just before we get to further questions, I thought I might, and sorry, Councillor, for not doing this earlier, just a little by way of introduction, explain the role, what I'm here for. So I'm here to answer questions about the staff advice. We prepared a significant volume of advice, which is attached to the Budget Committee's agenda from the 4th of December. Which was in response to specific questions that we were asked to advise on and respond, as part of the direction setting document for the annual plan. So there's that body of work, and then we circulated on Monday a memorandum to the governing body, which addressed the potential implementation of changes. So that's no criticism of you, Councillor. I just wanted to be clear about what I'm here for, is answering questions about that advice, and Jazz, as Mayor's Chief of Staff, is here to answer questions which are explicit about about the Mayor's proposal, should you have those. So if councillors can be clear about who they're asking the question of, as Councillor Filipina was, that would be
Max,
great.
that's why I just asked the question of Jazz. So I look forward to that letter that was sent to the directors to be sent to the governing body. Kilda.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of questions. First on Panuku, which I think is probably bothering me the most. On the 10th of December, the Mayor and all councillors got a letter from David Kennedy, the Chair of Eki Panuku. And in that letter, his main point was around international experience for urban generation as a specialist function is best managed by a dedicated team with some independence from election cycles. In other words, he was worried about the continuity and political interference that could happen as opposed to best practice, which he says is by a dedicated team. Now, in the staff advice we got, which is a shame it's actually not on this agenda, it was part of the budget, but anyway, there was a suggestion that you would, that the Mayor, as part of this proposal, would have an independent board, team, committee / people. Is that still your understanding that that would happen? So we could feel confident that the concern that Chair Kennedy was raising would be delivered as far as that independence.
I'll start, and Max can, obviously, as I've said, we will do with the CCOs collaboratively a piece of work over the next 2 months to get the design right in the event that you decide to go down this path. My thinking is that we will have a very clear and dedicated focus on urban regeneration within the structure if you make the decision, and I do believe that some sort of advisory board mechanism where we can harness the expertise of some external people to give it direction is probably a very good idea in terms of dealing with the risk that's reflected in Chair Kennedy's letter.
Yeah, look, I don't have a whole lot to add other than that we did, as part of the advice, look at international experience and models. We didn't find necessarily support for the proposition that Chair Kennedy has put in his letter without any sort of examples he's referring to. So what we found was that around the world there are examples of regeneration entities that are separated from councils, and examples where regeneration is done inside council, and there are successful examples in both instances. And it's hard to make those international comparisons because the context is always different in terms of the level of central government involvement. But we would, should this change happen, we would be looking hard at those international models to understand what is successful and what isn't. But there isn't, there's no clear trend either way based on our research.
Jazz, I'm going to give this one to you because for me, I just want a yes or no answer because I think that level of independence is important. So, and I have talked to you about this. So, do you support some level of independence around this? Independent committee slash?
The answer is yes, Deputy Mayor, and we have seen that successfully implemented in other place-based urban regen for the likes of Britomart, etc.
Great, thank you. My second question is around point 54 in the Mayor's proposal, which is again about Eki Panuku. And it says, whilst the delivery of these services via a CCO enables a focused, more long-term view with commercial negotiations at arm's length, it also lacks the capital and property to undertake large-scale projects. Could you help me understand how the new model would change that? In other words, would provide the capital and property to undertake large-scale projects and not just the smaller-scale projects?
So the intention around that is currently Eki Panuku operates with a line of credit essentially from council and then is looking to divest properties in order to further reinvest. Our belief is that in a place-based approach that you look at all of the other council investment that would be dedicated to that. So you're looking at transport investment, water investment, and any other sort of community facilities-based investment in a more holistic way, rather than just Eki Panuku trying to leverage what they've got left in their budget to achieve placemaking or whatever it is. So we think that it'll be more of an integrated approach to actual regeneration activity.
Thank you. And my third question is just backing up Councillor Filipaina on the Screen Auckland. Did I hear correctly that the answer to Screen Auckland would come in February? You're not opposed to leaving Screen Auckland where it is that correct?
Yes, so the conversation is that we're actually having to talk to Screen Auckland, and even they themselves don't know where they think that would sit best. And so they have a few ideas, but we want to have that conversation with them before we move into implementation planning.
Thank you. And my final question, Chair, is just in general. So far the justification for the CCO reform has largely been based on principles, better democratic accountability, strategic alignment across the council group, and decision-making and efficiency. I'm keen in this public arena to ask what evidence or what work has been undertaken that if we vote for this package of reform, performance and delivery will actually be better across all elements.
Is that a question for me, Deputy Mayor?
Because, that's what this is all about, right? If it's not going to be better, it needs to be better or it shouldn't happen. So how will the delivery of this actually make it better across all those elements?
So, Deputy Mayor, it's a good question, obviously. Now, I'm just trying to be a bit balanced in my answer here because we haven't made specific recommendations about the change and we're not advising either way, but we are giving advice on the pros and cons. What I can say is that the Mayor has articulated in his proposal some objectives that he would seek to, he would be seeking to obtain through integration of urban regeneration functions into the council, including the ones you've referred to and the ones that the Chief of Staff just mentioned around integrating the planning and delivery functions around place-based projects and our ability as a council, strengthening our ability as a council to deliver it at scale and pace for larger scale regeneration projects. From a staff perspective, we believe that those objectives are, good objectives to seek, and we think that we through implementation of these reforms, we would be able to obtain some of those benefits while managing the risks and downsides of the potential downsides, I should say, of the model. So we are confident in our ability to implement that change in a way that will make things better, acknowledging that there are risks in that. So I'm just trying to thread a needle here a little bit, Deputy Mayor, but I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, okay. And finally then, while they know the purpose is not directly to save money, my committee's got to find another 47 million. So what projections have you got that these reforms will represent good value for money and what savings might we get in the long term?
Well, we don't, the purpose of the change, as we understand it, is not to make cost savings. We think that's actually, that's a positive place to be, because it means we can focus on enhancing our capabilities and getting better outcomes fundamentally from what we're putting in. So there are superficially there will be cost savings from integrating a function into council because of overhead costs reduction, and then an ability to potentially reinvest that in the function. But that's not the essential driver of this change. The driver of the change is achieving those objectives we just spoke about.
If I might, there's one aspect referenced in the Mayor's proposal that does relate to the shared services direction across the group, and there is high-level business casing that does indicate a level of savings to be achieved, and that's within our thinking around that savings program, Deputy Mayor.
It's also important to point out that a lot of this will provide savings for some of the people who apply to get our services as well. Currently, there are a lot of complaints, particularly from large Maori developers and others, that we send them through far too many doors. Okay, thank you for those questions. Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you. My questions goes probably towards in that more than transitional plan space, and it's to do with Eki Panuku's, I guess, property management functions more than rejuvenation functions, and our own Auckland Council property management functions. Just for context, my impression as we've gone through workshops is that the Auckland Council property services aren't a division as such. I think, and I may be wrong, but it seems to be dispersed amongst different divisions. So I just really want a reassurance. My question's around a reassurance that through the transition that the property asset management plans, because I think we're quite good at it with new builds, but I'm not so sure, because it's dispersed and we don't have a dedicated property division, that our ongoing asset management plans for existing and old property assets is within an asset management plan. So it's just a reassurance that will be looked at as part of the transitional process, that there's no holes left, if they do exist at the moment or not, but certainly a reassurance that will exist.
Yes, it will, and it would in any event, regardless of the change. We have a focus on improved asset management generally, and a recently created Centre of Excellence in a unit within Council to bring a consistent discipline across asset management portfolios, property included. To the wider point, there are opportunities for some more synergy between the different parts of this. We do have corporate property sitting separately to community property, sitting separately to the Eke Panuku property portfolio, and. So there is an opportunity here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fully, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and many of my questions have been asked by others before me, but I do have some questions, one for you, Phil, and also questions on Tātaki Auckland Unlimited and Eke Panuku. Phil, you said, there will be, we can't avoid some job losses, and you estimated that would be about 3%, I think, in your...
No. Just I'll be really clear on this. I didn't anticipate job losses at all, or at least an absolute desire to minimise them. the 3% number was a reflection of the number, the head count of people directly affected by this change in, as a percentage of the total overall workforce.
Okay.
So we're talking about moving in the region of 3% of total's council workforce here. So I was putting it into that context. That is not a job losses for a figure.
Good, good. But in terms of any job losses you might think may happen out of this, do you have a number in mind? Are you able to give that kind of an estimate, or is it too early in the piece?
It's too early and needs to be. It's a function of the detailed design, what the management structures look like, and in a wider sense in terms of talent retention, who wants to come across and be part of the new arrangement in the event that it's agreed today.
Kia ora. All right, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. A question then about Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, because I've heard a few times now people saying that we're not really sure what Screen Auckland's position is, but I received a letter from the chair and a letter from one of the board members, and it seems pretty clear. And what they've said in that letter, and I think all councillors received that, Screen Auckland was designed to be a partner to the council, not part of it. And they're worried because they need that flexibility and agility in the industry to be able to make decisions quickly, and they don't want to be bogged down as a sub-part of a department within a big organisation like council. So I just want to clarify in terms of the independence that Screen Auckland are wanting to retain, because that seems to be what, there's no fogginess about that. They want some independence. They want to be independent of council. Can you guarantee that they will retain that independence if this fusion happens, if they come in-house?
I can pick that up, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so that's something that we are quite keen to talk to them about. They weren't themselves very sure about where in the council organisation they think they'd fit best. And so for us, it's a conversation with them about what that model looks like and how the requirement for that industry is best met through the council organisation.
Okay, all right. And then just finally, some questions about the Eke Pānuku model, and I tautoko all the questions that were asked by our Deputy Mayor and also by Matua Filipaina. But I want to ask a bit more detail around the local board governance, because that was part of the kōrero during our workshops, is that there will be more governance for local boards. And I know that local boards want that. They want to have more say in terms of the work that's being done in their areas in the regeneration space, you know. So can I ask what that would look like? What decisions would sit with local boards and what decisions would sit with us as a governing body? And in particular, one of the big bugbears around, or one of the few bugbears around Eke Pānuku and CCOs in general, but especially Eke Pānuku, is when there are asset sales in a local board area, for example, Manukau, that money is not ring-fenced to then be used in that local board area. That money goes to the bucket that helps to regenerate spaces right across Tāmaki Makaurau. That's all good, but will this mean that the local boards will have governance over that money? So if a car park that Sir Barry Curtis bought in the 1980s for the future of Manukau is sold in Manukau, and I'm thinking of a specific car park, and that generates millions of dollars, will that come under the governance of the local board, and can the local board be assured they can keep that money, use it for a transform or unlock project within their local board rohe?
Maybe just before Mac's comments, I think we've got to be clear on there are two scenarios here, and they're quite different in terms of where the proceeds of property sales go. You have a Eke Pānuku administering a range of property sales mandated through the long-term plan, and the proceeds of that principally come into the corporate account, not to the local board. There is a discussion, obviously, about whether that is the most effective way of going about that, and whether local boards might be, if you like, incentivised to look at those property sales differently in the event that some or all of the proceeds came their way. There is a different scenario around the urban regeneration component where property sales in the immediately affected area for the transform and unlock projects, you know, they are recycled into the outcomes, urban regeneration outcomes in that area, and therefore the local board has a more direct interest in it. I don't know if Max wants to comment further.
Yeah, look, I think all I'd add is that the issue of the allocation of responsibilities between local boards and the governing body, should you make the decision to bring urban regeneration in-house, will be something that will have to come back to the governing body for a decision prior to the change coming into effect. So it would be something that would be considered carefully through the transition process, and then that would result in explicit recommendations coming to the governing body for decision. Noting that one of the objectives is to enhance the local board decision making, and I think we just need to we'll need to think about how to do that in a way that also preserves, you know, there is a need to maybe make some prioritisation at a regional level about where the regional funds go for larger scale urban regeneration projects. So there'll still, I think, be a regional prioritisation process, but with some enhanced local decision making. And the exact line of that would be something we would come back to the governing body on.
Okay, kia ora. All right, thank you.
Councillor Darby next, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, staff. Hey, just at the outset, so we know that this is on Ekapanuku. We know that Ekapanuku is meeting its KPIs. We know that it's winning multiple awards, architecture awards, landscape architecture awards, professional body awards like Best Marina Operator in 2022 and back in, I think, 2018 as well. We know that it has staff performance feedback that exceeds the core council, and I acknowledge the chief executive saying that, and that our staff performance results have really lifted in the last quarter. But I am very aware that that has been the trend at Ekapanuku for a long time, that it has been extremely high, which indicates a strong culture has always been there. It's not just arriving, it's been there. So given that, what is the fundamental problem? And they are delivering on what we ask them, and that's clear. So just give me the nub of the problem. Give me the nub of the problem if all those things are being satisfied.
So the mayoral proposal and what the mayor has outlined is looking for how do we actually make sure this activity happens in a, how would I describe, in a more supercharged way across Auckland rather than just focused on those limited bits of activity that Ekapanuku are currently focused on. So I take your point. Ekapanuku and the staff there do a good job with the limited bit that they are given. But what the mayor proposal is trying to achieve is look at how do we achieve that in a coordinated way across the Auckland region, which actually delivers more broadly in those areas that already have some funding and can go better, rather than Ekapanuku competing and coming to you with a bunch of ideas about, okay, we've completed this, now we're going to recycle some capital, and, you know, here's 2 or 3 areas that you can choose from because they think they've got some properties that may work in that space.
Okay, so you've got this entity, you've got that problem, you've defined your part of the problem, succeeding in other areas, and it's good to have that acknowledgement, Jazz, good to hear that. So you've defined the problem, and how did you apply the solution to the problem to the current entity? So you've already got an entity. It's dangerous. We all know it's dangerous to just pull the rug on an entity and try and solve it elsewhere. First of all, you look at the entity. So tell me how you looked at the entity to find the solution.
So, Councillor, I think we looked at this from a principles basis and from the model perspective. So this wasn't about the entity, and it was never about the performance of the entity. The idea was to look at the functions performed by each organisation, and from a functional perspective, looking across then about the LTP and how do you deliver those services that you've promised to deliver to Aucklanders, is where best we think those functions could sit in the council organisation in order to deliver against the promises in the LTP. So that was the original thinking that went behind the mayoral proposal. That's what the advice was asked for. And so then looking at the functionality as outlined in the proposal, it's some of the issues come from the fact that there is less coordination and integration between the different areas and functionality in council's activities. So that includes transport planning, infrastructure planning generally, the activity that Eke Panuku does in urban regeneration, funding overall, and then also looking at council's own planning and land use functionality. So what the Mayor has proposed is to bring that functionality in-house in order to make sure that it is integrated and coordinated across all of council's other activity in order to achieve better outcomes in that space. And really to the Deputy Mayor's question now as well, is what we expect those services and that activity to be performed better, because the non-structural part of the mayoral proposal around CCO reform is how do we then look at what the performance objectives are and how do we make sure that those are appropriate and deliver against the democratically set objectives, which will happen once all of those things are in-house.
Can I add just to that from staff perspective? So we didn't, just in terms of our approach, we didn't tackle the problem as a review of the entities themselves. How well have they performed? What's, explicitly around the CCO. Actually, we looked at it from a kind of system perspective. How is the model performing for the council group? And so we looked at urban regeneration or large-scale place-based projects that the council's involved in as the broader scope of functions that are relevant to what Eke Panuku does. So the council is involved in a number of large-scale place-based projects which Eke Panuku is not involved in. Actually the large-scale projects are much larger than Eke Panuku's projects. And so we looked at, well, if in terms of the problem definition that you're talking about, what some of the problem is a lack of integration between what the council is doing and what the CCOs are doing sometimes in those larger scale projects. So there is, whether this is whichever step you take, there is a problem here, which is that we need to strengthen the council's ability, council group's ability to respond to those large scale challenges that we have around how we grow and how we grow in a way that lifts living standards and creates good places for people to live and work.
Thanks. You talk about we looked. Who is the we, and what is the respective experience of the we in understanding the place of a regeneration agency for Auckland? I mean, I'm just a bit concerned that there seems to be, you've looked around the world, you said. Is that a desktop look around the world, or did you go to academics and experts in this field? I'd really like to understand the expertise, because look, Max, I know you're an experienced lawyer, but you're not a regeneration expert. Jazz, you've got massive experience in the financial area, but neither of you are regeneration experts. We have a focused entity on regeneration right now that is meeting all its targets that this governing body asks of it. So and there are experts there. There are experts at universities. There are experts in the private sector. There are experts internationally. I'd like some assurance that that has been tapped into and it is not just a desktop by the executive management at Auckland Council, because it appears to be that for me at the moment.
Well, it's not just, it certainly wasn't undertaken by the executive management of Auckland Council, separate, by ourselves. There was, we had a task given to us with, 8 weeks perhaps to resolve it. We tapped into the very significant experience the council has in overseeing the work of Eke Panuku, and in reviewing and establishing Eke Panuku, and in developing and delivering on place-based work in urban regeneration projects, which the council has significant experience and knowledge about. So we looked at that. We engaged very actively and collaboratively with Eke Panuku in terms of their expertise, and received feedback from them several times through this process. And we did speak with a number of outside players and experts, but we would, just in terms of the time frames we were given, this wasn't a process which enabled us to make it too expansive in terms of where we went with that. But we had a number of conversations with experts in the field, and we did research, research on urban regeneration models, and that was desktop. Now that wasn't completed by me; it was completed by staff who have experience in urban regeneration.
You stress that it has been time constrained. If you had more time, could you have gone to some of the places that I've just mentioned to garner more information, like find out what the best model might be? You've emphasised the time constraint on at least 2 or 3 occasions there, Max.
Yeah, look, there are benefits to the limited amount of time, though. So what I would really stress is that there is a premium on getting to certainty through this process. With more time, we could have done more work. There's no question, but that would have prolonged the period of uncertainty, and the longer that goes on, the greater the risk is to disruption and to retention of staff and to retention of progress. So, if you made this decision to go, well, either way, frankly. But certainly if you made a decision to bring urban regeneration into council, the next phase of the project, and we refer to it an implementation project, implementation framework, would involve what you describe, which is looking internationally further, looking at some of the models, particularly the ones which are in-house, which have been successful. An example would be in Brisbane. Brisbane has a highly successful urban regeneration program that's been delivered by the Brisbane City Council, by a specialist unit within the council. So that would be, we would look for those international examples and look to build on them. And the next phase, had we had more time, we could have done that earlier. But I just caution you on the risks actually that would be entailed in delaying a decision.
Isn't that about face though? The doing that after you make the primary decision, you're boxing yourself in. You've already taken the new direction, and I'm surprised to hear that, Max. I mean, I appreciate your honesty there, that it has been time constrained, and to take that. There is no implementation plan at the moment, right? But there's an implementation framework. I am very surprised to hear you say that you would undertake that second step as a second step, not as the first step.
I think
what I'm saying, Councillor,
not to be argumentative here, but I'm surprised you're surprised, because the direction was that which was given by the governing body to take the initial direction and provide staff advice about it to the extent we could in the time frame.
Yeah, I disagree. I absolutely disagree. Just in terms of the, there's been some assurance given that everything will work out in terms of staff, etc. What is the cost of losing talent. So we're dealing with quite an entity which has quite specific expertise. I'd like to understand what is the cost of redundancy, loss of talent, and the impact that that would have going forward, e.g. loss of momentum. So that's one question in terms of lost talent. I'd also like to understand the other risk that I identify, and I'm sure you do, Max, in terms of the loss of commercial relationships. I won't name the commercial partners that Eke Panuku has, but they've been nurtured over a long time. What is your understanding of the risk in that area as well? So there's just two strands there, please.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So you're right that those are risks. We are confident in our ability to manage those risks through thoughtful implementation of any transition, and that which would prioritise retaining the specialist expertise and unique culture which enables Eke Panuku to succeed where it has done. So this council is experienced at managing change successfully, and we are confident in our ability to do that. We've acknowledged those risks in the paper that you've got, and we've set out the key mitigations that we would take to address them. I'm not sure I can take it much further.
One of those, and this is my final question, I'll allow others. One of those parts of the Eke Panuku organisation is the independent governance, and they have some highly skilled individuals there, and then there's the suggestion that there be an advisory panel, almost sort of doing that job. Directors are accountable by law, company law. They're liable. They're not just advisors. They sit there in a totally different role. Can you just tell me, on the advisory panel that you're recommending, what is the responsibility of a panel member and what is the accountability of a panel member compared with a professional director?
Well, thank you for the question, Councillor. It's an element of detail which we would work through in the implementation. So advisory or expert advisory panel is something which I think the Chief Executive has pointed out. He does see as part of a future state should this decision be made. You're right. There's a difference between that and having it in a separate company, which has pros and cons. So one of the downsides of having it in a separate company with directors which have specific duties is that it reinforces silos, but which we need to work every day to try and manage. For example, just in terms of a day-to-day challenge that we face is that if as a member of the council staff you're talking to a staff member from a CCO, often unable to talk before having gone to their board because their board has those explicit duties, and that is one of the challenges that we have in implementing the CCO model successfully. We have ways of addressing it and mitigating it, but that's not a challenge you have with an advisory board because the advisory board doesn't have those explicit director duties. The duties of the advisory board would be around oversight and advice to the governing body and to the executive of the council. There are legacy councils that had that model in place, which Auckland City Council is an example of that had an enterprise property board managing the regeneration projects or advising on the regeneration projects and property from the former Auckland City Council.
But just finally, advisory board, there's no there's no specifics around that. That's just a concept at the moment. It's like the implementation plan. It doesn't exist. There's an implementation framework, which is just a box chart.
To be fair, councillor, we've explained, and the Chief Executive explains in the memo, the limitations to what we can provide in terms of detail. We have obligations to staff and a commitment from a Chief Executive to engage collaboratively with the CCOs to design any future state, should you make the decision. And we take that commitment very seriously, and so we are avoiding giving you very specific undertakings about what the future state would look like, because that would be fundamentally at odds with that commitment to and our obligations. So we, this is a balancing act where we're trying to provide you with an idea of and examples and the process, what the future state could look like without being too specific. But there are examples where those advisory boards have been used both in New Zealand with the legacy councils and in international models successfully.
I'll leave it there, and thank you, Max, Jazz, and back to you, Matt.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and just want to acknowledge, first of all, the movement of destination and major events, which was a big push by many of us not to stay with Tātaki. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you. On the screen, and I don't want to keep going around in circles, I guess I've heard there is some difference of opinion of that, but I believe it should be independent. But what you're saying is that Screen Auckland decision through implementation, it'll be decided with the sector? Like, will you try and build majority support for keeping it with Tātaki or moving it? Is that how that's going to roll out? Because it's not specific in our decisions.
Yes is the answer to that question.
Can I just come up a couple of times? Screen Auckland is not independent. It's a part of the council group in a CCO. So yes, as part of a CCO, it may enjoy a sort of a greater degree of operational flexibility, but it's certainly not independent of the council. It's part of and funded by the council.
So would you? I mean, that comment means that everything.
Well, it's just the word independent. So I wanted to just clarify that. So I'm not contradicting what Jazz said, which is that there would be a process of working with the screen industry and with Tātaki around where that should fit within the council group. But it isn't an independent organisation at the moment.
I guess I was just echoing
and that
this.
I don't mean to be pedantic, but
I guess I was just echoing the submissions we've had. So
yes, I know they do use that word.
On Auckland Transport, and look, I was very supportive of the general thrust of the original approach, which is around policies, planning, strategy into council. I think for too long we've hid behind it's everyone else's fault. But I do want to understand, and maybe it's from Jazz, because I think we've had a few different updates of what exactly the RTC and the Road Controlling Authority is meant to look like. I know that will come later, but for peace of mind, what is our understanding? Because in my opinion, it does feel like suddenly a lot of government control potentially over what they don't currently have. But if you want to explain what your understanding of the legislation is on this is for Jazz, on both the RTC and also our regional controlling side of things.
So there's a couple of differences in that. So in terms of the Road Controlling Authority, so that's the status that Auckland Transport currently has. We will need to see what the drafting around the legislation looks like, but the intention through the announcement was that Auckland Council would become the Road Controlling Authority, and then the view around the allocation and delegation of the different aspects of decision making around that particular point will need to be worked out. So that's not clear at the moment, but the intention is that Auckland Council would become the road controlling authority. In relation to the Regional Transport Committee, or the Auckland Regional Transport Committee, TC, the announcement is that that would be jointly appointed, so Auckland Council would have elected member appointments on the RTC, the Minister would have appointments on the RTC, but being very clear that the role of that would be to promulgate the integrated Auckland Integrated Transport Plan, which is a 30-year plan, but also the Regional Land Transport Plan. The activity would be supported by Auckland Council and obviously the transport organisation as well, and then the decision around the RLTP will be made by Auckland Council. So that's what has been announced so far, and that is what we expect to happen.
But your understanding of implementation and over time, that will be largely this group, like us, governance, not necessarily this Crown Council. It does seem like something that other councils aren't made to do, is a significant amount of government kind of oversight throughout a term, as opposed to on the long-term planning. That's what I can't understand.
I wonder if there are aspects of this that we might return to and discuss in more depth in a different forum, but there is a difference between the Regional Transport Committee notion that's been envisaged as part of this change that the Mayor and Minister announced and what exists elsewhere in local government. Principally, the idea that there's a 10-year view of the infrastructure investment, an alignment between government and ourselves across a longer term time frame. So they're actually governing an entirely different thing, and it's making real the notion of the integrated transport plan that we've been pursuing for some time. It's probably the key point here, I think, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. On the extra governance, and I know I've spoken about this before, how do we ensure that the assumption of democratic governance doesn't just become staff delegations? Not saying there's anything wrong with staff delegations, but through this process, what's the expectation? And second of all, and I will speak about this later, the capacity for this group of, and maybe it's a question for Jazz or the Mayor, because it's slightly more political. We have an issue with councillors turning up currently. We also have issues with workshops being declined because of time. What do we do to ensure that if far more decisions are coming to council, we have a structure that either enables the time or is more responsibility for councillors to be, how do we make it more transparent around reporting on workshop attendance or meetings? I don't know what that looks like, but I want to know what the structure looks like if we're suddenly making far more decisions, because that's the expectation, and I imagine some people wonder how we will do that when there's 6 or 7 people in a room at other meetings.
Well, I'm not sure how you get more people along, because yesterday, of course, there was a very poor attendance at the workshop you held. That's not associated with this. In terms of where this is going, I'm hoping that by integrating things, we'll get better results within the council, so there'll be less need for us to squabble over bits and pieces. It should be a better production of what comes out. I'm aiming this at a better result for the ratepayers, not necessarily an easier or harder result for us. There will be more responsibility in us this time. We do accept responsibility from other people's decisions quite a lot. Somebody came up with the idea, some group of experts came up with the idea that there would be $180 million worth of land sales resulting from the Mount Eden railway station, and that's proved to be very expensive error in judgment for us. So, which we will have to sort out. So I think that difficulties concentrate the mind. Everyone's here today.
And maybe from Jazz or Phil, will we expect some sort of reset either next year or on a new council term of expectations or higher expectations, because there's going to be a lot more work? Yeah, I'm just wondering how we transfer that governance.
So, Mr. Chair, if I can just pick up the point, I think there's two different things here. One is about attendance, which is not something I'm going to comment on, but the other is about the workload, and I've heard this comment a number of times. My observation is that you already have that workload because there is a lot of duplication, as the Mayor was saying, in terms of decision making. A lot of that comes to you from the CCOs several times, and you are going backwards and forwards in a ping pong in terms of giving advice or giving direction and receiving stuff and going backwards and forwards. Our expectation is that you'll cut a number of those steps out, so you'll have a clearer view of the decisions that you want to make as elected members, and those decisions that can be made at a organisational or functional level. So that's what I would expect to see, and we would think that direction of travel from today in terms of decision you make and the organisation structure that then exists will drive a little bit of the decision-making structure in the future.
Thank you. And down to some of the implementation, I do understand that you need consultation with staff, so you can't just lay everything out on the table, because that's the improper way to do things. But is it my understanding, Phil, that you will be taking whatever happens today? So, my opinion, if Eke Panuku move forward, the expectation it stays together, not just split across. Are those the kinds of ways you'll be consulting with staff about how they see their current work, and not necessarily personalities, because personalities change, but the function and roles? You're going to be trying to keep them as homogenous teams or delivery arms or whatever that looks like, so it doesn't dilute what they do?
As a sort of principle, yes, I think that we want to have the expertise sort of concentrated in an area so that we maintain a focus, e.g. on urban regeneration. The process will be that if you endorse the Mayor's proposal, we will work on the design through to the end of February. At that point, it goes to staff as a starting suggestion for consultation purposes, and it gets refined with that input. So that's kind of the sequence of things.
Thank you. And maybe this one is to Jazz or Max, just on Eke Panuku and their delivery. It's not a secret that I've had really good experiences with Eke Panuku, and it has been conflicting and ever-changing political decisions that have delayed or changed things. How can I be confident I can tell community, say in Northcote and Takapuna, when we're halfway through processes, how can I give confidence that the expectations people have had are going to continue, as opposed to just all the pebbles up in the air all over again?
Through the chair, look, I think we've been very, very clear through this whole process is that we are not expecting anything to change in the work program. Nothing in the LTP that's been promised will be cut. That's not part of any of the Mayor's proposals. And look, I've heard a number of things about the Eke Panuku staff. I do expect that the vast bulk of them, if not all of them, will transition into whatever the organisation is that is delivering this activity. So I still believe that we will deliver that in an enhanced way, and I think that you should have confidence in that, and we certainly have confidence in Phil and his executive to be able to drive a good outcome in that space.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. My first question is a process one to you, Chair. I'm keen that we look at using Standing Order 1.5.4 to take this in parts. I know you have talked about this being a whole proposal, but I think there are some differences of opinions on particular parts. And I would hate to see the whole thing fail because we can only vote the whole thing up or down. I think there's some real merit, so I'd like that to be considered. That's Standing Order 1.5.4. And then my questions for staff. One of the things that, and a lot of the questions I had have already been asked and answered, which is really good. One of the things I want to understand a little bit better is that interface, and Councillor Foley started to ask these questions, but I want to take a little bit further in terms of that interface with local board decision making. And I guess I'm particularly thinking about where there is actually a regional or sub-regional role to the project or the area that's being covered, in particular the city centre. So how we might see that working with Eki Panuku. As much as I agree with empowering local boards, it might not be appropriate to expect the Waitemata local board to pick up responsibility for decision making around all of the complex projects and parts of the city centre, whereas say, and I'm not picking on you in particular, Andy, but you know the Franklin local board, it may well be within their remit and their workloads and stuff to pick up Pukekohe. So the city centre has a very different scale. It has the city centre advisory panel, it has the city centre master plan. How will that be recognised as being a different sort of development scale and in a new structure? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's an excellent point. I think any new structure would need to acknowledge that the city centre is different, and we don't anticipate, at the moment, a number of the city centre projects are dealt with regionally. There's some of those projects are delivered by council, some are delivered by Eki Panuku, some are delivered by Auckland Transport, City Rail Link Limited, and some are delivered by Watercare. There is potentially a benefit in bringing at least the Eki Panuku and the council part of that into one organisation. We've already moved towards an approach where Eki Panuku is the lead agency and we're co-locating those staff together, and I think that's been positive. But this would take that. This would take that a step further. So that doesn't answer your question. To answer your question, I think we're aware of that issue. I think we referred to it in the staff advice that if you brought this in house, you'd probably make a different allocation of responsibilities with respect to the city centre and whatever is the new urban regeneration unit or place-based unit within the council would have a specific set of responsibilities relating to the city centre.
And so, thanks for that. Sort of follow on from that, I guess we would need to think about what the political oversight of that is, because it isn't setting up an advisory panel like we might for some of the other ones that includes representation from the local board as being the primary political oversight. There's going to have to be more to it than that.
That's right. We have a city centre advisory panel already, and I think we'd probably look to utilise that. Look at strengthening it potentially if required. And I think the feedback that the advisory panel is given on the reform, I think quite carefully, not trying to advocate one way or another for which option, but very clear that they would like the council to get itself sorted so it has a kind of and more coordinated, so there's a sort of single point of contact for the city centre, that lead agency approach. And so I think there's benefits if we can get there.
Sorry.
Yeah, so no, look, I think there are different options. I think there are, I think I know where you're going here, but I'm trying to be a bit careful. There are, and there'll be a number of options we'll need to work through. We're acknowledging that the city centre will require a special approach. Yeah.
Cool, that's helpful, thank you. My other questions have already been asked, so I'll leave it there, thank you.
Okay, the next question is Councillor Henderson. I've got 4 more, and there'll probably be more arriving. It's 1 o'clock and there is a lunch prepared. Do you want to risk hanging on until we get through all the questions?
Oh, I've got about 7 or 8, Mayor, so if we go for lunch, that'd be fine with me. Yeah.
Are you happy to?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that, that's fine. Yeah.
Well, in this case, it's right on 1. We're going to reconvene at 1:30, and Shane Henderson will start off with a question.
Then we can break for dinner again.
Thank you. Beg your pardon?
Yeah, we can break for dinner again. I'll wait here.
We're going to start up again in a minute. And Shane Henderson, it's your opportunity to quiz the quiz masters.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, my first question's for Phil when he sits down. Sorry, Phil. There we go. Phil, could I ask about how this proposal affects our commitments under the living wage?
So the living wage accreditation applies at a Auckland Council organisation level, not at a group level, so it doesn't automatically follow that CCOs are living wage employers. That, don't take that the wrong way, it may well be that some or all of the CCOs that we're discussing today don't have a living wage issue in the sense that their whole workforce is already qualifying. Were they to come into the council organisation, then to uphold our commitments, we need to deal with that and would need to bring people through onto a living wage, if anyone wasn't already there.
Very good, thank you.
I don't think anyone at Ike Panuku wants to drop to the living wage.
Now I got my answer there, Phil. Thank you. I'm not sure where some of these need to go. I'm wondering if the meeting can help me a bit. But can someone please describe to me the process of local board feedback for this proposal?
We had a long, dreadful day the other day. There was 20 of them. I lost the will to live.
Look, I'll start, and maybe Max, you can just help me where I missed some gaps. So the draft mayoral proposal was released in late November, and we have had feedback from the local boards through their business meetings, and I acknowledge that there was a very short turnaround in time frame for them to respond to the draft mayoral proposal. And then we did have that a workshop where they were able to present their views, and some of the local boards have separately been in touch with the mayor to talk about certain things. But yeah, those views were taken into account in terms of the final mayoral proposal.
Thank you. Just in terms of local boards, I'm relying on the really excellent submission from the PSA. They gave a really measured and really great response to this. In that, they do suggest the principle of subsidiarity, that services should be locally responsive as much as possible. Does this proposal work with the principle of subsidiarity in that we should have things locally responsive?
That's a great question, and we believe it does. And there are a certain number of functions that at the moment obviously sit outside in the CCOs, which when into council, as Max mentioned earlier, we'd look at the allocation delegation approach to how those decisions are made.
Thank you. The other thing that jumped out at me from the PSA submission is that any move should enhance and strengthen current capabilities and build skills in the local government workforce. Does this proposal do that?
We certainly would hope so and expect that to be the case.
Moving on to specific issues regarding specific CCOs. It's been kind of talked around a little bit, but I wanted to just really nail it down. Is there a risk that if Panuku's urban generation were to come back in-house, that we'd be focusing more on the city centre at the detriment of suburban town centres?
I don't believe so, Councillor.
Thank you. This might be an implementation question, but I'll just ask it anyway. Some areas have given up a lot in terms of property sales and funding and haven't seen that money back. We haven't yet got details on how the unlock category is going to work financially. Can we assure those places in suburban Auckland they will be considered for proper investment levels around the new model?
I think in the new model, what we would expect to see is, to your earlier question around local decision-making, etc., is we would finally see some clear advice about all of the areas of investment that are planned in those suburban local areas, as you've identified, and good, clear advice given to the local boards about how they would then leverage all of that investment to be able to deliver good outcomes really quickly, rather than waiting for drips and drabs of property transactions.
Cool. And just last one on Panuku, do we foresee that local boards will be really key to the progress of driving their own town centre urban regeneration, as opposed to governing body and as opposed to unelected boards?
Look, that certainly would be our expectation, that they would be front and centre in terms of setting expectations about what they want to achieve. There will be obviously some decision-making required around funding, allocation of funding and prioritisation, which will happen at both a regional and a local level, but we expect to see local boards have quite a strong input into that.
Thank you so much. Moving on to Tātaki, and it's no secret around here that film industry is incredibly important to me personally as a councillor, and my ward brings in hundreds of millions of dollars to my ward. So I just wanted to put a bow on that discussion. Can I confirm that you'll be guided by consultation with the film industry with a view to the best possible outcome to operate this important industry?
Yes, that certainly is our expectation, yeah.
Thank you. Last two on Auckland Transport. Do we have a timetable for legislation for this proposal to progress at the moment?
The announcement did say that legislation would be introduced early in 2025 with a view to it being passed by the end of 2025. We have no more specific timeframe than that.
Thank you. And just last one, in terms of the detail around this proposal, I understand it's not completely thrashed out. When are we going to know more about things like local boards and what delegations they're expected to receive, those kinds of things? When are we going to go into the detail of that?
In February.
February, cool. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Leone, please.
Kia ora, thank you. I know these are some of the concerns that I've brought up before. So the first question that I have, I know that we have been clear that this is not a slash and burn exercise. We're not here to cut staff and so on. So why is it that we can't look at moving Eki Panuku if they are to come in-house, to have their own business unit and maintain that within Auckland Council?
No, there's no reason.
There's no reason why we can't operate it effectively as a going concern, as a business unit. That's exactly the type of detail I'd expect us to address with them in the period through to the end of February, so that it's clear in the proposal what it looks like.
And can we get some assurance too with economic development and Māori outcomes within the economic development team that that is also the option for them to maintain as a team and have the same budgets that they currently have?
Yes.
Final question is around mana whenua, and I know that there have been some concerns raised in relation to Eki Panuku particularly. So what would your suggestions be? I know that you're saying you have to do consultation with staff and so on, but what is the envisaged plan regarding mana whenua?
With respect to urban regeneration?
With respect to all of them, Eki Panuku, Tātaki.
What is the plan to engage with mana whenua? Is that the question? Sorry, I just want to clarify.
Yes, to engage and to see how they'd be part of that plan.
So the implementation framework points out that Māori outcomes would be a specific focus of the reform program, and that would involve looking to see how we can enhance our engagement with Māori and mana whenua organisations and build on and retain the good processes that exist now and the skills and experience that exist now. So we've got, you'll be aware that Eke Panuku and Tātaki have their own processes for engaging with mana whenua, and we would approach this task not by assuming that those get absorbed into the council's processes, but by looking at what is the best way to engage with mana whenua, where are those structures working well, which ones could we improve, and which ones should we keep intact. But there would be a process with engaging through that with mana whenua explicitly on the best approach, Councillor, so that you have the assurance that we would be engaging with mana whenua partners on how we implement those Māori outcome changes.
Thank you for that. I just wanted that clarification because I know it's been raised.
I've had a meeting with iwi to go through this and had some positive feedback from them, particularly the ones who are quite big developers. They're looking forward to the change. Okay. The next question is from Councillor Lee, who's currently still coming. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, a couple of questions going to the general process here. I'm not quite sure who's best placed to answer them. Just the first point, in respect of the letter that Councillor Filipino referred to, that hasn't come through, that's not getting sent through to us then?
So I believe it was sent actually in private and confidential to each individual one.
And so I probably can answer that question. The letter I think you're referring to from the Tātaki board, we clarified with them that was not intended as...
No, it's not to do with Tātaki.
Oh, the one to do with Auckland Transport?
Yeah. And the reason I bring that up is, and I was just scribbling down here, and it goes to the process that's begun, is the notion that, and I think I got the words right, I expect AT to cooperate with and follow the direction given by me, and then the Minister and the Council's CEO. There's no mention of the governing body there, so I'm assuming the Mayor or anyone else is not running around giving directions to people in terms of the reform, especially as far as Auckland Transport goes, when there's no legislation that has been passed. That would be quite improper, wouldn't it?
I think Jazz is going to address this. It's not really one for me.
Yeah.
It was in response to the fact it was myself and the Minister that announced it. That's the way said, it wasn't suggesting that I was setting the policy.
It was a letter that the Mayor has sent individually to AT board members, and the expectation was it was an individual conversation with each of the AT board members, and it is private and confidential, so we'll have to talk to the board members in terms of any kind of discussion.
Well, can I just say something? I'm a recipient of that letter, and I responded accordingly with private and confidential. I would not be at all prepared to accept that correspondence was now made public, because we were under private and confidential too, and private and confidential in return.
I guess the point is that we've already had it signalled there, understanding there's a great deal of sensitivity involved in all of this, whether it's to do with management or staff or directors. So it would be a real shame if there are communications going out to people that, as far as both this process goes and in forthcoming legislation, is quite inappropriate, especially in light of what's been alluded to by Councillor Filipaina, and I'm sure was more to come than just the brief bit that he referred to. I'll move on then to that wider concern, and the CEO might be the best person placed to answer that, I don't know, and it goes to the general situation with the workforce as a whole, across the CCO and even the Auckland Council group. And I know there's a reference in the agenda to the role of the PSA and how they're an integral part of looking after the people and following through this implementation phase. And I know from that last December meeting there was a reference to some quite reasonably thorough and well-attended engagement they had done, and what had come back through that engagement was this kind of very, and I'm quoting verbatim here, strong apprehension about large layoffs, deteriorating work conditions, staff across the CCOs needing to apply for new roles, etc., etc. And I certainly know for some of the anecdotal stories I've heard that is very much real. I've been labouring under the view throughout this entire process that it's a kind of lift and shift process that is being undertaken here, where largely the people as a whole, the groups as a whole, whether they're one CCO or another, that are coming into the council, that there'll be that kind of transfer across in whole. And I know that's certainly the expectation of the PSA from their submission. Is that a correct assumption? Because there does seem to be a little bit of doubt there.
Yeah, look, I think it's entirely understandable that there's some apprehension here about what the change process might look like and what the effect on people might be. And we've still got work to do to design it, even consult over the exact change process. What I can say is that the intention would be to manage this in a way that absolutely minimised disruption and the possibility of displaced people. It is, in my view, largely a lift and shift thing, but of course people want to understand exactly how they're going to plug into a new structure, what the reporting arrangements and operating approach will be. So that's the bit to refine, but all done with a view to minimising the loss of people and avoiding unnecessary apprehension.
Yeah, okay, thanks. That helps. And obviously, just from a job security point of view, and certainly from a union point of view, there would be the expectation in terms of pay and conditions and whatnot would be part of that consideration. Obviously that people, they're in overall the restructure. The view is that their job and their pay and conditions that go along with it would be in keeping with what their current position would be.
Yeah, the general rule is that things need to be substantially similar in that regard in order to avoid a redundancy situation being triggered.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lee, please.
I don't want to ask a question, Mr. Mayor. I'll leave it to the comment stage if that's okay.
Any more questions? Councillor Philippine.
Thank you, Chair. These questions, first, there's two to you, Phil, and there's one to staff. Based on what I've heard, firstly, Phil, you said minimising the loss of people is the quote you made. Are we, and especially for our staff, expecting to lose? I mean, I don't want to put it out there, but using that terminology concerned me, hence the question. Is there a way of guaranteeing that if this goes through, that there is no loss and it's be transferred to any staff over a period of time? I mean, I just caught that when you said it, minimising the loss of people, Phil, and then there was also aligned with that particular question, substantially at the same level, and so staff who are currently on performance incentives, currently in the CCO, will that be on the same conditions if the reforms go through? Please.
Yeah, look, there really is detail to sort out here. You know, that those performance incentive arrangements, you know, need to be worked through. We don't have that type of arrangement in council. We do not have bonuses and that type of approach. It may well be relevant to some units going forward, and so there's work to do, and it's wrong to kind of presume that exactly the way this will be. That's what we've got to work through over the next 2 months. My comment about minimising job losses is very deliberate. The absolute intent here is to avoid disruption and maximise people coming across if you go with this proposal from the Mayor. But people are not chattels. You know, I cannot presume that everyone wants to, and some people might take the opportunity to go and look elsewhere if they do not want to work in the council environment. That is the reality. What I can do is ensure that the transition is a very positive one, that the opportunity here is a very positive one, and that we avoid any unnecessary loss of people.
Will that include, sorry, Chair, will that include having a finite time, whether it be a year or whatever, that if it does happen, that their wage and their conditions will be, I mean, it gives them certainty. That's what I'm really after.
That is typically the type of arrangement that applies in a change process, whether in the context of what we're talking about today, or even if I was seeking to make changes within the council organisation, that people's interests are preserved for at least a period of time.
Thank you. Good question, good answer. Councillor Hills.
Thanks, Mayor. I guess I just want to make it clear, and again, sorry, Phil, it's for you. The savings that could come from this will be accidental. This is not like last year's budget, which required, unfortunately, job losses, etc., because there was a specific LTP saving target for that. This, you're saying that people could choose to leave, but the understanding is because there's no official quantum, you might get back office savings because people are not using 3 different things. I don't know. But I just want to get across, or make sure that I know what you're saying, is that there is no target for savings. There may be some that happen because of efficiencies or something.
There is no savings target associated with this. There's no allowance for that in the current savings target that I have, and if anything happens in that regard, it'll be peripheral to the main objective here, which is, you know, other benefits of change as expressed in the Mayor's proposal.
I've got no other questions up here at the moment, so, but I believe there's an amendment proposed by one person, but I haven't seen it. Is it, you got one, is it seconded?
Are you inviting me to put up the amendment?
Finished questions, you guys can retire, thanks. Okay, seconder first, have we got one of those?
I'll move it first. And what I'm moving is support for transferring the strategy function into Auckland Council to remove the duplication and strengthens things there, as we well know, in the planning and strategy area on urban regeneration. And then the second part is agree that further structural change to Eke Panuku is paused until comprehensive information is provided by Eke Panuku and Auckland Council staff to the governing body on a viable structure for the enhanced delivery of urban regeneration and marina management, and then stressing two areas, but not exclusive, not just these, there will be others. Improve funding structures, we've heard that, and certainly to enable more locations to be candidates for urban regeneration. That might include also rapid transit stations, for example, and improving the mandate to council's integrated approach, etc. So I am moving acceptance of the strategy function going across, and then pausing for further work on the more substantial changes. If that's clear to members.
You got a seconder?
I'll second it. Yeah.
I think Councillor Bartley, thank you.
Is that a seconder? Is that you, Alf? Fully? No, Bartley. Okay. There's no movement. All right. We'll just have an adjournment while we are able to consider what the implications of that might well be. So, any other ones? We don't know what the I just want staff to let me know if there's any implications which I haven't thought.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I need to read this properly. Can we get this circulated or printed or something?
Pardon?
I need to read it properly. Can we get it circulated or printed or emailed or something?
That's why we need an adjournment, please.
That's why we're having an adjournment.
Your Worship, were you suggesting that we get all of the possible amendments now so that with this adjournment we've got time to consider them?
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Because I want people to have their debate about what we're debating about. There's no sense going around the table and then finding it's something else that we're talking about. So at this stage here, I'm just stopping it while the staff consider what the implications of this are, and then we'll decide whether we have. I've also got to decide whether we have an open discussion before or after we vote on the amendment yet as well.
So have all colleagues circulated their amendments to you?
Pardon?
Have all of my colleagues circulated these amendments to you already? Do you have a copy of them?
This is the only one we have.
This is the only amendment we've got so far.
So this is the only amendment for this afternoon?
Yes.
Thank you.
At this stage.
Yeah.
I'll call you back in 5. Hang on. Okay, we've had a quick kōrero on this. I think the Chief Executive's got some information he would like to share with us on this. Then we'll have a quick debate and see whether we're going to
Chief
do it or not.
Executive has some very talented staff who are going to comment to it.
All right. No, thanks, Your Worship. So just propose a comment from staff about the amendment. The sort of change to I reflects an option that we looked at through the staff advice process, which was referred to as resetting Eke Panuku as a urban regeneration delivery agency. So it was that option that we looked at. Would involve the planning and strategy function coming into council for urban regeneration projects, as well as the property management function, but retaining Eke Panuku as a CCO that can deliver on regeneration projects. It has advantages and disadvantages, which we looked at in the advice. Yeah, I won't go through that in detail. I'll just mention at a very high level, one of the advantages was retaining a sort of arm's length organisation to oversee the delivery of urban regeneration projects, which do, are generally longer term. A disadvantage is not sort of realising the benefits of integrating and those functions. There's a degree of duplication that results in having an organisation delivering urban regeneration and then the council having the planning and policy functions, which are just sort of inherent in the model. So we wouldn't fully realise the benefits of integration and perhaps the benefits of the additional delivery expertise, but it has that benefit of arm's length governance over the projects. So that's kind of reflects that option that we looked at in the advice. With respect to F, I think just reflecting on the point that the Chief Executive made earlier, from our point of view, there is we would like the governing body to consider carefully the benefits of drawing a line under this process and having a decision where we can move forward clearly with some certainty about what the future structure will be, and we can move on with the implementation and engaging with staff on that. So if for us has some significant downsides in prolonging the level of uncertainty for Eke Panuku in terms of basically keeping them under further review and the model under further review. Yeah, is there anything you would like to add to that, Megan?
Just one other matter in relation to the funding proposal or element in F. Really, that would need to start leaning into either a long-term plan or certainly the next annual plan round. So again, just to continue Max's point, is that that's a different part of the a different element to all of this. The scope, or we were not asked to look at changes to funding around the model review. That just leads us into some other processes and decisions further down the line, again, delaying a decision. But that is something for you to consider.
Thanks for that explanation, Mayor. Can I just say I'm not discussing funding, and the movement and the second are not discussing funding. We're not discussing budgets. We're discussing funding structures, and there's a fundamental difference. And so I contend the advice given there. And on the first point from Mr. Hardy, I think it is important that we arrive at the best outcome. The best outcome. That's my focus in waiting for the comprehensive information. So, and I appreciate Mr. Hardy's work that we've just done in the break on the words in blue, which I agree on.
A question from Henderson, Simpson and Baker.
Cool. Yeah. You mentioned that this was an option that was considered, if I've got that right. As part of that process, was advice sought from Panuku on the workability of that option?
Yes, it was. Yeah, so Eke Panuku, their position was to support the status quo. So they saw problems with all the other options, and you, so just read that. Read my comments with that context in mind. Their key concern with this option was that they see the role of urban regeneration, the importance of integrating, being to integrate planning and strategy and delivery, and keeping those together is kind of the strength of their model. I'm sort of paraphrasing their comments a bit, but we did provide it verbatim in that advice. So that was the key drawback that they saw. They acknowledged that property management function could transfer to council without, there's some level of synergy between that, but it could sensibly transfer to council and be separated from the urban regeneration function.
Thank you. Another question, just in terms of F, I just want to try and put as fine a point on that as possible. If the proposal is to pause, how long in terms of months, do we have an estimate on how long that would be paused for? It's difficult with amendments, I know, but if we've got any kind of ballpark guess, that I think would be really crucial, because we're talking about certainty for both staff and for a development community, etc., etc.
No, Councillor, I can't give you that. Can't give you a guidance on that at this stage. We'd have to think about what comprehensive information means in this context. We've obviously provided a significant amount of information, but acknowledging limitations to what we've provided. I'm not sure the timeframes
I appreciate
for resolving that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Simpson and then Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Mayor. Maybe it's to Jazz or maybe it's to you, Max. I'm not really sure. But for every other CCO, we've taken some bits and left others, right? But Panuku, it's the whole lot. And so this amendment is, for my understanding, or my read of it, not necessarily they're both the same, looking to just keep some with Panuku and move some, right? Can you just, my first question, did we look at this as an option, or did the Mayor look at this as an option? And if he did and rejected it, why was that?
So that's a good question. Yes, all of these options that were presented by the staff, we did look at. And we did reject this because property, urban regeneration and development inherently is about planning and strategy and what you do around those aspects of property. So in the Mayor's opinion, in our view, is that unless all of that functionality comes within what would ostensibly be a unit within council, then it doesn't work as effectively, because moving the planning strategy, etc. here would allow decisions to be made which would effectively affect the delivery of that urban regeneration, and that's not what we were expecting to see.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, I'll leave it there.
Councillor Baker, please.
Yeah, so a bit along those lines, when I look at, so I've just been digging in through trying to find what other part of Eke Panuku, other than their regeneration, involves planning and strategy. And what are we splitting out here and why? And it's probably, I don't know whether you can ask that, but I just look at this and just go, when I look at Eke Panuku's own website, and I look at what they do, and I look at their strategy, the word that just keeps coming back and back and back is regeneration, and yet somehow we're being asked to slow this down, and I'm going to also just reserve my right to speak on this when we have the crack. So what is it other than regeneration? I asked it at the start. What is it other than regeneration
that we have planning and strategy for in Iki Panuku.
Right. So I think planning and strategy there does refer to planning and strategy for the urban regeneration function, as well as for the property management function. Although I appreciate that's not as emphasised in what Iki Panuku does at the moment. But I think that this would require, there's some challenges implementing this, but it would require us to draw a line about. I think that the concept is that the council would develop a specialist unit that is directed at providing the strategy and planning functions for urban regeneration, and then Iki Panuku would be tasked with delivering on those projects. I think that's the concept.
Who? Councillor Filipina.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā korua, Max and Megan. Would it be correct in saying that Ike Panuku also has placemaking, also has sales of land, also has properties that rent, also has areas where not only regeneration, but if I used Kolmar as an example, and the property they have there, to expand what is currently there for Kolmar, for example, isn't that also part of the role that they have?
Yes, Councillor. So for the purpose of the advice and these decisions, what we did was we grouped together activities into functions, which, so within that, the function of urban regeneration, things like the placemaking, the work at Kolmar, those fall into what we're talking about here when we're talking about urban regeneration, and property sales falls into that property management function. So we've grouped together different activities into those functional categories, I suppose, because in order to enable advice at the right level and decisions at the right level. But you're right in what you said.
Yeah, and supplementary, Chair. So what F is doing is really saying, we want you, Max, your team, the CEO, to have a look at other delivery mechanisms in regards to urban regeneration, expand your view further than what you have, and there may be a model that you come back to us and say, well, yeah, look, Councillor Darby, well done with F, because there is a model, and there's actually two, that could be representative of the work and the mahi that Ike Panuku are doing. Is that what F is telling us?
I think it is, and it's open to you. If you resolve as such, it's open to you to request that we do that, and we will. I think all that's been said here is that there is a consequence in terms of timing, certainty, and so on that we've discussed earlier. So
yeah, totally agree about the consequence. That's why there's been some conversations happening during this morning with relevant parties. Kilda.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Thanks. So just trying to get my head around this. So is this a little bit like what we were proposing with AT before the central government announcement, which is to separate sort of the strategy and planning, planning when it comes to regeneration, but separate strategy from delivery? Is that where we see this potentially going, in which case property management is kind of in that delivery space again, so it sort of would bounce back potentially, but I can see why from the fact that we do property management. So, but is that what we see this amendment is trying to do?
I believe that's the intent of it, but that's really a question for the mover of the amendment.
Yeah. Yeah.
My apology, councillor. I was checking correspondence.
So the question is the intention here to be a little bit like what we were talking about previously with AT, where strategy comes back in-house, delivery stays at arm's length in a CCO?
Correct. Absolutely consistent with the discussions that we've had here, that strategy lands here, resides here, and delivery external with Auckland Transport and Eke Panuku. But of course, it needs to be read also alongside F.
Yeah.
And as Councillor Alfs has made clear, the words viable structure, that doesn't default to Eke Panuku. It says viable structure.
Okay.
Perhaps I could say the difference is with AT, it's quite clear the difference between strategy and delivery, because delivery is buses and roads, and strategy is talking about it. What Eke often deliver is a strategy for property. They don't actually build anything themselves much. They get other people to do it. So you might find that if you do this, there's nobody left behind anyhow. So I can see the intent of it, but it's very, very different from AT. Anyhow, that's all the questions I've got. You guys can sit back and if, we'll have a debate, or we'll just go and vote on this. I think those questions are very like a debate if I was concerned, but you can say some more as the proposer. I'm sorry?
It'd be a pain, but can I ask one more question? So, I mean, this makes the delivery, can I just ask a question? Does this make the delivery of Eke Panuku only focusing, I mean, what's the difference between what Eke Panuku would do under this and our delivery agency?
Well, I guess that's what we answered just before. Perhaps you were on the phone as well, were you? Can you pay attention, please, people?
To be honest, Deputy Mayor, I don't think there's in practical reality, there might not be a huge difference, but the key distinction is in the governance, which is that under this model, you have a separate company with its own board of directors with their own duties and responsibilities. And operating at a relatively small scale. So there is a question of scale here with the organisation, because it would be a relatively small CCO. So I think that's the key difference, as opposed to a specialised unit within the council that may have an expert advisory board over the top of it. That would be providing that expert advice, but it would be part of the broader council organisation. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it does. You've got to say something more, Councillor Darby.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just to be clear, the motion at F, if we focus on F, I think there's probably general agreement on the item, I believe. But on the F, it says to that further change to Eke Panuku is paused until comprehensive information is received, right? On a viable structure. There is no assumption there that the viable structure is the default entity of Eke Panuku, which I think is maybe the Deputy Mayor's question. Something might come out of that where Eke Panuku is the best and most viable entity. It could be another structure. What I'm emphasising here today is, and it is from the questions we have all asked, is that this has been undertaken in a very compressed period. Our teams have been under a lot of pressure, short time frame. There's been major upheaval and change on the Auckland Transport side, change on the Tātaki Auckland Unlimited side, and in this area, I'm not confident at all that we've unearthed the comprehensive information that is required to inform a quality, enduring outcome. We're all aware of the success of regeneration through Eke Panuku. We all know that this is an award-winning agency. We all know that it has got a culture second to no other part of the Auckland Council. It excels in all those areas. It follows our direction. Yet we say that there is a problem with integration. I know there's a problem with integration, and I've witnessed that. In the city centre area, one of the most significant problems we had with integration was our own unit, the Development Project Office, which was not engaging with Eke Panuku. It wasn't Eke Panuku not engaging with the Development Project Office, it was the other way around. If you look at this organisation, the core organisation, and you look at its culture, which is good, it's healthy, but you compare it with the Eke Panuku organisation, it does come second, without doubt. It comes in the specific areas of responsibility that Eke Panuku have. So what I'm saying is, or what a lot of us are saying, is we do need to do further work on this if we want the very best outcome, because this is going to last for a long time. And if we take another 3 months and actually take a much deeper dive into this and be satisfied that we are receiving the very best inputs, not the limited inputs due to time constraint that we've had to date. You know, there is major risk at this stage of dispensing with a very successful entity, without doubt. Now, there may be some niggles around the block, be it Henderson or maybe a Pukekohe. I've witnessed them myself. There's always those niggles, but I think we've got to be careful we don't hang our hat of complaint and expunging an organisation on niggles. Holistically, Eke Panuku has done hugely well. There's no question. So now I'm saying, just let's take our time, let's think this through, let's get some real solid inputs and make a decision that can land and that is going to service Auckland well and shape Auckland for the better.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. I've just been told it could be a question or a comment, so it's a little bit of both. But Eke Panuku, Auckland Development, I thought they were there to lease council-owned property, and we're no longer needed to sell. But in my experience, and I think some of the experiences around the table, we haven't always had a good experience with some of the things that Eke Panuku have done. And I know in my own community, we've had buildings that were probably, really good community buildings that unfortunately were left to decay. And that was why they were sold. And I can remember one of the members of Grey Power ringing me up probably 6-7 years ago, and he said, Councillor Stewart, I'd like you to come and have a look at the old police building. And he said, and I said, well, that's actually the local board. And he said, well, they don't seem to be doing anything about it. Can you come and have a look? So I came and had a look. And most of the windows of that Moore Street building had been left open for the elements to help it decay, it appeared. And then the old library, which I can remember back in 1995, I didn't want it sold, the original library, because it had really good bones. It was really, really good. Well, just after the amalgamation, not long after that, I got the phone call, can you come and have a look? And I tell you what, the building had decayed and it hadn't been. So I would have thought, maybe you can answer me, I'm not too sure. Eke Panuku, are they also supposed to be maintaining the buildings that they're looking after for leasing and selling, or who's responsible for that? And just one last thing. The other thing that have been really concerned about is the cab building across the way.
that it had been sold for $3 million, and I believe to this day we have not, the way it was signed up, we have not received even 1 cent. I may be right and I may be wrong. Thank you.
I think that was sort of a rhetorical question there. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I'll be brief with respect to the mover and seconder. Look, I just can't give my assent to this amendment without any kind of indicative timeframe on when information will be provided and the process will be unpaused. The whole point of us doing this today is not ideal as it is because we want to provide certainty for staff. We also want to provide certainty for our partners in the development community. And this amendment would not give those partners the confidence to commit. I believe this would risk pausing work indefinitely in our city across a range of town centres, including several of them anyway. Look, I'll speak more at the substantive about our ability to deliver. I do back council's ability to deliver these things, so I just wanted to signpost that. But look, we can't vote for uncertainty, colleagues. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you, Baker. Please, Councillor Baker, rather.
Yeah, look, I was struggling a little bit with this, and I went down to level 22 this morning and unknown that I didn't know this was coming, this amendment, so I popped down to level 22 this morning and asked a question of whether slowing this down, whether taking more time to consider a more fulsome and considered approach would be the way to go, and was given an unequivocal no. Do not slow it down. And I was reminded of the workshop that we had on level 26, where we got that message again. Do not slow this down. It will be destructive for our organisation. And somehow I believe that's changed, because I raised that as soon as the amendment was tabled with the mover. So I can't support this. No one I think will doubt the very, very good job that Eki Panuku has done. But this is about, in my view, and I've gone backwards and forwards in my mind over the last few days about where I sit on this, and hence my visit to level 22 this morning. But I'm comfortable with the reason for this, and that is to enhance what is already something that is very good and that I've had a very, very good experience with. This is about us having the ability to enhance what we as a council offer without risking the things that have gone on in the past. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Lee.
It's a difficult situation, because we're not just talking about an organisation, we're talking about people, and I certainly endorse the comments made earlier about respecting the work that has been done. But I think we're getting a bit of hyperbole about Eki Panuku. I don't think, to be honest with you, Mr Mayor and members, we are talking about a highly successful, a highly effective, popular organisation with a long history, with a long track record in Auckland. That's the picture that is being painted, and I don't think it's particularly accurate. To be frank, Eki Panuku, or Development Auckland, was a product, and excuse me for saying this, of a realignment within the CCOs, within the council. There was a certain amount of rivalry. I don't know all the details, but essentially we can say that Eki Panuku Development Auckland was a product of Auckland Council palace politics. I don't want to go into it was formed from Auckland Council Property Limited. That's the whakapapa, and it was in effect a hostile takeover of that other CCO, Waterfront Auckland, which, for a CCO, the two words don't necessarily always go together, was quite popular with people, and was another word that you don't often hear with CCOs. It was effective, But anyway, that disappeared, and we had this new entity, Eki Panuku, or Development Auckland. In my mind, I think of the building across the road there, across the square, the Civic Administration Building, 21 floors in the heart of the Auckland CBD, and half a hectare of land, which was sold nominally for $3 million, unsecured and no deposit. And we've never, the people of Auckland who built that, and visionary Aucklanders who built that, we got nothing for it. And to be honest with you, to be frank, because the $3 million was unsecured, the risible $3 million will probably never get it. The other thing that comes to mind, and when we talk about strategy and planning, there's no doubt about it that the Wynyard Quarter was, in terms of strategy, regionally important, which is why the Auckland Regional Council and Auckland City Council put a lot of work into the urban renewal of that area of land. The bridge, the strategic bridge, has been out of operation for months and months and months. The bridge that cost $2 million or so is costing $10 million to fix, and that raises questions. And so I'll leave it at that. I don't want to be too critical, but let's not overdo the hype about this. Let's be honest about it. The reason why these CCOs are being reformed is that the Mayor knows full well how deeply unpopular and ineffective they have been. Just saying. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you. Just to help if people are concerned, Councillor Darby and I are happy to add a date by the 31st of March after the words governing body, if that helps. But I'm speaking in support of this, of course, as the seconder. Really, I think it's a last-ditch attempt to try and save Eki Panuku. I see the value in their work. I see the difference between what a town centre upgrade looks like without Eki Panuku in the picture, and it's pretty uncoordinated, slow, and nothing much really happens. And that's in another part of my ward where there's no Eki Panuku. I thought the issue was about democratic accountability, but it seems to be there are other issues with Eki Panuku that people are raising. In terms of democratic accountability, I see Eki Panuku as the implementer, and we still retain direction as a parent of our CCOs. And expanding to other parts, we were the ones that gave the direction on which parts of the city to do the regeneration. So just wondering how come that keeps coming up. In terms of, in terms of like, what Eki Panuku do, I just see the benefits in their commercial relationships, what they bring to the table, which we wouldn't really get as Auckland Council. I see our town centre developments as more than just community facilities, and that's where Eki Panuku plays a strong role. So, yeah, I don't have any other questions to add because I asked them all in the workshop. But I do think that asking for a little bit more time isn't unreasonable, because a lot of the responses to the questions we've got today is we expect it. A lot is based on assumptions. So it's not really that we've had any real options to consider. It's just staff telling us how they propose to implement what the Mayor is asking for. That's how I see it anyway. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Furley, then Councillor Turner, and then I'll put it.
Kia ora. Kia ora, thank you. Look, a lot's been said. I am focusing on just the amendment because I think there's a bit of a mix-up in terms of what some people have been talking about. I tautoko this amendment because the issue was more accountability, and I think I does that by transferring that strategy function of Ike Panuku to council, but leaving the delivery, the urban regeneration, all the work and the mahi around that they do so well, and in my experience they have done well in Manukau in particular, leaving that with Ike Panuku, so leaving that as status quo. But I, like others, am not happy with the lack of evidence, the lack of information, the lack of detail, being told time and time again, I don't know, we hope so, we expect so, that's our expectation. That sort of lack of information and lack of detail, I'm just not confident that that can lead us into good decision making. And I honestly would not make decisions based on this sort of, lack of detail in any other area of my life. So I support F, and we're not under a legislative time crunch to make this decision. We've been told that's why we don't need to go out for consultation, because it's really our own internal reorganisation or fixing of the issue. So I don't understand why such the rush. We've heard from our staff and over again today that they haven't been able to provide us that information or that detail because of the time crunch that we've imposed upon them. And I totally get what you're saying, Phil, in terms of giving our staff some certainty about it, but this provides certainty in the same way it would have if the original Auckland Transport proposal had gone through. Just transferring over the strategy part to us for the time being, leaving the delivery as is, and then let's go away and do the work we need to do to find out, is this actually fit for purpose? Is this the most fit for purpose version, or are there other versions out there that exist? We can look overseas, we can get some expertise, independent experts to give us advice on that. So I'll be supporting this amendment, and I reserve my right to speak in case this doesn't win and we have to talk about the substantive. Kia ora. Thank you.
Councillor Turner, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Bartley just made a comment which was exactly what I was thinking, but means that it's more applicable as we move forward. So I have nothing to say except I will be opposing this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, I've got everybody around now.
On the I guess that could be taken on voices, but it's the F I'd like division on.
Well, I'll call for all those in favour of saying...
Point of order. Firstly, Councillor Philippine has got his hand up. And secondly, I'd say we can't take these in part. So we've either got to divide for all of them, which is what I'll say, division. They both work together. You can't take one or the other.
Well, that's absolutely true, but you never know. Just wonderful for you to point out something so screamingly obvious, but that wasn't what I was asked to do. So what we're going to do is we'll take it in one thing and we'll go for a division, because I think you would like a division on this one.
No, you're going to take
here comes Councillor Philippine, the king of divisions.
Yeah, I just put my hand up to speak to the amendment. Yep, thank you. When I was made aware of this by Councillor Darby, like everybody else around this table, I did my due diligence by ringing up staff. Staff who I have a lot of respect for in Eke Panuku. Staff who I've been talking to over the last few months. Staff who are sitting and waiting for a decision. And in regards to this particular recommendation, in particular F, they are supportive. The ones that I have spoken to are supportive. Well, I did that this afternoon, Councillor Simpson, because when I got made aware of this, I did my due diligence by ringing them up. And that's exactly now, we heard from my colleague on the left, and I have no doubt at all that he is correct in what he is saying, but people do change their mind. This particular one, there is a date there, 31st. I will be supporting this. And I can tell you that there are staff members who are definitely looking at their role and their job. And this particular one, at least that replacement one, people are sure, and they will know that those in planning and property management, they know what is going to happen to them. The others that are working, and I asked the pātai of the team that were there, they will then also know that by the 31st of March, if there is another structure, and it comes back to us and we make that decision, they at least will be happy that everything has been exhausted. So I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I have been thinking about this very deeply because I've been doing my own due diligence on Ki Panuku and talking to many, many people, including people like John Hunt, who worked with me on Britomart all those many years ago. And there were issues that have been in my mind as to what might be at stake here. You know, the strengths and advantages of semi-independent regeneration and whether it enables retention and recruitment in terms of really talented and professional people. But I have been really made more comfortable today by the responses that we've had from our CEO, who I might add at the time, I think, enjoyed our fulsome support from around the table. Everyone came in behind Phil. And for me, where I've landed on this is I don't think council is really optimising every single opportunity. I, for one, don't always feel that we are as functional as we should be. I think we can get more performance out of this council, and so some change is required. And I think back to the very beginning of the Auckland Council and the amalgamation in 2010, we had hot resistance. You know, people would drag kicking and screaming to sit around this table. They wanted to stick with the legacy councils. Ironically, it was the very people who resisted it the most that we actually put in charge with the implementation of it. However, change can be a good thing. And I think today, change is something we should consider. And I have taken and given much weighting to the reassurances that I've had from our CEO to say that this is not going to signify a lack of service. This is not going to have a huge potential in terms of job losses. This can be managed without losing a lot of the skill and expertise. So I'm just imploring colleagues, let's get on with it. This could be a really good beginning for 2025. That's not to say that the fantastic people that we have within Panuku and the board that we have had have not contributed greatly to Auckland Council, but something has to change. You know, I don't think Auckland Council is functioning as well as it can, so I'm willing to put my trust in our CEO and actually support the Mayor's proposal, and therefore I will not be supporting Councillor Darby's amendment.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. I'm really struggling with this amendment. I appreciate the addition of the time frame. I think we do owe it to staff to give them some certainty, and that assists greatly with that. I think that if what we're aiming for is more democratic oversight, then this helps with that, but it also doesn't lock us into a model when I frankly think we aren't ready to decide what I keep looking back at the notes from the facilitated workshop we had on this. Only 11 councillors were present at that conversation. And I keep thinking, up to today and through this discussion today that I don't think we are ready to make this decision, because I don't think all of us have engaged sufficiently in this. It's really hard. This is not an easy one, right? Tātaki, we managed to work through pretty quickly. There was a bit of, one particular aspect that was up in the air for a while, but it landed. AT was pretty straightforward. This one has been tricky from the start. And I worry about losing some of the best parts of how Eke Panuku has worked. And I have seen some pretty good stuff. I've seen, we don't get everything right, even within the council parent. And I know that there are people within Eke Panuku who we will potentially lose if we bring the whole thing in-house without very careful work to maintain the culture that they have, to make sure that they are not going to feel undue political interference and pressure once they are no longer at arm's length. So on balance, I will support this amendment. I think it is a bit messy, but I think it heads in the direction I would rather we headed in than the original. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that. That's all the debate. It's been asked for a division. I haven't actually spoken, but a couple of things that I just did want to just raise. The question of political interference can only take place at the earliest every 3 years. The market moves a hell of a lot quicker than that. And secondly, about staff wanting to leave, I'd be surprised if many leave in the current market. The market's awash with spare staff from the property sector. And thirdly, preserving commercial relationships when they've had rather few commercial relationships with the same big partners all the time is not something I want to keep. I want to break up so that we have fresher commercial relationships. They've developed an unhealthy habit of having the same commercial relationships. So just to those ones there, I certainly won't be supporting this, which is just fending off the future. But we will have a vote on it now, which will be conducted by Sandra with an R.
Are we doing the whole, this is division on the whole?
We're doing the division on the whole because it was correctly pointed out that you can't split this in half.
Councillors, you're voting on the amendment. Councillor Baker.
Against.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Foley.
For.
Councillor Henderson.
No.
Councillor Hills.
For.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Leone.
For.
Councillor Newman.
Against.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Mayor Brown. So that is lost.
Right.
13-7.
Rightio. Now I want to do what I promised to do, is go around the table with 5 minutes from everybody on the substantive motion, which we've talked about since 10:30. And I think it would be good to have 5 minutes from everybody. I'm going to go around the table starting in that direction from Baker around, and we get halfway. I'm going to ask...
Can you start the other way?
You don't have to take your 5 minutes.
Oh, could you start the other way?
Oh, we can do it in alphabetical.
Well, I can do it in alphabetical, reverse alphabetical. I can do it on hair colour or weight. Eh? I will never get started there.
I would have forgotten what you say.
Alphabetical.
I believe it's up to me. Well, traditionally, you're going to start. I'm halfway around. I'm going to ask for Te Hukura chair to say a bit. He can't vote, but I think we should hear, because when we spoke to the iwi leaders, we forget that Maori are quite substantial property developers these days, and I was quite surprised at what they said. And so off you go. And Councillor Baker, I'm going to start that way. I'm going to go around that way.
Rightio, I'll start. Yeah, look, I mean, in terms of the substantial stuff and breaking it down, obviously, Auckland Transport, it's a little bit out of our hands, and we've had an indication from the Minister as to what they want. Auckland Transport's a subject of legislation all by itself. So I think we're a little bit, caught up there, and we have to wait patiently as we do. I think the critical thing as we move towards that, though, is going to be the delegations, not only back to Auckland Transport, but to local boards, and we are going to have to manage that really carefully. But in general, I'm supportive of the changes proposed there, and I believe we can do that, and we can get a better outcome. In terms of Te Taki Auckland Unlimited, I think the move to, I think as Richard mentioned earlier, the move to retain them looking after major events and destination is the right one. We've got some work to do, obviously, with Screen Auckland as to what their role is and where they sit. But I am reasonably comfortable, and in particular in terms of the economic development. The CEO of Te Taki has sat in front of this group before and mentioned how they sort of had struggled at times understanding exactly what regional economic development is. And there's a great model. The Franklin Local Board, we employed our own local economic development broker some years ago. They have been incredibly successful. They have been focused on Franklin. It works. The thing that hasn't is the lack of support from Te Taki, and that's probably come from the fact that they haven't had the budget to do economic development. So it sort of slipped between the cracks. I think there's an opportunity. Always look for opportunities to turn your phone off. And so there are opportunities there, I think, to make better of economic development, and it just needs to be in one place, and I think Council's probably the best place for that. In terms of Eki Panuku, look, as I said before, I've had some really, really good experiences with Eki Panuku, and I want to acknowledge that they have been outstanding in Pukekohe, and it wasn't an easy sell taking this urban body down to little rural town of Pukekohe and trying to get them to be the champion for that town. That has changed. They've worked incredibly well with the local board. There have been times when I've been frustrated, but over the last few days I've been giving that a lot of thought, and I didn't want to get bogged down on thinking that little things defined what that organisation was. So I believe I'm really comfortable in that while, yes, it's a disruption to them, I actually think this is about making it better for council, for Auckland. I could sit there and think about Franklin, and we talk a lot about regeneration. This is also about generation. This is also about Drury. Drury is the creation of a new city. We do not get the opportunity to build new cities very often in greenfield areas. We are doing that, and my experience has been that it is a little bit of a dog's breakfast in terms of how council as an organisation is managing that. So I see an opportunity here for the skill sets that exist within Eki Panuku through what the CEO's described, and that development, that sort of Auckland Development Office. I think that is a great step. It provides opportunity, and so I'm in favour and will be supporting these recommendations that the Mayor's put up.
Thank you for that. Well, I'm saying I'm going around the table. If you don't have to speak if you don't want to, but I'm absolutely sure the next person will.
I won't speak until later. I won't speak until later then.
Until when? I was trying to offer everyone a shot now.
Oh, no, I'll wait. I want to hear what gets said around this table.
Okay, right, Councillor Turner.
Well,
It's unfair because I'd like to wait until everyone else has spoken too, because
Well, the
that's
thing
part of
about
the
this
trick,
is
isn't it?
everybody wants to be last.
Yeah, I know they do.
And we
Well,
know
why
what
should he
happened
be-
last time when
Point
everyone
of order,
wanted to be
Your Worship.
last.
Why should he be allowed to go last and not me?
Point of order, Your Worship. Your Worship, I don't actually think that you can direct a speaking order if people are not available to speak at that time and they put their hand up subsequently to speak. You'll have to allow them to speak at that time. I actually think that going around the table, it might be lovely, but the truth of the matter is that it should be who wishes to speak, put their hand up, they go first, and so on. Because there may well be people who are persuaded by what they hear, and there may be people that don't want to speak at all. But I just think that the going around the table thing is going to invite people to opt out and then come back in. So I don't think you should do what you're doing, and just allow the debate to flow, and we'll see what happens. That's my view.
Okay, if I just gave that as it did work once in the past, the trouble with doing it the other way, everyone wants to be last. And we know what happened last time when everyone wanted to be last. At 7 o'clock, we pulled the pin. If we don't want to do it that way, and I mean, if going around the table does give everybody the opportunity to hear what they have to say, and you can make your decision at the end.
Well, point of order, Your Worship,
But,
once again, people can put their hand up and they can be heard if they so choose. I just think you should just allow this meeting to flow and allow whatever's going to happen.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, so Mr. Mayor,
This
I'd be
is
happy to.
not a point of order. What I'm going to do now is, we've tried that one, it doesn't seem as though it's popular. We'll go on. Everybody putting their hand up to speak, and we'll make sure you all get the opportunity to do it once. But you can't all be last, all right? Councillor Turner has got his hand up to speak, and he's a good
Thank
man.
you. So being the victim of my naivety last time, I'm not going to let that happen twice. So yes, I will speak now, even though someone else gets an advantage from it. Mr. Mayor, the public are very unhappy with Auckland on the whole. You know that. You have promised to fix Auckland, and you've said that we need to do this restructure. On the whole, I think the people agree with you, but there is also a lot of people, of which I'm one, that are concerned that we've restructured many times before, and what's it achieved? We're back here restructuring again. And it's led me to think a lot about a lot of the stuff I've heard said over the time I've been here as a councillor. And the other very important thing that I hear is the staff saying they're giving mixed messages by us, by the councillors. So over the time I've developed the thought that, we need to have place-based management, not portfolio-based management. I see in the recommendations we talk about place-based management, and I realise that we have to restructure to be able to achieve place-based management, because I, in my own view, see the CCOs as that portfolio-based management. And that led on to the comment that Councillor Bartley said just a few moments ago, when she said, we are the ones who told them where they were to develop, talking about Iki Panuku. And that was my point. I'm very happy to follow you in this restructure, Mr. Mayor, but I am also desperately begging you that this is only one half of the process, and the other half is to lead us all in a political revision of our decision-making around this table and all those 300 unfunded policies which are sitting on shelves, sinking the staff no matter what structure they sit in. Thank you.
Points made well there. Councillor Watson's bravely put his hand up, and then I'm going to ask David Tupari, you can follow if you want to go now, after Councillor Watson.
Yeah, I just want to talk to the notion of CCO reform as a whole to start off with. I don't want to draw out any specific entities in that, because I don't think it's necessary. And I do want to provide a little bit of historical perspective to where we are today, and that's because the notion of CCO reform has actually been around since the start of the Super City. In fact, before that, it was Professor Ian Shirley, who then was the Pro-Vice-Chancellor of AUT University, who in 2010 said, and he was thinking particularly of the CCO structure, that it was a structure where the major beneficiaries will be the exclusive brethren of big business, merchant bankers, and a narrow range of consultants dominated by legal and accountancy firms. And it wasn't, well, that didn't have to wait that long for that to be shown to be correct. Mr. Orsman in the Herald did a very good article in 2021 about how the Super City had become a $10 billion gold mine for 20 companies, essentially. And as far as local government goes and satisfaction or otherwise with it, it was one that he said would not win the trust of ratepayers, and I think polling shows that consistently. The latest Citizens Monitoring report puts trust in council decision making at 18%, but I'm sure that's not just for the CCOs. And basically he and others predicted what was happening, what would happen, and it was virtually a decade to the year after that Mr. Goff, in his reign at Auckland Council, commissioned this near $1 million CCO review, which main purpose was to consider whether CCOs are sufficiently accountable to the council and the community, which I think is meant to be one of the drivers of the mayor. And it came up with a number of findings that reinforced some of the points of Mr. Shirley, but also some other ones that hinted that perhaps it wasn't just the CCOs that needed reforming, it was perhaps the council as well. And a couple of the points that that panel made of Miriam Dean, Lee Orton and Doug Martin were comments like the council's many plans, policies and strategies offer almost no practical strategic direction. CCO's reporting is missing vigorous discussion of their performance. There is insufficient support for councillors in holding CCOs to account. I could maybe add council in on that too. And they said a good place to term it in terms of confronting the trust and confidence issue will be shifting the emphasis onto results and away from the quote unquote seemingly endless processes and procedures we accounted so much of during our review. And they finished up with a particularly salient point, I think, in terms of today's proceedings go. They said, no amount of mechanisms will make accountability work. It takes people and relationships between people to achieve this. So I think in light of where we are today, that's a comment I think that still holds true. And I see, for instance, the reference to non-structural change in the agenda item where the Mayor says, I'm proposing changes are made to Council's director appointment policy and performance process, should enable appointment of directors who have the right skill sets, etc., etc. Well, if we take Auckland Transport as an example, we've had an entirely new board, 9 new people on that board. We have a new CEO, a new chair. We had 4 new councillors, and all at the behest of the mayor. All those personnel literally at the behest of the mayor. Yet there seems to be this disconnect with Auckland Transport. So if we go to that notion that was in that review about relationships and between people, then that still holds true, and reform's not necessarily going to address that. So in closing up, I'd make the point, I think the PSA or other people who have solicited a bit of feedback, even though this hasn't gone out to the community, it has gone out to their members, and one of the concerns they raised was in respect of the balancing political oversight with operational independence, and they said their members' feedback concerns that excessive control risks aligning decisions too closely to political agendas. So one of the benefits of the CCO at times has been that independence. I guess in light of some of the things that have happened in this term of council, it might be a perverse outcome if that reform then just resulted in a kind of political expediency that has been on display on numerous occasions, in my view. Having said that, I know for the good people of the Albany ward, while they are less than fully impressed with the course of this term of council, the one thing they would be insisting on their representatives was to back any notion of CCO reform, and as a consequence, that's exactly what I'll be doing.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sayers, please. Councillor, member type, Chair Taipari, my humble apologies.
O kānui te mihi kia koutou I tēnei wā, kia koe koromatua, tēnā koe. I just want to take a moment to thank you for the opportunity to participate in the discussion. I will, for the record, say last time we did the CCO review, I had a vote at the governing body, but I accept that that's not the case today. But I just want to say and reiterate the words that we spoke about at the Budget Committee recently, and that our board had discussed your proposal, Your Worship, and we support your proposal in terms of going forward for the annual plan and all that's encompassed in that. That hasn't changed. We believe that this process should be undertaken, and it is a process because it's been explained a number of times today that there is a bunch of things that have to be done, but to sit back and do nothing isn't one of them in our view. So again, we believe that, well, I do particularly believe that there's still a final decision when it comes to actually adopting the plan, and that is around May next year. But to keep procrastinating and not doing anything doesn't show any value or benefit to Auckland in our view. I'll give an example why I think that is that recently we did the Auckland Futures Fund, and it wasn't a unanimous decision. But at the end of the day, we supported that future fund, and I'm pleasantly surprised at where it's got to, and the substantial situation that happened recently with the Auckland Airport shares, and the ability for that fund to start off with $1.3 billion to support and I guess grow Auckland and look after Auckland, and be able to do better things with that and further develop that. So again, if we'd sat and waited and not done anything about it, I think we would have had a missed opportunity. So again, we support you, Your Worship, and hopefully everyone else does, because it was unanimous at the Budget Committee the other day. I didn't see anyone oppose it, but I have been listening to the discussions throughout the day. Also with the LTP, yourself, you've given utmost commitment to upholding that LTP, and as you rightfully point out, it's gone through a comprehensive and robust consultation process, numerous workshops where you all made a decision, and that was not that long ago. So my expectation is that LTP will remain. Lastly, it's no surprise to me that this has been a campaign for you since the beginning when you became mayor, and I'm supportive of you to continue to uphold the things that you said you would do. So I appreciate the opportunity, and I look forward to your deliberations.
Thank you very much, Kia ora, Chairman.
Kia ora.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Worship. I'm probably going to take a slightly different twist here. And these comments are about the governance structure. This isn't directed to staff in any of those CCOs. I just made a few notes about why do councils feel so different compared to the old days, and why do they feel so impersonal to ratepayers? Because back in the day, councillors, they were served by a town clerk. That town clerk was a highly competent person. They regarded themselves as a public servant, working for the best interests of the ratepayer rather than working for the best interests of the council. They provided contestable advice to elected members, which could be heeded or rejected according to the judgment of those politicians. The public trusted the councillors to make the best decisions for their communities. Councillors could even arrive on job sites and expect work standards about how effectively public money was being spent. Today, however, elected councillors are served by bureaucracy, over which they exercise effectively very little control. The Auckland Council-controlled CCO model has chief executives of 5 substantive CCOs, as well as another CEO running the Ports of Auckland, a CEO running Auckland Council itself. And each of those CCOs have a board of directors. The supervisory structure means there's less accountability, particularly by staff, back to ratepayers. Councillors, in fact, councillors, we experience that we're strongly discouraged from interfering with CEOs. Operational matters, the CEO's domain. And councillors are legally forbidden from adopting a hands-on approach to the governance of the city. Instead, the council employs a small army of democracy managers to ensure councillors and local board members, and even his worship, are kept well away from the coalface of delivery. The tail is wagging the dog. Newly elected members are told, you might remember very clearly, that we're not entitled to talk about policy, that we are entitled to talk about policy, but must on no account attempt to implement it. It's the council staff who do this. They essentially run things and change is required. In other words, our local board members, councillors and even the mayor are democratically elected to govern their communities on one very strict condition, that they never, ever, under any circumstance, attempt to challenge the way the bureaucracy implements their decisions. Any mayor or council or local board member who challenges this current setup to seek greater accountability of council bureaucracy should be applauded rather than criticised. Against the odds, they have retained sufficient self-respect to say no to a self-fulfilling bureaucratic beast. This vote today is a major effort to get underway the recreation of greater accountability back to ratepayers from the CCOs, including eventually Auckland Transport. Change is required. Not tinkering, but transformational change. It's time to give Aucklanders back Auckland by making these CCOs, divisions of Auckland Council, accountable back to the ratepayer. This is what these reforms will do. I'll be supporting them, Your Worship, and I would encourage you to move the entire amendment, the entire motion as one entity in a single vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be...
Off you go. Press your button.
It's gone green. So
It's gone green.
Yeah,
that's your problem, Mike.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's gone green.
Oh, you got a double.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting your recommendation. In terms of CCO, I speak with some experience as a former CCO director of 6 years and 9 months, and a veteran of umpteen board meetings and committee meetings in that CCO of CCOs, Auckland Transport. The Mayor's recommendations and the Mayor's proposal in regard to CCA reform is based on well-known and clearly expressed popular feeling in Auckland in regard to CCOs, the way they work and how much they cost. And the feeling is, and I think the Mayor has articulated it on other occasions, how deeply unpopular CCOs are, particularly some. But they seem to rival themselves in doing stuff that upsets the public. Each one has a turn at doing this, unfortunately. But CCO reform, in this case, I don't think goes far enough. And I would criticise it for that. Also, I would have to say that I won't go into too much detail, but the decision in regard to Eki Panuku and Development Auckland, I think we should have taken the same approach to Tātaki, Auckland Unlimited. AT is being reformed somewhat. There are a lot of functions that AT took onto itself over and above the very strong statutory role that was given by government in 2010, and those roles could be divested. And I have to say I've been quite happy to share my experience with the Mayor's staff in this regard. It doesn't go far enough because CCO reform also speaks to the council reforming itself, and therefore it's not just a matter of structural reform, it's also a matter of reforming the culture. I know there's support around the room for CCOs, which kind of surprises me, because CCOs are a relatively new departure in New Zealand local government. They've come out of the neoliberal reforms. They're meant to make the councils deliberately less democratic and more business-like. Well, they're certainly less democratic, but not necessarily more business-like when it comes to efficiency and rigour and getting the job done. The other point I would make is that in the reforms and my remarks about the council also needing to reform itself, and physically in taking on some of these roles, that will require some structural reform. But I refer to the cultural reform that is also essential, that I see as lacking. And perhaps the most obvious sign of this is that the lack of public consultation. The Mayor knows the public are not happy at all with CCOs, but I think we've had a number of workshops, as we call them, but in effect we've been talking to ourselves about this. The public who we represent have been shut out of the process. I think it would be a very sound step to, we know the public don't like CCOs, it would be very useful, particularly for those who's currently supporting the establishment, to hear from the public directly about why they are so unhappy with CCOs. We know they're not being unreasonable, but I think it would be helpful for the councillors to hear face-to-face from the people who have concerns and ideas, and some of them will be very constructive about CCOs and how they should be reformed. We've chosen, or we are choosing not to do that, which really, one of the real concerns about CCOs is the way they consult. You know, during the last election, what I heard from people was that, yes, rates increases and waste of money is something that really upsets them, but what really infuriates the people of Auckland are these regular consultation processes which amount to nothing. Have your say and we'll have our way. And I think we've just had a previous item on the next have your say round. Was it $250,000 or something spend up on that? But it will not be meaningful unless we allow people back into the room to look us in the eye and say, this is what I want, this is what I'm concerned about, this is what you should do. Some of those things I'm sure we'll not agree with, but they're in amongst, and I can guarantee you this, there'll be some pearls of ideas and there will be value added by letting the public back into the door, and therefore I would support this reform, and I support it. It doesn't go far enough, but I support it. But it should be part of the annual plan consultation, and we should go back to basics and consult with the people of Auckland on what we intend to do and hear their views. Thank you very much.
Councillor Filipaina, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I think all of us need to have a look at ourselves since the CCO started. And the reason I say that is because of the statement of intent and letters of expectations. It was up to us to negotiate with the CCOs to make sure that that is where the accountability mechanism. So if we have failed that, it is not the CCO's fault, it's ours. We all knew that we had the decision. If you, and very shortly, and please tell me when I've got a minute left, please, Sandra, so then I can just, well, basically swear for 30 seconds. But look, we need to look at ourselves, those that have been on this, around this table, and I'm one of them since 2010, and I am looking at myself, but at least I know that I had an input in regards to these CCOs and what they were supposed to do. And if that was lacking as a result of the public input, we need to look at ourselves. We do, not the CCOs. It's not their fault. Definitely not their fault. I am not going to talk about Auckland Transport, and the reason I won't talk about Auckland Transport because there's going to be some legislation putting in place. So I can't do anything around the legislation. All I will say with the Minister of Transport is that he needs to make sure that he gets his information not from any other sources, whether it be the mayoral office, whether it be from Auckland Council. I suggest that he talks to the CEO, and then he should then talk to other people that he trusts in regards to this legislation. So I'm just going to leave that with Auckland Transport. I'm now going to move on to Eke Pānuku. I will not be supporting the reforms for Eke Pānuku. To Marion Webb, to you, thank you so much for all the work that you've done, to you and your team, to David Rankin, to the board of directors. I acknowledge the work that you have done. To Oli Maiava and to your team, placemaking, I say thank you to you. To Richard Davison, I say thank you to you. And the reason I'm mentioning these particular people is because I have been talking to a lot of the staff at Eke Pānuku, and I can tell you, and this is even talking with the PSA, that there are a lot of people in Eke Pānuku who feel that they're being looked after. I'm not saying they're not going to be looked after if this goes through, because I've been given the guarantee from the CEO, Phil Wilson, that they will be looked after. And I've got total confidence in that if this particular item goes through. Councillor Lee, I need to say this to you, and that is you are totally correct. It should have gone out for annual plan. I totally agree with you. It should have gone out. And that's listening to not only people who are against the CCOs, but people who are supportive. And a lot of us got emails from people who were very supportive of the CCOs, but I totally agree, Constable Lee, Councillor Lee, it should have gone out. But look, that wasn't our decision. And the other reason I think with Eke Pānuku is that I just want to say to David Rankin, to the chair and to the directors and previous chair, thank you for tomorrow's Manuka o Pōpō. Thank you for the regeneration around that. Thank you for old Papatoetoe. And I know that the councillors went out there. But I also say thank you to the other areas around Tāmaki Makaurau that have had regeneration. I say thank you to you. My last comment is in Tātaki Auckland Unlimited. Yes, Councillor Hills, I agree that having major events with Tātaki Auckland Limited, I've made my my comments clear, is that I do have concerns, Phil, in regards to Māori outcomes, in regards to Māori development, because I know what is happening in Tātaki Auckland Unlimited. And I'm happy to hear you. Is that it? 1 minute left. So look, I'm happy to hear you that there is a possibility that possibly moving, depending on the vote, but moving what we currently have in Tātaki Auckland Limited within a directorate into Auckland Council. I know those details need to happen, so I'm comfortable and will be supporting Tātaki Auckland Limited because you've promised to me around Māori outcomes and, more importantly, Māori development. My last comment is that during the I was going to mention the letter, but look, I've already said that, so I'm not going to mention the letter. I've already said that when we first started this process. My last comment is going to be around the Southern Initiative and the Western Initiative. Finished? 5 seconds. Look, I just want to end up saying about the Southern Initiative and Western Initiative. Can I tell you that in 2023 we took out the economic development around those two initiatives and we put them all together, and it hasn't done what it's supposed to be doing. I look forward to the economic development, if it does happen, to go in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. Councillor Henderson.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just want to be clear about what this vote isn't. It's not a vote on the effectiveness of the operations of any CCO. We've had a lot of yarns today about delivery here and there and it being so fantastic. And, you know, I agree. I love sharing these stories with our city. But this is not about that. It's about structure. It's about where decisions should go operationally. It's not a reflection either on the many passionate staff that work there providing good public service. I too want to add my thanks to them. They're doing fantastic jobs. So my issue isn't with that. In the CCO committee, I try to emphasise all the good things that come from those groups, and those that are members would, I hope, attest to that we emphasise results, we emphasise positive progress. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that operation, and that operation will continue no matter what happens today. So my issue is an output. Let's make that super clear. Well, there's always work to be done. The structure is the issue, and CCOs, I would say, are inherently a corporatised model of governance, where we farm out some of our authority to unelected boards in the city. Councillor Lee is exactly right. It is designed to be more business-like. It is designed to remove functions from the political cycle as much as possible. I've heard, you know, in lists of positives to the model that we get sometimes, letters and whatnot, part of that is, oh, but it takes it out of the electoral cycle. That's good, isn't it? It's not good. It's not good at all. We're talking about public assets. And I'll talk about that in a moment. But, you know, a situation has arisen where a majority of the public purse is governed by unelected boards directly. And yes, of course, we can change the board members. That's what we can do. That's a very blunt instrument. Or in fact, all the instruments we have are fairly blunt, right? When you're standing in front of a constituent that says, you're doing that, I wish you'd done that instead. What are we going to do? We're going to change board members over that? Of course we're not, right? We've got board members that do fantastic jobs. People want influence over this particular decision or that. That's what democracy is, right? I want to shout out as well to the PSA that did a fantastic submission. It was very measured, actually. All sides were canvassed, and I think given a good fair hearing. It was very good. I recommend that to everybody. In the first page of that submission, the PSA noted they were guided by the member-developed principles, I'm kind of quoting this, from the legacy councils presented to the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Auckland governance back in the days, which remain relevant to the CCO model. Remain relevant to the CCO model. There's 4 that stick out for me. I'm going to quote them. Any reorganisation should enhance and strengthen current capabilities and build skills in the local government workforce. I think that's good. Services should be locally responsive and delivered at the most effective level, adhering to the principle of subsidiarity. I think that's fantastic, and this is the heart of these proposals. That's what that is. Services should generally be kept in-house rather than outsourced or transferred to a CCO. Well, that's directly on the nose. And there is a clear desire to address duplications of functions. And I think we all have that desire because it costs every ratepayer money and time. I also note, and I asked about this earlier, we're an accredited employer with the living wage as a council. Workers that come in under this proposal, that would be binding on us. So that's a benefit to those workers. I haven't been advised on how many there are, but it's a benefit to those workers. I want to say that PSA submission really guided me a lot in terms of the voice of the workers. They had a huge bearing on my view today. It's a simple principle that public assets, public funds, should be governed to the greatest extent possible by Auckland residents and the representatives they elect to act for their interests. That when people open the envelope and they see the names on the ballot paper, they're the ones responsible for driving the city's future forward. They're the ones that are accountable every day to residents. If they aren't doing a good job, will get thrown out. That's their right. The public expect us to already have direct control over much of the things that we're talking about today. So I go to thinking, what do the public want us to do today? How would they vote? If we walked down the street and we asked people how they would vote, I'd suggest many of them would support these resolutions. They would have thought we already did it, frankly. The principle came up, this all came up in 2009. I was reading the Hansard as part of the preparation for this. The CCO model imposed upon us by Rodney Hyde, bitterly opposed by progressives at the time and by communities. They marched in Henderson over this kind of stuff. I'm excited, and let's look at the positives that could come from this. I'm excited about the regeneration opportunities that can happen with the great staff we have. When we integrate economic development in-house, placemaking and community level events there, all the tools required, integrated, with direct governance and oversight from local boards that are democratically elected to do that work, that can go to the ballot box and say we should develop this town centre, but not just that. We should develop this bit of land. We should develop this bit of property. Here's what we should do with it. And if you vote for me, that's what I'm going to do. Isn't that great democracy? But we can't do that in this structure. We have to change it. So, I mean, obviously, look, independence from election cycles are not a good thing, in my opinion. I think people should have their say, and I'll be voting for people to have their say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Oh, thank you, Worship. As you yourself say in your report here, this is not about attacking the CCO model. This is about strengthening it. And for me, it's about making sure the CCOs that we have are fit for purpose. The biggest challenge that we've got facing Auckland right now is managing growth. It's managing growth in a sensible way, an affordable way, and the second challenge is managing our relationship with central government. We can't go down to Wellington hand on heart and demand those things that we want, and I think there's a working party getting together on Monday to talk about a regional deal, unless we can truthfully say that our structures are fit for purpose. So I think that there is a measure of trust I am taking here today, in that we do need to bring about some change. We do need to make sure that we have fit-for-purpose structures and that we shouldn't be fearful of change. For me, I'm not opposed to the CCO model. In fact, as a legacy mayor of Auckland City, as I moved from Wellington, where in the beginning of my parliamentary career, I chaired the Government Administration Committee, which was all about monitoring the performance of state-owned enterprises. And that, there is a very effective model there in terms of the delivery of the sort of infrastructure that the country needs. And it was at that time we introduced the Metro Water, which was one of the first CCOs in New Zealand. And out of Metro Water eventually came Watercare. And to be honest, I'm not going to get into a debate to my side with Councillor Lee, but I think that there is a good model there, and we do have a responsibility to make sure that we are playing our role. And during the first few terms of this council from 2010, we probably gave far too little time to actually the challenges that our CCOs were placing. Councillor Lee and I both had the privilege for those first 6 years of seeing or getting Auckland Transport off the ground and knowing we just couldn't engage other councillors around some of the challenges, you know, to use the tools that we had of the statement of intent, the letters of expectations and so forth. It was very, very frustrating. But I'm only labouring that to highlight the fact I'm not worried about bringing some of the activities in-house. It's not a complete rejection of the CCO model. But what we are doing is sending a very strong signal out today in terms of the support that we have given our CEO. I'm grateful for the restructuring that he has undertaken within the Auckland Council. I don't think we've given him due acknowledgement of how difficult that was, and the directors and the responsibilities and the delegations that they have. And I think that this is part of the gradual evolution of Auckland Council that is absolutely necessary. I also want to acknowledge the great work that Toby did in facilitating those workshops where we could talk passionately about how we thought Auckland could run better. And the work that Max Hardy and he picked up early in those workshops, and Jazz, as now the Chief of Staff within the Mayoral Office, this was Auckland working really effectively together. I was highly critical of the former mayor in his first term, that we had, you know, the majority of the expenditure of Auckland was through our CCOs, and yet we had all these silos. We had a silo for the appointments of our directors, we had another silo for the budgets, we had another silo for the financial committees that were doing the quarterly performances and so forth. There was never that integration of strategy and delivery and thought. So this may seem clumsy to some, but I think it is a brave step. I urge councillors to support it. I think in our individual ways, we're all ambitious for Auckland. We've all got an appetite to see Auckland succeed. I've got a fourth grandchild coming, well, seventh grandchild actually, but my daughter's having her fourth baby. I just showed Councillor Newman this sweet little child in the womb with a big smile on his face that apparently could come any time now. He's not due till the end of the month, but you know, I want Auckland to be a really fabulous place for him and for all the kids that are coming. But right at the moment, if we all put our hands on our hearts and say, is this perfect? I don't think any of us can. This is a bit of a bold initiative. We are putting our faith into you, CEO, and I want to thank you for the work that you've undertaken so far, and to say that I hope that we can prioritise as councillors with the ridiculous diary commitments that we have, and I hope Sandra O'Toole's listening really closely as well, because strategising ahead in terms of ensuring that we are doing sufficient justice to these things means that we need to prioritise the time to sit around and evaluate whether it's working. So I hope that next year will bring a much sharper focus to these sorts of issues so we can have an honest debate as to how they're progressing. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Foley.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship. Okay. So, look, I support the shared services moving over. I've got no issue with that. Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, based on the assurances that have been provided to Councillor Filipaina in terms of the Māori outcomes and development, and also in terms of Screen Auckland, although there are still conversations to be had around that. I'm happy to hear that those conversations will happen and that the staff are alert to those issues around their independence that they've raised with us. So in terms of Tātaki, I'm happy to support that as well. Auckland Transport, of course, is pretty much a done deal now that the government has stepped in. I'm not happy that I feel the government, central government, will have more overreach and more influence on our decisions around our transport, but we can't do anything about that now that they are going to move legislation in that space. So I'm not going to comment on that, and I'll support what's in the recommendations. I did still want to comment, though, however, on Eke Pānuku, and I do hope that we separate it out. And I thank Councillor Ferry for alluding us to which part of the standing orders that comes under. Now, we heard from staff that one of the big issues around Eke Pānuku was the lack of integration, and I just wanted to push back on that because that's not been my experience in Manukau. In fact, you know, Councillor Filipaina mentioned Richard Davison, who's done an awesome job in Transform Manukau and in the Unlock projects out in our space too. And that, to me, has been a masterclass of integration. Eke Pānuku has facilitated working together collaboratively with the local board, with mana whenua, with the local businesses, the bids, Auckland Transport, Healthy Waters, Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, and central government. So there has been awesome integration in the projects that I've seen in my area out in Manukau, and I think also in other parts of Tamaki Makaurau as well. So I'm not sure how bringing them in-house will increase or improve that integration, but if it does, then great. My biggest issue, as I said during the amendment debate, is the lack of information. People have said this is about enhancing what we've currently got. It's about making what we've currently got more fit for purpose. It's about strengthening what we've currently got. But when staff were asked point blank, what evidence do you have that what's being proposed will strengthen, will enhance, will make it more fit for purpose? The answers we got were lots of ums and ers, and I think so, I expect so, we expect so, we hope so, and all of those sorts of answers. We don't have the details now, we'll work it out later. Trust us is basically what we're being told to do. And that just does not sit well with me as a decision maker. And this is a huge decision, and I also wish that it was going out for public consultation because we don't know what the public thinks about it. I have received some letters from people about Eke Pānuku in particular, but all the letters I've received from John Hunt and others have been for me to vote against the reforms. I have not received any letters to say that I should vote for the reforms. And that's my major issue, Your Worship, and the reason why I'm not going to be supporting that portion of it, the Eke Pānuku part of your reforms that you're suggesting. Yes, it would be great to have more accountability, more democratic oversight, but I'm not confident based on what we've heard today, what we've heard through the workshops, and yes, we've had a lot of workshops, but we were hoping to come to a point where we'd have more detail, more information, and we just haven't had that. And as a decision maker, making a huge decision that will affect all parts of Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, I just am not confident that I can trust blindly the Mayor's office and the staff who spoke to us today. That's not a criticism of your office, Your Worship, or the officers that spoke to us today, but it's just a fact that as a decision maker, I just can't make decisions like this with such a lack, such a paucity of evidence and of information and of detail. And to be honest, in other roles that I sit in, other governance roles and other judicial roles, that lack of evidence, you have to prove to me, you have to prove your case to me, right, on balance. And today, hand on heart, I have to say it's not proven. The evidence is not there. I would have to dismiss. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you for that. There were 300 pages of evidence, but Richard Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. And first of all, just want to, I guess, congratulate you, Mayor. I'm not sure of a politician that has campaigned on everything, and I think almost got there on every promise you have. So whether we agree with it or not, I think you are doing what you campaigned on. On these things, though, there are 21 of us plus the local boards and everyone, so it is difficult for us to understand every nuance and every part of it, and we all have different experiences come to the table. And you know, originally when you came up with this in our group of councillors all together in your office, one of my first things I was concerned about was the the venues and the art galleries and the zoos, and not wanting us to be sort of deciding what art goes in the art gallery and things like that. And so straight away, I think your team said, look, the trust model makes sense to keep those venues in that trust, not us sitting around here choosing what art goes in. Same on major events and destination. I was pretty constant, annoying Jazz and others on that the concerns were too great. So once again, acknowledge that you've worked to have that taken out of the proposal and left within Tātaki. On Auckland Transport, I do have still a little bit of concern around the comms and marketing. I know that Phil Wilson has promised us and others that it'll ensure that it makes sense. So we're not going to have 3 different arms of comms and marketing on the same thing, or if the public transport delivery system will be very connected to the people marketing and communicating with that. So those types of things that I worry about because I see the difficulties on the ground sometimes, that needs to be ironed out, and I'm sure that will. Also on Auckland Transport, as Councillor Fully said, I do have concerns, but some of that fear has been allayed today over the RTC and the control of government. It's not just this government, it's any government, and I just want to make sure that we still have Aucklanders' views and that we aren't at the behest completely to government changes. We've seen significant cuts to our budget, or basically 2 billion in the last year through the what we expected to spend through the GPS and also the regional fuel tax. So having 50-50 kind of control over the RTC is some concern, but I'm sure we will make sure that we've got our priorities and Aucklanders' priorities at the top there, but that is a concern for me. On Eki Panuku, I've told you we have difference on that, and that's because of my experience. And I am fortunate to have 2 transform unlocks in our ward, Northcote and Takapuna, and it has been a huge grind, 10 years or longer, these processes, and we're finally getting there. And I do have a little concern of will that stop? But you said that won't, and I'm taking Phil's position that won't stop, and we'll be able to continue that work. And you've seen that I voted for, despite not seeing that, unfortunately, Councillor Darby, until it was up on the screen, supported that because I felt in my heart that Eki Panuku, they're doing a good job from what my experience is. But what I will say is supporting these resolutions is I want all of us to switch the way we talk about our staff, the projects. If we support something, let's just get on with it. Or if we want to show vision, I'm sick of talking about structures. And I do feel for our CCOs. Every 2 years since I've been here, we've done this, a CCO review. We've pulled them apart, put them back together. Last year, Tātaki Auckland Limited were required to remove 200 staff. Auckland Transport, 150 staff. Eki Panuku lost $5 million, but we required them to do more. That is really hard for them to do things when we keep chopping and changing every 6 months. So I do hope bringing all of this in-house will mean that it's more streamlined, it's more clear, but we don't keep throwing things up in the air and then expecting the impossibilities. And we can actually start talking about projects and vision in the city that people want this city to be, instead of always on structure and always on how we can change things. And I do have concerns about us. Yesterday, and we talk about, Councillor Lee talks about, wanting the people to come in. Yesterday we had mana whenua, we had community members, and we had the storm-affected residents groups come in here. There was 5 of us sitting here and 6 online. We just had a quorum with 11, but we had 11 people. By the end, there was 2 online and 5 in here. The storm-affected residents said that it was pretty upsetting. I helped someone, showed them how to bus back to Helensville last night, helped her figure out where she had to walk to the bus. She made it all the way from Helensville on buses. It was going to take her 2 hours to get back so she could present to us. So we're going to turn up. And I'm sure there's TCO boards and staff out there going, how the heck are these people who, when we walk into a workshop and no one's there, our local board chairs make jokes, will there be more than 6 of you this time? If we don't turn up to this room and discuss things, even I think the biggest presentation on this, understanding the background and the evidence, there was about 8 of us in the room. So If we want more governance and we want more control, be there, turn up for our communities, and don't crap on staff and in the middle of the paper for your own benefits. That's my thing. Thanks.
Well said. We've now had to ask for an extension of time. A couple of people are brave enough to ask for that. All those in favour? Thank you very much. Now, to fulfil that extension of time, Josephine Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm getting old because I was Shane Henderson. I was saying the same things you said. I went and objected in 2009, I think, to the CCO model. Like I was there with my Pacifica Women's Group and we were like, no CCO. It's a company, it's profit driven. No, that shouldn't be the way our city is run. And I just think over time I've seen the benefit of it. I've seen the benefit of where you've got a CCO running something or that kind of model, because I look at what is the best model to do urban generation. I was against Tamaki regeneration when it was a lot of like right-wing people that were pushing for this company model for Tamaki regeneration. I was against that. I was like, no, it should be public accountability with the council and with the government as shared owners. And I am so grateful that they went ahead with this company model because we've been able to achieve, well, they've been able to achieve so much in the community because they're nimble, because they're independent, and they don't have to go through the same political processes that we go through just to get anything done. I look at Waikaraka Park, and when officers said it had to come to governing body, even though Tātaki had already made their decision as a board and they had done, their work, and when I thought, oh no, it's going to come here, it's going to be political, then that showed me the value of having arm's length decision making from a political process. And then I look at things in terms of urban regeneration with council, and I look at my community. They don't really care who does it. They think we do it anyway. They think we make the decisions. I got ripped to shreds over Apirana Ave Glen Innes with Auckland Transport, and so that put me off with Auckland Transport. But I see they're trying to come back from that, and really it came down to better communications. And the stormwater system in Tamaki hasn't been upgraded. It's the same soakage since the 1950s, and it's only because this company has come along, we've got growth, and they're saying we need to upgrade things. So I see the benefits of an independent organisation. I think it would be ideal if the CCO model was the CCOs implementing our direction, our strategy. And I do agree that sometimes it's very hard to know who's leading who, because when I was on the local board, I felt like I was hitting my head against a brick wall getting through to Eke Panuku. I went and got a legal opinion on who should be running our town centre upgrades, and it came back saying it's local boards and governing body. And so I can see the work that Eke Panuku is doing, and I really acknowledge their work with my area, with Unlock Pamua and Transform Onehunga. And I have a lot of relatives, friends over in South Auckland that say, how did you guys get your town centre to be upgraded? Because that's what people in the street say to me is, I'll just fix up our town centre. They don't really understand about CCO models. And then I have relatives out there going, how did you guys get your town centre upgraded? And Mangere, 57 years, 57 years to fix that leaking roof. And I wonder if Eke Panuku was in the picture, maybe that would have taken less time. I don't support disestablishing Eke Panuku, so I'll vote against that bit. but I do support what's proposed there for Tataki. I wish we could keep them for economic development because they do amazing work in the economic development sphere, and I acknowledge Pam Ford, Sarah Leo, and their work with Pasifika Economic Development. But I hope that when it comes into council, their work won't be lost. And yeah, that was Tataki. Also supports Green Auckland because I got the call from Nairi that they want to keep their independence, so I support them there. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Newman, please.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and following on from the previous speaker, whilst I disagree with aspects of her contribution, I will always politely uphold her right to say what she thinks. Your Worship, with respect to the reforms, I think it's a bit nuanced. There is a number of different parts to this, and I think this is going to have to be taken in its totality, because I don't think you can do this part by part. But just reflecting on where Auckland Council has come from, you know, there were a lot of people who marched in 2009, but they became some of them became part of the establishment shortly thereafter. And what happens is that the establishment then starts to entrench and the relationships form, and you go through the years. And I think part of the issue with the CCO model is it almost exists to replicate itself as opposed to necessarily serving Aucklanders. That's my concern. And so, and you could say, well, maybe that's part of the issue with council as well. That's another debating point. But that's one of the reasons why I try and spend a lot of my time door knocking, because it's interesting to hear what people say on the doorsteps. And I think that the message is a rather mixed one. And so, you know, it's important to reflect that, you know, some things work well and some things do not. I do want to acknowledge a point that Councillor Filipaina has made with respect to Tātaki, and I think on this point he is right. Yes, there is a letter of expectation, the statement of intent, and we put things in there that we haven't actually necessarily given effect to ourselves. One of the most obvious one, the Tātaki space, is SOSA, to be honest. I would have liked the SOSA agreement with the stadia to have been done quite some time ago, but we prevented that, in my view. In saying that, if I'm perfectly honest with you, Your Worship, there are aspects of the Tātaki business model that I think do remain unfinished business if we don't proceed with the stadia facilities today. They are going to have to be dealt with, because I don't think that this model is necessarily durable moving forward. Councillor Hills has made the point that the relationship with Eki Panuku, some people have had town centre upgrades, others haven't. I've never been that clear, Your Worship, with respect to Eki Panuku as to how you could have a quasi-corporate council entity that sells some land here in order to reallocate the funding for public realm development over there, and that you could run this thing sustainably through the years. At some point, you have a budget crunch because you run out of things to sell. Now, at the moment, you say, well, that hasn't happened yet, but that is the inherent issue with the Eki Panuku business model. Whilst I don't have a transform or unlock necessarily in my ward, I do have to give credit to our staff from Eki Panuku for Te Akarata, which is the upgrade for the tributary into the Puanui. And I want to say that that is a great project which involves healthy waters, and it will involve community facilities. And I would expect that those very good staff at Eki Panuku will rightly be mapped across, hopefully, if they wish to come here, to be the public servants of Auckland Council who will provide that project management and facilitation capacity to bring those different parts of the council as we roll out that project. But fundamentally, it is about stormwater improvements. It is Auckland Council's project, and that's where it needs to be, and the accountability needs to be here. I just want to make a couple of comments in relation to Auckland Transport. A lot's been said about the GOF years. I thought that the Dean review, I said in the Dean review, we're invited to give feedback, I said at the time that I thought that the Part 4 provisions of the Local Government Auckland Council Act were an anathema and they should be reformed with a view to regularising the relationship that this unitary Auckland Council has in relation to transport, along with every other region in New Zealand. So to me, this is actually a step towards orthodoxy. You could argue that it hasn't gone far enough because there will still be an Auckland Transport with some functions. But you know, I think it's a good step. I think it's important. And finally, Your Worship, if I can just say this, when you look at the totality of this, you look at spatial placemaking, I've got a list here, master planning, horizontal infrastructure, funding, stormwater, transport, water, wastewater, facilities, parks, local realm, that's local boards. This is all Auckland Council. This is core council business. Whether you have boards that govern this or not, it ought to be a function of Auckland Council, and I think that the most relevant thing you can ever do under that model is to ensure the democratic oversight and try and get the democratic oversight as close as you can to the decision making, which is precisely why I will support the package. I do think it needs to be taken as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It's very good. Councillor Walker, please.
And following on from Councillor Newman, I'm entirely supportive of all of your comments, Daniel. I'm supportive of moving the package as a whole and am in general agreement. I think that it will move towards a simpler structure on the part of the overall council group. It will enable more accountability, which is something that the public at large is interested in. I would like to think that it will considerably improve transparency because there has been a huge lack of that on the part of the council-controlled organisations, so-called. I would like to think it'll be more economical, and I certainly think it'll be more efficient, and it will integrate us, and if you like, reintegrate us. Having said that, my view, and you probably know that, is that it does not go far enough, particularly as far as Auckland Unlimited are concerned. And the reason I say that is that there is a work in progress around destination marketing and tourism and the funding thereof, around the stadiums. We have Eden Park that's been given a doubling of its number of concerts that it can hold. There's a work in progress around North Harbour Stadium. As far as Western Springs is concerned, I think we'll see an unravelling of that jack-up, if I describe it as that, because that is my personal view. And as far as the museum is concerned and MOTAT, they've got their own ideas of how they would like to see things as compared to Auckland Unlimited. So there's a work in progress there that is going to occur, and I would like to think that there will be some changes so that much of that is effectively brought in-house, because I think that would be more effective. It's an opportunity for council to turn itself around and regain our mana, and I liken it to what has happened to the Port of Auckland, which was not performing so well. Now, from a financial perspective, it's excellent and on an upward curve, and we now have a great deal of confidence in that port, and I hope it stays for a long time. Regaining that mana means that we've got to have a turnaround in terms of transparency. If we reflect on some of the bad stuff that has happened, and we only have to look across the road at the Civic Administration building, as Mike Lee pointed out, we haven't had any money from that. It was worth a very large sum of money, 100 million, something of that order if you value the land and the buildings. My experience over West Harbour Marina, where the particular CCO, Eki Panuku, was involved in a move to rezone land along the waterfront as residential, a hidden agenda on their part that is still a sore that is festering potentially on that landscape. And my recent experience with my fellow councillor over North Harbour Stadium, where the move to sell and demolish that stadium was progressed over some years in secrecy, including the sale of the community fields, and it was only when the Parks Department of Council became aware of that in November that they pointed out, no, you can't sell the fields because if you sell them, we haven't got enough north of the bridge and we're going to have to buy more anyway. What do you think of that? So it goes to the deficiency of disintegration as compared to the need for us to be one, to manage and be more effective and regain our mana. And I would hope that we're on track for that. Thank you.
Very much. Councillor Darby, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, I guess the big question here, will all this shift the dial at all? How much will it shift the dial? I think that's the big question. There's an expectation that this will really shift the dial. And I hope so in some areas, but I do have serious questions whether it's going to really nudge things along, particularly in the regeneration space. I actually have concerns about the health of this core organisation, and I'm speaking to you, Mr. Wilson, as Chief Executive. I think the health of this core organisation is not as it needs to be to receive these responsibilities, and they are enormous. I'm saying that, and I'm taking responsibility for that too, because I think it has to be vastly improved if you want to lift and shift those enormous responsibilities over into this organisation. I value, you've heard me say, I value the expertise, the skill, the capability, the capacity that professional governors, say at Eke Panuku, contribute. They're really hard to find. Now, we've heard that an advisory panel might do that. There's no accountability, no responsibility of an advisory panel. That's just a bit of packaging to make it look like, you know, it can work. There is no implementation plan. That's work to be done. And we've heard from our senior staff today that they didn't have time. They didn't have time to look at international models. They didn't land the best possible because they were constrained. It's a pretty honest admittance that we haven't done our job here. There's a lot of expectation, I hear, of greater accountability. I question whether we really have looked at ourselves around this table and thought, do we have the capacity at this table? Do we have the capabilities at this table? I am no expert in some of the areas I might comment on. I'm a generalist in that area of, say, Eke Panuku, but I have engaged with it pretty solidly, as I have in the transport space, but I'm no expert. I rely on the experts, of course, management, but I also rely on the experts of fellow directors at Auckland Transport and the expertise of the directors at Eke Panuku and Tātaki, etc. I'm reminded of when I first came to North Shore City Council, when everything came up to the governing body on transport, just about everything. And it was unfathomable slowness, but there was accountability, there was transparency, you could see it all. And I remember a staffer with a PhD, I found out some years later, had a PhD. He brought 8 reports over 5 years to put in a bus stop in the Browns Bay town centre. And I think we're at risk, maybe not so much the transport space. I think if we want to have everything landing at this table so that there's accountability and transparency, I think we're at major risk of the momentum being painfully laborious, and it'll cost Auckland. Auckland's got some massive issues at the moment. You know, on the economic front, it's huge. It's pretty stale here. You know, the nation's got some problems, but Auckland should be subsidising the nation like an international city. We're nowhere near that. We've talked about that. We see these State of the City reports come through year after year, and they identify these problems, the work to do, and we can't get our heads around that. We've known for years that innovation, we're way down the ladder. On R&D, we're way down the ladder. We're way down the ladder in attracting anchor businesses. We have so few in Auckland. With Eke Panuku, I am disappointed, and I'll be registering my vote against. But I look at the report today, and Mayor, you're right, that there are a lot of others. There's a lot of other supporting information, but in your mayoral proposal, in those 55 paragraphs, there's actually no evidence in your proposal. It's outside of your proposal, and that's ill-informed. That needs completion. And in today's report, there's a lot of narrative, but it's padded out with rhetoric. And I say this, you know, straight to you, Mayor. It's padded out with rhetoric. It's not padded out with evidence. There's an assumption that there's going to be a lift and shift of talent. Now, that commoditizes people. It does. Lines like that are really just signal a commoditization of people. That talent will find the best place to go. And my guess is they'll find another place because they know this place. In fact, many of them left this place when the Auckland Design Office imploded. Now, that's our background. The Auckland Design Office used to be held up internationally as a guide for this city, and it's lost that juice entirely. That's where we're bringing back the responsibilities. It's no place. I've mentioned the Development Project Office and the problems we've had there. I think the loss of people will lead to a loss of momentum. It'll lead to tired town centres staying tired and a massive miss in opportunity. I think this is a pretty sad day. Overall, I think the Auckland Council structure and culture is going to have to be vastly transfused. It's going to have to be put on a drip to get it up there to be worthy of doing this task for some time. And culture transformation does not happen overnight. It just does not happen overnight in organisations. It takes time. We can't afford time. We had a good structure. We know it was delivering. And there are little niggles like the Civic Administration building. But the truth is, we got out of jail on the Civic Administration building. And unfortunately, a developer has had great problems making $1 out of it. But those examples have been given. I want to acknowledge the staff for the work that they have done. I don't want to go to Christmas sounding like a Grinch. I am disappointed, but I'm not despondent. I'll keep participating here to make sure that we get the very best out of whatever lands, but I will not be supporting the expunging of Eke Panuku.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, please.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Colleagues, you know, you've got to be careful what you wish for, don't you? I want to start with what we've got. And, you know, Auckland Transport have got a new board, not even a year old in its entirety, and it's got central government change. So that will take some time to get through. But I want to acknowledge that Auckland Transport come to this chamber with often a list of things that they're very proud of. I want to talk about Tātaki Auckland Unlimited. You gave me the onerous position of being part of that board, Your Worship, and I've got to say, if you haven't sat in on a CCO board, do it. It will be the best professional development you'll ever get. They lost 35 million, 200 staff, and have still delivered. Thank you, Your Worship, for allowing them to keep major events in destination I think they do a very good job of that. I hope that we listen firmly to Screen Auckland, because I think, again, the work that Tātaki have done with the screen sector in Auckland has been good for our city. Panuku, if I was honest with you, that's my one I'm the most shaky about. But I think the problem with all our CCOs, and respectfully to the people that are behind you in front of me, and that is sometimes the media do great stories for them that show problems in our CCOs. And that actually pulls the confidence that Aucklanders have in what happens in our CCO. If I had $1 for every time I've heard that CCOs are the biggest oxymoron that you've ever heard of, i.e. council-controlled organisation isn't about control, I could probably run the city, fund the city myself. But Councillor Filipaine is right. We have the tools in the toolbox to provide that control, and I think we have all failed in that. Now, that said, Your Worship, you stood on changing the CCO model. And for me, I respect that, and you stood for it, you won, and this is what you're doing about that. So I'm keen to see an implementation model that delivers the efficiency and effectiveness promised. I think February will be a big month for us, because we've seen it could look like this, it could look like that, but I want to see clearly that this package of reform will enhance the performance and delivery of the work that our CCOs currently do across all elements. For me, one of the most important resolutions that we're going to pass today is no reduction in service levels or investment, because I think that is important. This is not about a slash and burn cost cutting. It's actually about making us accountable. What makes me nervous about that is that most of us around this table do not have the CVs that our CCO directors do have. But at the end of the day, I don't want to delay, Councillor Darby, one of the reasons I didn't vote for your amendment, I didn't get my hand up in time, is that I don't want to delay the pain. I was with Councillor Baker this morning before 7 a.m. in the office, and he's right, Panuku do want a decision made one way or the other. So I would rather make the decision today, see what happens, but at the end of the day, Your Worship, you live or die by this sword, and I will back you because this is what you've said you'll do, and you are living by that. But I do have some concerns, and I want you to know that come February, when the model comes back and we decide on that, that's when I will really have my say. So for me, today is about taking a step back and saying, right, all of us, what happens in the transport space, but early for transport maybe, but what happens in the economic development space, what happens in the transformational space is on you. If you get it wrong, the people of Auckland will come for you. And there's a lot to be said for that. There's a lot also to be worried about. So I will support you today, Your Worship, but as I said, I want to see the model in detail, and that will help me finally support what you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Williamson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm delighted that we're taking the first step of a long journey to get some reform. This is not the end of it. In fact, this is really just the beginning of things, in my view. And change management is a really, really important subject. You've really got to identify what bits are still good and make sure we don't lose those. And you've got to park them off and say they're working really well and let's keep them going or enhance them. You've then got to identify the bits of whatever the model you're looking at that is failing and identify why is it failing, what are the problems, how do we get rid of the poor drivers that are driving in the wrong direction and convert them over to being in the good column. And you've got to finally go to the bottom corner box and go, and what are the unintended consequences that might come out to bite us, and make sure you try to do them. And I think there's a lot of work to be done in that space. I'm a bit sort of jaundiced about sort of professional directors, because there's plenty of examples around the world, let's forget New Zealand, The best example would have been Steve Jobs running Apple and being worth billions, and a whole set of professional directors brought into the Apple board, including John Scully, who was supposedly the greatest director of any companies in the world. And he ran Apple into the ground, was 3 days, I think, short of being declared insolvent, and had to bring Steve Jobs back and take over the place from a company he'd already set up called Next. So these people who are professional directors paid millions, ran a successful company into the ground. So it's not a guarantee that people that are professional directors will do a great job. I also think that we're buying ourselves some accountability here, because we've had a little bit of an excuse when things are not being done well. Bloody CCOs, you know, they get away with blue murder. Well, we're going to have to take some of the ownership back on that. And I'm delighted that we are, because I think people who are elected every 3 years have to have that level of scrutiny and accountability on them, but also make sure that we are delivering outcomes. So a really good set of KPIs. I think Councillor Darby wanted to know, will this move the dial? We better have a number of dials that we are looking at and reporting on and making sure that we are moving the dial, or there was no point in making this change. Absolutely no point. We want to get better outcomes, more efficiency, more effective outcomes, and things that the public can look at and say, wow, look at the change that's occurred in that organisation, as they have in many other organisations that have gone through proper change management and been really good at delivery. And the last thing I want to say is what I still think is going to be big roadblocks with bloody orange cones all around it to making any further progress, is that we don't do what central governments do when they get elected. When central governments get elected, they go and look at anything that's on the books from the previous regime that they think are causing a barrier to progress, and they clean the slate out. And we have got so much cumulative dross, in my view. I'm going to give you one. I know this will upset a whole lot of people, but I've just been getting Auckland Transport to give me what the costs of TERP are if they are to try to keep doing what this council has forced upon them. A 13-fold increase in the number of cyclists by 2030. Not even close to happening over the years that it's been in place so far, and the forecast for the next 3 years is 3.44 million, 3.52 million, 3.6. Fractional increases. But they're sitting down there saying, we have been given this directive from that council. They're also saying we've been given to have to have 50% reduction in vehicle kilometres travelled, 50% reduction in vehicle kilometres travelled by 2030. We're only 20 days away from 2025. That's 5 years' time.
Impossible.
You are never going to see, I promise you now, I'll bet you to whatever sum of money you want to put up, you are never going to see a 50% vehicle kilometres reduction in the next 5 years. And so we have put all, and this is just one, I could spend the rest of the day if you gave me some time, of all the burdens that we've placed on these people and never gone back and reviewed them and said, that's nonsense, get rid of it. And if we aren't prepared to go back to the, Jim Stabbuck gave us a wonderful unfunded mountain, and I hope you guys all remember seeing it. Over 300 on the mountain of unfunded policies and mandates that we'd come up with, like TERP, which is unfunded. I should give you the financial implications. AT say somewhere between 20.5 and 28.7 billion in capex between 2025 and 2035, and a cumulative OPEX of between 4.9 and 5.1 billion. Those are huge numbers that it would cost to implement a policy that this council, prior to us, so it's not of this particular iteration of the council, put in place but didn't put a single dollar of money associated with it. So great change. Congratulations that you're a politician doing something they very rarely do, and that is stand on a particular policy and then implement it and do it. Well done. Long may it continue. But don't everybody get too excited that this is the end all. This is a good start, but there's a whole lot of things we need to do, and we need to measure and be accountable for it and not make excuses if we don't deliver. We will have failed, and we should be prepared to walk away if we fail delivering. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think we've heard every possible conception of views on that, and they're all pretty good and informed and well held. Does anyone else feel it's absolutely necessary to burden us with their notes? Otherwise, I'm going to just finish off myself with a short word and go to the vote. The CCO model can work effectively if it's properly executed, and we're here to decide on a model that I believe will allow us to better deliver on our long-term plan, and it is the first step of 1,000 miles. Our different CCOs are making strategy and policy decisions that should be made under our direct oversight, and reform puts us in the best position to make a holistic approach, give us greater visibility across all the group functions, and help us better prioritise where we spend our resources. Economic development is currently delivered alongside work that isn't well aligned. There's an absence of strategic direction, with a function delivered at arm's length. In other major cities around the world, economic development sits at the heart of what a local government does. It has strong political mayoral leadership, placed alongside other relevant functions that together leverage council's ability to regulate and influence. For example, last night I was able to connect Zeno, a local space company, to an opportunity with a large Brazilian space company. Panuku model of buying and selling land and supervising the way developers use it to create something is called property development. In case you haven't noticed, there are plenty of commercial property developers out there doing it pretty well, and they don't rely on rate-paying money to do it. Of course, throwing a lot of money in consultants at a project often helps. That's what happened on the waterfront with the investment of hundreds of millions of dollars, but we don't have that pile of cash anymore. The current model relies heavily on recycling council's property, but most of the palatable, easy asset sale options have been realised. Plainly, this means if we retain the status quo, future costs will disproportionately end up on the ratepayer. That's not how real developers work. They work with proper funds and leverage their scale properly, not piece by piece. Iki Panuku has also exhausted most of the easier development opportunities in Auckland where council owns substantial property holdings. The low fruit's been picked. Usually the end developer is a very large firm rather than distributed ownership, local ownership, which is my aim with the changes in-house. We've got to be smarter about the way we do the next generation of urban regeneration projects, and we'll need to consider a different model with or without reform. Iwi leaders and developers in particular tell me they find there are too many doors to open with so many organisations before they can make any progress. By bringing the decisions on land use, planning, economic development, urban regeneration, transport and other significant infrastructure into one place, we can properly align our priorities and investment in a coordinated, strategic way that drives the right growth in Auckland. Look at Drury for an example. We've been tripping over ourselves and our CEOs while achieving very little, until the developers themselves organised and came along to get things moving. Drury represents significant growth in economic development opportunity, but it also comes with major planning and funding challenges. And these can be met if our structure provides for greater integration, concentrating the people skills in the same place, instead of spreading that expertise thinly across the group. This approach will help us deliver at greater scale and pace. Our CBD development is a complete misalignment between our organisations. It's our major business district that suffers because the model we operate has failed to address the complex but critical needs of this community. In response to the examples of the Drury in the city centre, we could draw on international models by creating a specialised in-house unit that combines planning, urban regeneration, property and infrastructure skills, economic development and major place-based projects. It's a one-stop shop that we've heard developers, and iwi Maori developers in particular, asking for. A dedicated in-house office integrating these functions could assist council in realising the opportunities for growth and assist us in retaining specialised skills, upskilling all our people, not isolating commercial expertise into one silo. I think this will attract people, not lose them. And it'll attract high-quality people who are reticent at the moment. If we're going to learn from these examples, we've got to change direction. We shouldn't be afraid of making decisions because we don't have every detail implementation. We have more than enough information and almost 300 pages of staff advice, probably not read by most. We should also give our full confidence in Phil as a council CEO. He's already managed a substantial positive structural change involving hundreds of staff that we didn't even know about. And that's in line with the intention of reform. He's provided reassurance and the experience of what he's done already to show that he and the council have the capacity, capability and readiness to implement these changes, and they've committed to monthly reporting and appropriate oversight. Through this process, I've read and listened to the views of many stakeholders, particularly interested in those who understand the current model and its limitations. To close, I want to reference a submission made by the PSA, of all people, as part of a previous budget consultation. According to their submission, their view was that services should, in principle, be retained in-house rather than be outsourced or removed to a CCO. Noting a key issue for Auckland and its members was ensuring that CCOs and other contracted service providers remain fully accountable to the council and to its service users. Those services users are Aucklanders, the people who elect us, the people whose rates pay for us, and that accountability should rightly sit with us and the responsibility that goes with it. Okay, now I'm going to move to voting for this. I would like to be clear from the beginning. This is about the operating model itself. This is about how the Chief Executive will run the place. What I'm seeking to do here is to address concerns about the group's structure. Reform hangs as a package. This isn't a pick and mix buffet of the performance or merit of individual organisations or their staff. A better way, if you disagree, you have two options. You vote against the package, or you record your dissent against individual parts. We've done that before with CCO, with the annual plans, with the LTPs. We're trying to address deep, systemic, structural issues that have been tinkered with for 14 years of well-intentioned piecemeal review of something that was basically wrong at the start. If you remove an organisation from the equation, we won't achieve the outcomes Auckland has needed. So we won't be doing this in parts. We've taken this approach with multiple annual plans and the long-term plan, and I don't accept this as any different. So I'm going to go, presumably we will have a division here, I'm absolutely sure, and you can record against a part, but I'm going to go around and ask for the Sandra with an R to record your vote on item 10.
Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Bartley.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
I vote for overall. Please record my vote against the disestablishment of Eke Panuku and the transfer of economic development from Tātaki to Auckland Council.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
can I be the same, please? What he did.
Councillor Bartley, you're changing your vote from a no to a yes with against on D1 and D2. Is that correct? Thank you. Councillor Ferry.
For, against on D1 only. Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat that? D1 and?
Only.
Thank you. Councillor Filipina.
For, but against Eke Panuku and against the economic development.
D1 and D2. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Foley.
For, but against D1 and D2.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yes.
Councillor Hills.
I made my vote clear in the amendment, but I'll just vote in favour of all in favour.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Leone. For. Councillor Newman.
For.
Councillor Sayers.
For.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
For.
Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
For A to M inclusive.
Councillor Williamson.
For.
Mayor Brown. That's carried.
20 0.
Carried noting all of those clauses
20-0.
against.
Oops.
We've been going 4 hours.
I've been going 4 hours. We have a quarter of an hour, a few minutes break, okay? Try and hold it to 10. And prepare yourself for the excitement of the LGNZ Electoral Working Group. For the excitement of local government New Zealand electoral reform working group issues. And I'm bringing to the fore Warwick McNaughton, who I think he's going to. Are you going to cover the excitement of dog law here too? Okay, it's been moved, and I can't bring myself to second this. Is there anyone who's brave enough to second this load of rubbish? This paper, sorry. Baker. Righto, Warwick. Why are we taking any notice of this?
Your Worship and members, you'll recall that there was a nationwide concern following the 2022 local elections about low voter turnout. There were people saying that there needs to be a national discussion about how to improve voter turnout. This draft submission, should you wish to proceed with it, is offered as part of that national discussion. The Electoral Reform Working Group's issues paper is available for public submission. Just a comment about the wording in the draft submission. Any wording that states that council supports some proposal is based on previous submissions this council has made, either to parliamentary committees or the Future for Local Government Review. For example, the council's submissions to the Future for Local Government Review included support for a 4-year term. So that's repeated here. Where the submission explores new territory that you haven't considered before, such as what happens when postal voting is no longer viable and local government moves to booth voting, the submission notes the advantages and disadvantages around combining, for example, general and local elections rather than putting the council in a position of having a firm view. Other commentary in the submission simply provides examples of what Auckland Council does, which might hopefully assist the national debate and the working group. Thank you, Your Worship.
Other than my question about why we're bothering with something that's local government New Zealand, if we're going to do anything, we'd do our own one to the government when they get around to it, wouldn't we?
The discussion about electoral reform and the future scenario for local government elections is really a national discussion, and the ERG the Electoral Reform Working Group's findings will ultimately feed into consideration by parliamentary committees in terms of legislative reform, but we regularly make submissions to parliamentary select committees, particularly following every local election when they hold an inquiry. Yeah.
Okay, well, anyone who's just endured the last 5 hours and wants to do it for another year, make it 4 years, has gone mad. That was a lesson in shortening the bloody term of Nevertheless,
3 weeks.
Anyone who wants to ask any questions or raise any debate about this, or we're just going to plough ahead with it, please, Councillor Newman, provide some light and excitement on this, please.
I do it all the time. Thank you. Warwick, can I just get a sense as to, whilst Local Government New Zealand is doing this, if you've had any indication from the Minister of Local Government that he's seeking this sort of thing any time recently, because I know I can see a lot of stuff coming down the path from government in that affects us, but I'm not sure, unless I've missed something, I'm not sure how recent it is that the government has actually sort of said, this is where we need to go, this is what we have to do, local government needs us, we need to help. So can you just give some insight into that?
I'm not aware of any specific comments from the Minister of Local Government. From memory, the DAA briefing to the Minister of Local Government included some of the issues that are in front of us in the submission.
Yes, but did you get any? I haven't. I need to go and reread the coalition agreement. I'm not quite sure that this was actually part of the target list for government. I mean, some of this is, I think, quite important. I just really want to get a sense that this is the focus that government has indicated it wishes to go down.
I can't help you.
Notwithstanding whatever the Department of Internal Affairs advised in the briefing to the incoming minister, there should be reference to a work program within the coalition agreement. If there isn't, it might give an insight as to where they're going to prioritise this or not.
Sorry, Your Worship, I can't provide any further information about the minister's position.
I sat next to him through a game of soccer. He never showed any interest in this subject, but that means nothing. Nevertheless, I think you've brought this to our attention. I don't know if anyone... What's the show of hands? Who wants to have longer... who wants to go 4 years? Quite a few. Hey?
It's a lot harder jobs in Auckland than being sitting around here. Mayor, can I just say that, Mayor, local government will have no say in this. If central government do go to a 4 year and they have a referendum and so on, we have to change her every third time. We'll be on the same year as central government elections. And they've got to always be in a different year according to... So if the central government go to a 4 year term, then local government will move as well.
I'm sure that's going to be a decision made at a higher table than here, but thank you for filling in this thing there. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour of receiving the local board feedback and approving a submission in attachment C, please say aye. Aye. For, against? Not particularly worried about it. Me. And now, woof woof. Proposed changes to the council dog policy and bylaw. Perhaps you might like to introduce this word. Josephine?
Do you want a word, or are you busy? Like, should I speak to it? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I'd like to have, would you like to move it, Josephine?
Yeah, I like to move it.
Okay.
Jeez.
And I think, do you wish to say some introductory stuff to this stuff before these people start? You've been doing great work of late.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So we've got Paul and Kylie here. So the Regulatory and Safety Committee recommends we adopt a proposal for public consultation to improve council's approach to dog management in Auckland. The proposal improves our current approach by setting a limit on the number of dogs a person may walk at one time, maximum 6, of which no more than 3 are allowed under control off leash at one time. Clarifying and updating dog access rules on 14 regional parks, reorganising and simplifying policy content by updating and removing outdated information, clarifying existing rules in the bylaw and removing duplication of rules in the bylaw that are covered in the policy. In terms of the next steps, public consultation will then take place from 20 January to 23 February, noting this is 5 weeks to accommodate the public holidays over this period. A policy and bylaw panel will consider all public feedback, consisting of myself and Alf Filipaina and one Haukura IMSB member. The panel will make recommendations back to the governing body mid-next year for a final decision on the proposal. Staff are here to address any questions regarding the proposed improvements.
Nothing further to add. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we'll take it as read and you just answer the questions if that's okay. They're coming. We've got Councillor Newman and then Councillor Watson.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for your work. I very much appreciate the work that you do in the bylaws space, but the most obvious thing here, if you want to regulate the number of dogs one can walk, is how you're going to enforce that, because that's a question that's going to come up. I guess I know that we talk about the continuum and education, what have you, but tell us about the enforcement.
Yes, so the enforcement rule will rely on our existing animal management officers that are out there, so our normal patrols and our normal responses to complaints.
The animal management officers in my ward are busy trying to manage the dogs that are not being walked. They are running and biting and what have you, so I'm not quite sure what capacity they have to effectively enforce the provision of a bylaw relating to you can only walk a certain number of dogs. It just seems to be a very hard thing to enforce with our current resourcing challenge.
Yes, and to clarify, the approach is the same as it's the same issues they have with enforcing all of our dog access rules. So it's the same approach, the same resource, and so this rule doesn't add any further additional strain on those resources because they're still doing the same number of patrols and the same approach to compliance.
Right, thank you. Another question, Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The question around the number of dogs, and there are professional dog walking groups out there, and I've heard a bit of feedback from them saying, look, we do this for a living. It's how a whole industry revolves around this, and they can give evidence about it. They're very good at what they do, and they can control quite a large number of dogs. Could you just elaborate for us your understanding around that industry and how it's got affected, and if it was a stakeholder and what type of feedback you've had to date? And also, is there any special consideration being given to that type of business under this proposal?
So I'm just going to talk in general. The considerations for the working group and for the committee when they were looking at this issue, it's the balance that we need to achieve as required under the Dog Control Act between the needs of dog owners and the needs of dogs and also other users as well. And the Dog Control Act talks about whether, to the extent that it's practical, to avoid people's fears and intimidation around dogs. And when people are coming across packs of dogs, there is that level of concern that they have. There has been evidence of problems that people have been coming across that have come to us through our findings report. And so this has tried to strike that balance between enabling people to still use professional dog walkers as a way to have their dogs get adequate exercise, and at the same time providing for the safety and comfort of other users of public places to not be concerned or intimidated by the presence of these large packs.
If I may, just in terms of that industry or representatives from that industry, have they had a chance to engage with you directly and kind of give their feedback about the proposal, or you expect that to come?
Thank you for the question. As part of our investigation, we interviewed a number of professional dog walkers. So they were part of the process initially. At the time that we interviewed them, there was no one organisation that was representing professional dog walking or the professional dog walking industry. When it came to light that there was an organisation that was representing the industry, we met with the chair of that organisation to outline the process and talk about where we were in the process and what was coming up. So we have had initial discussions with the organisation, and we have also talked to some of the members of that organisation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Watson, you're next.
I've got three questions, and they come from some constituents of mine in the Albany ward, and I've been asked to relay them to you. So the first one goes to the consultation or engagement that's taken place to this point. And I noticed from the regulatory committee there was, in amongst the risks and mitigations, there was a reference to conceivably a negative perception of the council about its review process and consultation to date. So that was signalled to the committee. So this comes from a regional advocacy group, the Dog Friends Auckland region and Rodney, who in the previous 2019 bylaw, they made up over a quarter of the oh no, there we go, back on. So sorry, I'll just quickly repeat that. So Dog Friends Auckland region and Rodney, big group, massive contributor to public submissions, quarter of the pro formas in 2019 and nearly 40% of the public submissions, yet they don't appear to have been consulted or engaged in this process at all, despite the fact other groups are, and that they have quite an extensive knowledge regarding the bylaws. So I guess the obvious question is, why were they not engaged in? They've only just discovered about this at, very late in the piece. That's the first question.
So through the chair, the review itself focused on particular areas within the policy and bylaw, noting that it had been reviewed in 2019, 2012 before that. And so this review was taking a bit more of a higher level approach. That group wasn't engaged specifically because our attention was mainly focusing on the professional dog walks, or more importantly, the walking of multiple dogs, and specific areas within regional parks. So adopting this proposal, we can now go forward and we can seek their feedback and their participation through the next formal SCP process.
I guess their point would be that they would have liked to have had some part in guiding what goes out to consultation, because, obviously that dictates the response. So that's a little disappointing, I guess. So the second question they have relates to the consultation or otherwise on the off-leash dog areas that were identified in the 2019 schedule. So as I understand from the 2024 dog bylaw review people's panel, finding 67% of respondents suggested better and clearer signs. And I think one of the issues here was that back in 2019, the indication was given by staff that signage had been identified as a significant issue and needed to be reviewed and updated, and there was a budget to deal with that. There seems to be a concern that of those off-leash dog areas, which is nearly 1,800, more than 1,800 of, a lot of them don't have public signage, and that may well have been a topic for consultation. Do you have any comment on that?
To my understanding, as you've outlined, there was, from the 2019 review, budget set aside to improve the signage, and our operational community, parks and community facilities team have been rolling out that signage. I'm not aware of the details though. Happy to receive that, your copy, and we can respond to it.
Yes, thank you. So I'd appreciate an update on the numbers that have been done there. The final question that I have goes to the issue of standardisation of rules across the region, and the group I'm speaking on behalf of had a particular concern in respect of the winter hour dog restrictions from 6 local boards that remained from prior to the emergence of the super city. And again, as part of that 2019 review, our understanding is that Councillor Bartley's predecessor, Councillor Cooper, had given assurance that that would be included for public consultation the next time that the review came out, which is now, of course, and that standardisation appears to have been left out of the public consultation this time round. And apparently that's leading to a degree of confusion, across Auckland, given that lack of standardisation. So, why wasn't that standardisation of the rules then included for consultation? Is the question.
Through the chair, that wasn't an issue that was identified during our findings process as being a significant issue. It was still very much a local issue and best left to those individual boards. Okay,
so for the group, they would be advised to take that particular item up with their local boards as opposed to this through this process here. Finally, any advice to the group, given they represent a lot of people and have a real abiding interest and have been responsible for quite a degree of education and improvements in the whole dog control. Do you have any advice in terms of this process going forward?
Only that we'll make sure that they're directly notified so they're fully aware that they'll have the opportunity, and they can contact us if they've got specific questions, and that service is available to anybody.
Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you. I've got a couple of other matters, but I'll maybe take them with you offline, I think. Okay.
Fascinating, really. I didn't realise the dogs had a Bill of Rights, but I've learned something every day. Are there any further questions? Oh, Lottie Fully, sorry.
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a question about the public consultation. I mean, these are huge issues for our communities in my ward, but also in South Auckland generally. Can you explain what you're going to do in terms of the public consultation procedure to reach communities in South Auckland and to ensure that they engage with the process as much as possible?
Kia ora, thank you for the question. We have quite a comprehensive engagement plan for this piece of work. As has been mentioned, consultations from 20th of January through to 23rd of February. We are looking at having a number of in-person, sub-regional in-person have your say events, as well as information sessions online and stakeholder sessions online as well. So that period is quite an intense period for consultation across the region on this topic.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you. Just reminding you that in our working group, I'd given you pictures and stuff about dog walking groups and things. And when I hear the talk around here, all of Auckland's not the same. We don't see those problems in the area where a lot of these people actually carry out some business undertaking as well. And so please keep that in mind when you're trying to work through this. Thanks.
There appear to be no further questions. Is there any debate on this, or shall I? It's been moved by Councillor Bartley, seconded by Councillor Fully. I'm going to move that all those in favour of adopting this, please say aye. Contrary? Carried. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for your efforts. Now, try and take this seriously. We're now being addressed with regard to the proposed change to the Council Cemetery bylaw and code. Councillor Bartley, you've been busy.
Yes, from dogs to death.
Beg your pardon?
From dogs to death. Death. Cemeteries. The Regulatory and Safety Committee recommends we adopt a proposal for public consultation that simplifies the bylaw framework for council-run cemeteries and crematoria. Taking this approach will remove duplication and clarify the framework and key rules to be easier to understand and comply with. The proposed changes are structural and will not change the public's current use of council-provided cemetery and crematoria services. The proposal is also limited to council cemeteries and crematoria and does not cover private cemeteries and urupa, space allocation or capacity, and matters in existing guidance. The next steps are the same as the dog policy and bylaw proposal, public consultation early next year, and recommendations from a bylaw panel to the governing body by mid-next year. Paul is here to answer any questions regarding the proposed improvements.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Paul and Elizabeth, have you got anything to add to this?
No, nothing further to add. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Bartley's moved, Councillor Fully second, I believe. Are there questions about this? Councillor Fully and Councillor Newman.
Kia ora, thank you. Very similar question, because this is a huge issue for our Pasifika community across the whole of Tamaki Makaurau, especially in terms of cultural norms and practices around adornments. And I know that's one of something that's been red flagged as an issue, but for Pasifika communities, it's an issue for a different reason because, you know, our people do want adornments, whereas that's an environmental issue from council's point of view. So if you can just explain in terms of reaching out to our Pacifica community and our ethnic communities as well about, you know, what you're intending to do in that public consultation space to reach out and hear their views so that they can be heard. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you for your question. Similar to the dogs consultation, we have a comprehensive engagement plan, and this includes directly notifying Pacific communities and also the Pacific People's Advisory Panel to seek their views.
Kia ora, and can I just encourage you as well to reach out to the local boards because they do have already comprehensive lists of groups that they engage with regularly, and the local boards in our South Auckland and West Auckland area would be really key in that. Kia ora.
Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, thank you to Councillor Foley because I had similar questions on this. It's a very, very complex issue for certain communities and particularly, not exclusively, but in South Auckland, this is probably the adornments in the cemeteries is probably the biggest challenge of all, I would have thought. And so there is a need to balance out the needs of those who are grieving for the loss of their loved ones through the placement of adornments versus the environmental management that we have to address. So you've kind of answered that. The other thing, frankly, too, is adornments tend to be very present also in those parts of the cemeteries for the babies. And those adornments can be there for many, many years, actually. So, I mean, I assume that notwithstanding the bylaw that we apply practices within the cemetery space that kind of look to, do we turn a blind eye, you know, officially turn a blind eye in part to some of these challenges that we've faced with adornments, or we're going to go quite hard in this space because it is very complex and extremely sensitive?
Kia ora, thank you for your question. Council cemetery staff do take a very empathetic approach to enforcement. Council cemetery staff take a empathetic approach to enforcement of these rules, so they'll often communicate and educate families and work with them to come to a conclusion that suits their grieving.
And if I can just add to that, this is the opportunity for those communities to provide their feedback on whether they think the rules as they're presented strike that right balance, because this is the time that we can have that debate about what the rules should be. You know, ideally the rules should reflect what we actually do. You never want to have a rule that you turn a blind eye to. That's just a sign of a bad rule.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Thanks. I just wondered if you might want to speak quickly to the Pacific People's Advisory Panel session that was held on this, which I attended, which did start the conversation around some of these particular issues and how that went, so people are aware there has been some early discussion before we got to this point with members of that community, particularly around adornments and some of those sensitivities. Thank you.
Thank you. We attended the advisory panel session in early November, and the panel had a number of operational questions seeking to understand how cemeteries are run, including around adornments. There was acknowledgement of the environmental impact, as well as needing to make sure that Pacific communities and others can grieve as they wish in regards to adornments, and it was a very useful session, and we will be keeping in touch with the panel as we go through the public consultation.
Great, thank you.
I haven't got any further questions. Is there any further debate about this? Or in that case, I'll take a risk of moving them, of putting the motion, which has been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much, Paul, and thank you very much, Elizabeth. Very good. I'd like to now welcome Maria and Becky to talk about the well-being of our people. Mela, Merler, sorry, Merler and Becky. Sorry. Merler.
Kia ora everyone. I'll take the report as read and ask any questions.
No, we want everyone to be moved and well. Is there any questions or discussion about this? We've sat there through hours of lack of health and safety in order to get here. No, it's not over yet, all right.
Vote of confidence, Becky.
I think their well-being and health seem to be overflowingly good, and so on that basis, you're going to get off scot-free. But thank you very much. It has been through the Audit and Risk Committee, of course, so it was reviewed beforehand. So all those in favour of accepting this, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Sorry about that, Merler and Becky. It's not we're interested in health and well-being, it's just that we are very healthy and well-being. Item 15 and 16, we have the Audit and Risk Committee have had a great deal of fun of late with the 2 bits here, one in public and one in confidential. So the public bit is about enterprise risk update. So Meredith and there's no Andre de Vet.
Oh yes, I have Andre. I'm sorry, just the timing. Andre is here, but just as he walks up, I can.
Oh, Andre, it's good. I was just
Probably
worried about your health and well-being, Andre. We thought you
enjoy me, Andre. So this is our usual enterprise risk update referred from the Audit and Risk Committee, just covering the activities of the risk team over the last 6 months and also giving an update on strategic risks. Happy to take the report as read.
I have a mover and a seconded mover from Councillor Foley and seconded by Councillor Leone. Oh, sorry, Simpson and Walker, I'm sorry. They're moving so quickly, there must have been an earthquake. Is that on your list of risks? You want to address us about this? No. We've got item 16. No.
You haven't put it.
I'm just, there's no questions, but I'm just looking at that. All right, all those in favour of this, please say aye. To the contrary, carried with acclamation. Item 16, Paul Connell, our Independent Audit and Risk Committee Chair, and Meredith will tell us about what's going on here. I'll just stay there. Paul's not here, but
Yes,
Meredith.
Paul sends his apologies. So this is just the annual report of the Audit and Risk Committee on their activities. Again, happy to take the report as read, and we'll take any comments you have back to the committee.
I'll be surprised if there are any. If it's been referred to you, that's jolly good. I thank Paul for his efforts. And I'll move this and it'll be seconded by somebody else. Councillor Williamson flashed up ahead of Councillor Walker in the rush to do this. Are there any further questions? The annual report's been reasonably well discussed. Personally, I'm waiting for the movie, but all those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried, well done. Other rates and fees, item 17. This exciting item has come from the Budget Committee for us. Andrew. Is Andrew still with us?
Oh, Ross.
No? Ross, I think you're going to stand in for Andrew. Try and control your excitement, team. This is the other rates and fees matters. Mover and a seconder, Williamson again and Walker. Okay. Ross, do you want to refresh us on what this is about?
Yep, so this is a recommendation from the Budget Committee. We've got Nikki online who can answer any questions. This is around some cemetery fees. These would normally go through the annual budget, but in this case we want to move a bit faster. There's a new ash wall facility that's been completed and is available for use, but we need to set some fees and we want to do that quicker, so it's a delegation. We're asking you to delegate to staff to set the fees so we can make this facility available rather than waiting until July next year. But we've got, Nikki can answer any questions if there are any.
Oh, this is very good. We don't want to catch somebody out having to hold their death until we get through this. So, you got anything to add to this, Councillor Bartley? No, righto. All those in favour, please say aye. The contrary, carried. Fantastic. Okay. Now what's next?
17 and 18 and 19 we can do together, they're procedural.
18 and 19, I've been suggested that I can do these together, an update on actions decision.
Question.
Question?
Your Worship, just to put a bit of seriousness back here. So I have warned you about this question. I'm happy to move, but you have had what you've said to be a very successful trip in both South America and China, Japan, etc. When are we going to get a report on your trip and your spend?
February.
It'll be
February.
fully reported at the next GV, but I will circulate one. Stu is busy sending out a long list of thank yous to various groups and people, and but it is very important that I update you, and it's already producing quite a lot of commercial opportunities for Auckland people as a result of those two trips. As I say, last night I connected two space companies together, and I was quite surprised. I never thought I'd be able to do that. But and what's more, well, the gentleman who owns one of those companies told me that he'd never met a politician before who actually had provided him some help. I felt quite good about that. Councillor Fletcher has a...
My question relates, in terms of status update on decisions, as to who is collating the work on the regional deal proposal and what work can we expect that will take place over the Christmas holiday period?
I'll take that, and well, Megan's a bit distracted. So we have an internal team that's working on it per the direction that was given. The interest has been registered. There's a deadline in February to table something. So the answer is that we've got an internal team working on it right now.
Oh, that's great. It's very important work for the Auckland Council, and I just want to make sure that good progress will be made.
Indeed, we're very focused on having something compelling ready for the new year to table.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that page there does list a few things. The waterfront tripartite's pretty well ready to go. The water care treasury stuff is just about in the back of the net, and we're working on the regional deal, which we're calling the Auckland deal. I think that's good. And then the item 19, there's just various bits and pieces in there that we've done. So 18 and 19, I'll jointly move those, and seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour, please say aye. On the contrary, carried. Thank you for that very much. I'll call that now. I'm going to have a request that we become secret, which will mean that you people out there who are not to be part of the secrecy are relieved of the pain of the meeting. Councillor Baker's moved that we're going to confidential, and seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those people say aye. Thank you for staying with us all day long. And all those in favour of going to see you say aye. Contrary. We need 10 minutes to go and check the plumbing, clear the room, and readjust for those people.